John Capstick, known to everyone as Beef, carried a temper as volatile as a storm and a physique that seemed carved from the very stubborn rock of the Dales. He was the sort of farmer others gave a wide berth, a fact he wore like a badge of honour. His home lay beyond the village of Gale, tucked high in Wensleydale, where the shadow of Dod Fell stretched long and cold. The farm had been passed down to him by a father he'd never loved over 10 years prior, a place drowning in debt, yet always somehow, just beyond the bank's final grasp. John despised his existence but couldn't imagine another. The farmhouse and its outbuildings stood grey and perpetually damp, as if the very stones were weeping. They crumbled slowly back into the earth, a decay born not just of neglect, but of a deep, ingrained miserliness. These structures mirrored John's own life, a reflection he'd long since accepted without a fight. None of it, of course, was his fault. Or so he told himself and anyone within shouting distance. He piled every ounce of blame onto the ghost of his father, a man he'd spent a lifetime hating, yet never found the courage to confront or escape. But escape to where? This was the Dales. His blood was in this soil, quite literally spilled from thorns, nails, and angry hooves, but also from the hard slap of a calloused hand, the sting of a leather belt, the sudden impact of a thrown stone. External wounds healed, the internal ones just festered. He evolved from a sullen child to a furious teen, and finally into a man brimming with rage. He never pondered what his mother might have thought of the man he'd become, for he'd never known her. That was the one lesson his father made sure he never forgot. "You killed her, lad, you hear me?" The old man would snarl, breath reeking of whiskey. "Took her from me the day you were born. Nothing good ever came from having you instead of her. Should have been you, not her, you hear? The word lad was the closest thing to a name his father ever offered. More often it was coarser labels spat at him like curses." He'd shoved John out to work in all weathers, one hand cracking him across the skull, the other clutching the bottle he clearly loved more than his own son. The fiercer the storm, the harder his father drove him, sending him out into blinding snow or lashing rain without a care for whether he was dressed for it. On deceptively bright days, John would return burned raw by the sun. The nickname Beef stuck at school, and not just because everyone had one. It was also because a couple of slabs of corned beef from a tin, slapped between dry bread and a Tupperware, was all he ever had for lunch. He had to make it himself. Taking anything better would earn him a beating and accusations of theft. With his frustrations boiling over but too terrified to target their true source, a man whose muscular arms could punch a cow squarely in the head just to move it, John sought easier outlets. The yard dogs learned quickly that the boy from the house kicked with a sharper, meaner intent than the man, and they'd snarl ready to bite if he neared. But the sheep, the few cattle in the lower field, the chickens, they bore the brunt. So did the kids at school. Bullying came to John as naturally as drawing breath in his father. He'd had the finest teacher a tyrant could ask for. He was bigger than most, and they teased him for his worn clothes, and the distinct earthy stench of the farm that clung to him all the way to his classroom desk. John was far from the only farm kid in school, but he was the one who carried the stench of it with him like a badge. The other children could be mean, yet John possessed a cruelty that was in a league of its own. To avoid becoming his target, a few would fall in line behind him, seeking shelter from his swinging fists. If John had ever known anything resembling happy times, those schoolyard years came closest. He ruled the playground with his small band of followers, tormenting anyone within reach, his voice a constant instrument of mockery. His goal was simple: to make sure everyone was afraid. And they were, because he traded in gruesome stories from the farm, tales of things he'd done that would turn a listener's stomach. Some were fact, others pure fiction, but the result was identical, and John savoured the control it granted him. Fear was his chosen currency, and he spent it freely. Then graduation arrived, everyone grew older, and the tables began to turn. The playground bullies often find that the adults they become have little patience for the same old games. Not that it bothered John much, out on his land. He remained the toughest and the angriest, with plenty of animals and chores to absorb his rage. His old hangers-on stuck around, too, maintaining their own shady network, perfectly content to cut corners, swindle a neighbour, and share a cruel joke if it meant quick cash or free liquor. Years later, a weekend held no special meaning for John. It wasn't a cause for celebration. The oppressive July heat was just another annoyance to curse. Days off were a foreign concept, and his only relief came from the homemade beer he drank most nights in front of the TV. It wasn't a great life, but it was the only one he understood. He rose early as always, no matter how thick his head felt from the night before. Shoving the back door open to glare at the yard brought him no pride, only a hollow numbness that seemed to grow heavier each day, a hidden anchor pulling him down into his own private gloom. The yard was a wreck. A thin, foul haze hung in the air, thick with the cloying sweetness of rot and decay. It caught in John's throat and triggered a wet, hacking cough. He spat a glob of dark green phlegm into the mud. Over by the shed wall, a roll of barbed wire had sprung loose, and now lay in a heap of filthy straw he hadn't cleaned up in months. A rusted tractor sat in the corner, serving as a perch for a few scrawny hens. Their beady cold eyes watched him with a malice John was convinced all chickens secretly possessed. They were nasty creatures, and he despised them. Yanking on his patched-up rubber boots, the repairs made with bicycle tire patches, he kicked the stone loose from the muck, snatched it, and flung it at the birds. They'd already fluttered away by the time it clanged against the tractor. John swore, briefly wishing he'd nailed one, then immediately glad he hadn't. Replacing hens was an expense he didn't need. Unless, of course, little Nick had managed to pinch a few from down the valley. Nick was good at that, a sly, scrawny character who moved like a hungry ghost. Plenty of suburban homes with backyard coops had found themselves short a bird thanks to his quick hands. The thought made John chuckle, which started another coughing fit. He'd run into Nick just yesterday in Hawes. Nick had mentioned offloading a few crates of beer he'd lifted from a delivery truck parked outside a pub a while back. He'd waited for the initial fuss to die down, then called John to see if he wanted some. The liquor had been top shelf, and John had indulged far more than he should have the night before. Yet, when the drinks were free, a man was meant to enjoy them, especially knowing someone else had picked up the tab. The farmyard was its usual chaotic self, a jumble of half-empty feed sacks, bright orange baling twine, rusting tools, and sections of broken fence. To John it was just the familiar backdrop of his life, so he paid it no mind as he stepped out into the morning. He wiped his nose on the grimy back of his left hand, a leftover stain from yesterday's work, and remembered his plan halfway across the dirt. He needed to take the farm's only working tractor, hook up the flatbed trailer, and head up the steep hillside behind the house to retrieve the hay bales he'd made last week. Recent rain had likely spoiled them, but that was hardly his concern. The livestock would eat what they got or go hungry. He turned back to the house, snagging a half-eaten meat pie from the refrigerator and filling a dirty old soda bottle with tap water. As he stepped back outside, an arm suddenly locked around his throat. A sharp kick to the back of his knees buckled his legs, and he was lifted just enough for the pressure to cut off his air. He fought against the iron grip, fingers scrabbling uselessly at the forearm, choking him. Garbled curses wet with spit died in his constricted throat. His vision blurred, his head spun, and within seconds everything faded into a dense, silent black. John awoke on his back, blinking up at a bleary sky. He tried to move but was pinned solidly beneath a heavy weight. As his sight cleared, he realized he was lying in the grass, his torso wedged under the wheel of his own two-axle trailer. Then the agony arrived, a white-hot surge that told him his right arm, trapped fully beneath the tire, was undoubtedly shattered. What in God's name had happened? He had no memory of driving up to the field, though that was the plan. His last recollection was the farmyard, that crushing pressure on his windpipe, and then nothing. A fresh, searing pain lanced through him, and he bellowed a string of curses, thrashing to get free. It was hopeless. His arm was crushed and stuck fast. To his left, he saw the rear end of his old David Brown tractor, its original white paint long lost to a coat of reddish-brown rust. He had to get out, he thought frantically. He needed to get to a doctor. Farming accidents happened all the time out here, more than city folks ever realized. He'd been lucky over the years, unlike some of the other families in the valley who were still grieving losses from years past. Then a shadow detached itself from behind the tractor's large rear wheels. John squinted up, his brow furrowed in deep confusion as if his very thoughts were being torn apart. The figure standing over him didn't make any sense, and there was something strange about its face, streaks that looked like dark paint, or perhaps it was just the harsh glare of the morning sun in his eyes. The shadow remained silent, staring down at him through narrow, cruel eyes set in a sweaty face. Beads of perspiration rolled down like scattered gems. John stared back, his mind blank. When he finally found his voice, it was a ragged, panicked thing. "Don't just stand there gawking," John spat, tugging futilely at his pinned arm. "Get me out from under this thing, now! Help me! Do something!" John yelled, his voice cracking with desperation. The dark figure paused, tilting its head as if considering a curious insect. It watched a moment longer, listening to John's pleas dissolve into frantic, garbled curses, then turned its back without a word and vanished behind the massive tractor. "Hey, I'm talking to you!" John screamed into the empty air. "My arm is shattered. Get me out!" A metallic groan echoed from the machine, a sound John knew in an instant, the handbrake being disengaged. A terrible silence followed. He lay pinned, the scent of freshly cut grass thick and cloying in the summer heat. It was, absurdly, a perfect day in the dales. Sheep bleated peacefully on the distant hills, and for a fleeting second the beauty of it almost made him forget the agony. Almost, then gravity did its work. The tractor lurched, and John's final scream ripped through the quiet, scattering birds from a lone tree in the field. The first heavy wheel of the trailer ground over his broken arm, then onto his chest with a sickening crunch. The air left his lungs in a bloody spray. As the tractor drifted slightly to the right, the second wheel found its mark. It settled over his skull with a dreadful final pressure, erasing every bitter memory and petty grievance of a difficult life, leaving them to seep into the English soil. The sheep continued their indifferent calls. Far away, a killer finished the job and walked home in the sunshine. DCI Harry Grimm, a man who had called the Dales home for all of 3 weeks, was, much to his own shock and his body's loud, aching protest, out for a run. On a Monday, no less. What on earth had possessed him? There were 100 better ways to start the week, but here he was, huffing like an antique locomotive in the cool morning damp, his face already flushed with the effort. The reasons were many: shaking off a restless night, finding a focus beyond police work. But the real undeniable boot to his backside was the creeping suspicion he was becoming a bit of a lard arse. Waking up early that morning, he'd remembered his resolution to make the most of his countryside posting that, and the relentless, cheerful nagging from Jenny Blades, a local detective constable who was as fit as a marathoner and had practically dragged him to buy these absurdly bright running shoes. Wearing them, Harry felt like a retired banker behind the wheel of a sports car, all flashy promise and no hope of safe delivery. The dawn was a flat, gunmetal grey, the air cool and sharp in his throat. His running form was, he was certain, a spectacle of ungainly determination, but it beat the alternative, sitting on his hotel bed, mindlessly working through a packet of biscuits just because they were there. There was a time back in his 20s during his stint with the parachute regiment when fitness came easily. That time felt a very, very long way away. Harry had once been part of an elite military unit, and that experience had shaped him in ways he couldn't shake. His time in P Company training wasn't about enjoyment. It was a brutal dismantling of every limit he thought he had, and he'd come out the other side. Yet those memories of his former self were a cruel contrast to the man he was now. He was middle-aged, out of shape, and fairly certain the spectacle of his current jog, the heavy footfalls, the wobbling midsection, should be illegal. Gasping for air, He forced himself forward, his own mind turning into a sadistic coach. It kept replaying the image of who he used to be, just to highlight the disappointing reality of the present. Remember when you were a lean 11 stone, it taunted. Now you're a visual offense. You're pathetic. Just quit. Go find some donuts, a slice of cake. Accept it. This is you now. Harry found it darkly amusing that his internal monologue was using fat-shaming as a motivational tool. Strangely, it was effective. Cursing under his breath, he kept going. His initial attempt at fitness involved a chirpy phone app designed to transform couch potatoes into 5K runners in 12 weeks. He hated it. Not only did the phone keep ringing, but the app's relentlessly upbeat American narrator became a personal nemesis. "First kilometer complete," it would chirp. "Quiet, you." Harry would wheeze back. "You can do it." "The hell I can." "Remember, never, ever, ever, ever give up." "That's excessive." "You're amazing." "Oh, just disappear, would you?" That experiment lasted about as long as a pint in a thirsty man's hand. So, he crafted his own route, a 3.5-mile loop through the scenic lanes connecting Hawes and Gale, two villages nestled together at the head of Wensleydale. His progress was a slow evolution from a chaotic blend of running, jogging, walking, and prolific swearing, with the goal of one day managing the entire distance without stopping. The swearing, he suspected, was permanent. If he was honest, the creative cursing was the only part he genuinely looked forward to, some days astonishing even himself with his linguistic inventiveness. 3.5 miles might not sound daunting, but this was the Yorkshire Dales where every direction offered a hill. Starting from his hotel, his path wound through Hawes Marketplace, out past the local garage, and then left up the deceptively named Tufty Hill. The cute name was a lie. It felt designed to extract his lungs through his throat. Early mornings meant the road was quiet, and after a mile of struggle, he turned left onto Cam Road. This shifted his view from the long dale to the rising slope of Snaesholm Fell, a broad canvas of green and brown fields and distant moors framed by ancient drystone walls, dotted with sheep-like flecks of white paint. He tried to lose himself in the pastoral beauty to ignore the burning in his legs, but it was useless. Hills are absolute bastards, he thought with a grimace, driving himself forward in a futile effort to somehow punish the landscape. This struggle wasn't new. Back in his hometown of Bristol, he'd started and abandoned countless running regimens. He'd always done just enough to scrape through the mandatory police fitness tests, but maintaining any real consistency had forever been the impossible part. The difference here, perhaps, was the sheer stubborn beauty of the place. It was harder to quit when every gasping breath offered a view worth seeing, even if you were seeing it through a haze of pain and self-recrimination. Harry had never found much joy in the chaotic scramble of city running weaving through traffic, and crowds felt more like an obstacle course than a workout. But out here in the open dales the experience was shifting. He was still exhausted and out of shape, yet something about these miles felt richer. Enjoyable might be pushing it, but there was a definite sense of reward as he pushed onward, his path narrowing to quiet lanes so tucked away they seemed forgotten even by digital maps. The route carried him through the upper part of Gale, descending Harker Hill and passing the Methodist chapel before turning right over a bridge. Below, the clear waters of Gale Beck chattered over stones. A left onto Old Gale Lane eventually led him back toward Hawes, past the auction mart, and onto cobbled streets where the Heriot Hotel finally emerged like a mirage. For the last stretch, Harry mustered a clumsy sprint, his heavy footfalls echoing louder than he would have liked, until he staggered to a breathless halt outside the hotel entrance. The world spun briefly from the effort. He leaned against a wall, head down, half expecting to be sick. He wasn't. A small mercy, not a triumph, but a relief all the same. Back in his room, peeling off his damp clothes, he debated the shower. Hot water would soothe but risk making him light-headed, while cold would shock him awake but felt like outright punishment. He found himself wistfully imagining a plunge into a chilly lake like the one he'd taken in Semmerwater a few weeks back. His swim trunks were still in the car, a plan perpetually postponed. In the end, he compromised, ending the shower with a bracing cold blast that made him leap from the cubicle and promptly smash his right big toe against the bed frame. "Damn it all," he grunted, collapsing onto the mattress to clutch his foot. Today, at least, he'd be leaving the hotel for a small flat overlooking Hawes Marketplace. Hotel living had lost its charm quickly, and with no clear end in sight for his stay up north, he'd requested something more permanent. Half an hour later, bags packed, he was downstairs in the restaurant facing yet another reason to move out. A sprawling full English breakfast with tea and toast. Harry had quickly learned that in Wensleydale, food wasn't just sustenance, it was a central event. Breakfast was to be lingered over, never rushed. Tea or coffee demanded cake alongside it, and a rich fruit cake, in turn, seemed to require a wedge of crumbly Wensleydale cheese, produced just up the road between Hawes and Gale. The lines between meals blurred here. Was tea time dinner or dinner tea time? He couldn't quite recall, but he knew that a visit to any local pub meant generous, hearty plates that practically insisted on being paired with a pint or two of ale. Harry picked up his utensils and dug into the hearty breakfast before him. A golden slice of fried bread came with the plate, and he happily dipped a corner into the runny egg yolk before taking a large bite. He made a silent vow to himself that this would be his last indulgent morning meal for a while. The drive north had added a few extra pounds, and he needed to shed them before he started waddling instead of walking. After finishing his tea, he left the hotel and stepped out into the day, uncertain of what it might hold. The murder case from his first week had been intense, so the relative calm of the last fortnight had been a welcome relief. He'd used the time to explore the area, and now offered casual morning greetings to a few familiar faces as he made his way through the marketplace toward the community office, which also housed the local police post at this upper end of the valley. The dedicated police station had shut down decades earlier, taking the town's holding cell with it. Now, anyone who needed to be detained faced an hour's drive to the nearest proper facility in Harrogate. As Harry crossed the main road through the centre of Hawes, his phone rang. He answered without even glancing at the screen. "Grimm," he said. What he heard was not a voice, but the raw sound of weeping. Ben. Though not a single word had been spoken, Harry recognized his brother instantly. The world around him faded, replaced by the memory of a stark prison visiting room down south, where he'd sat across from his brother's hollowed-out frame. Even separated by miles, he could picture him perfectly, a man shattered by life, suffocating under the weight of dark memories. All of it traced back to one man, their wretched father. "Harry," Ben managed, his voice cracking. Instinct took over. Harry's hands dove into his pockets, checking for his car keys. "Whatever's happened, I'm coming." He had no idea what he'd tell his team, and in that moment, he didn't care. Family came first. It was that straightforward. For a few seconds, all he heard were ragged breaths. He ached to be there, to stand beside his brother, to fix things and shield him. "It's Dad," Ben finally whispered, shattering the silence. Harry's breath hitched. A cold, sharp tremor shot through him, raising goosebumps on his skin. What, Ben?" No answer came, only more stifled sobs. What? Talk to me." Harry's voice was as hard and sharp as a blade. "He got in touch," Ben choked out. "Yesterday." The words hit Harry like a physical blow, causing him to take an unsteady step back. He shook his head in denial, squeezing his eyes shut so tightly that colours burst in the darkness. His hand rose to cover his face, his fingers tracing the familiar landscape of scars, a map of pain he wore without shame. "How? That's impossible. He's not permitted to. He doesn't even know where you are." Ben fell quiet again, leaving only the faint, shallow sound of his breathing on the line. Harry's mind raced, shifting into overdrive and ploughing through every conceivable scenario that could explain how their father had possibly reached Ben. The last time Harry had laid eyes on the man was more than 20 years ago. Ben had been just a boy. Harry had returned from a military deployment to find their front door smashed in, The house beyond littered with broken furniture and smears of blood on the walls, a home and a family destroyed. He should have been there to protect them, to keep his mother and brother safe, but he wasn't, and that failure was a ghost that would forever walk beside him. Therapists had advised him to let it go and move forward. Harry had always refused. Moving on would mean that Monster had won, and Harry would never, ever allow that. "Listen to me, Ben," Harry said, his voice dripping with a dangerous promise. "Whoever is behind this, they will live to regret it. Do you hear me? I'll call my boss. We'll get you somewhere safe, I promise." "You can't," Ben interrupted, his words cutting Harry off before he could finish. "He said not to. He warned me. To warn you." A cold fury began to build in Harry's chest, his hand clenching the phone so hard he felt the cracked glass bite into his skin. "Warn me? What are you talking about, Ben? Warn me about what? Did he call you directly? I need to know exactly what happened." "It was another inmate," Ben explained, his voice thin with fear. "He said he had a message for me to pass along." Harry stayed silent, forcing himself to listen. His brother was finally talking, and any interruption might stop the fragile flow of words. "He said Dad told him to talk to me, so I'd talk to you, that if I told anyone else, he'd find out. He said he's been watching me for years. Watching both of us." "Watching me," Harry echoed, his mind racing. "He said he knew all about why you were transferred up north, that you put a couple of guys in the hospital and stuffed them in a van." Harry felt his throat tighten. He'd made a point of never discussing his work with Ben. So how did this stranger know? What else did he say? Harry pressed, fighting to keep his voice steady while a darker part of his mind began plotting a very specific revenge. He said he was sorry for what happened to Mom, for what happened to me. He said you have to let it go, Harry. You have to stop looking for him. "Like hell I will," Harry snapped, the words tasting like ash. "After everything he did? Not a chance, and you know it." "He said he could reach us if he wanted to. Reach me." Ben's voice cracked, and Harry waited, listening to the ragged breaths on the other end of the line. "He said he'd come for me first, Harry. Not you, me. He said that was the important part for you to understand, that he'd get to me. Right here inside." Harry's jaw clenched so tightly a sharp pain lanced through his temple. The sheer audacity of wrapping a hollow apology inside a direct threat turned his blood to ice. But Ben cut him off, his voice rising into a frantic, jumbled plea. "He can get to me in here. I need out. I can't do this anymore. I need to get out now. Ben!" Harry's shout was a command, a bark that silenced his brother's panic, reducing his voice to a terrified whimper. "You need to listen to me," Harry said, lowering his volume but none of the intensity. He was met with only a shaky breath. "I'm handling this right now. When we hang up, you go straight to a guard. You tell them you're in immediate danger and you need protective custody. I will make the calls and I promise you nothing is going to happen. Do you understand me?" Silence. "Ben, do you understand?" "I can't, Harry," Ben whispered, the sound barely there. "I just can't." "Yes, you can. You have to. He'll know, he'll find out, and then he'll send someone. He'll know." "You do what I told you," Harry said, each word measured and calm, a stark contrast to the storm inside him. "You have to." I can't." "Ben." The dial tone buzzed in his ear. Harry stood frozen, the phone still pressed against his head, his knuckles white around the device. He stared blankly at the wall, a raw, consuming rage spreading through him, swift and devastating. For a bizarre moment, he was back in his childhood kitchen, smelling burnt toast and hearing his mother hum, a memory so vivid, it felt like a physical blow. "Harry." The voice filtered in from somewhere distant, but he couldn't place it. His mind trapped in the prison with his brother. "Harry." Someone was shaking his shoulder. Harry hated being shaken. The single word was less a question and more a low warning as he pivoted to confront the interruption. "Matt? You doing okay, boss?" "I'm not your boss." Detective Sergeant Matt Dinsdale stood before Harry. He appeared to be roughly Harry's age, though Matt's exact years were a running office mystery. He possessed a persistently upbeat demeanor, not gratingly so, but simply woven into his character. Over recent weeks, Harry had observed that Matt didn't just see the glass as half full, he saw it perpetually brimming. He'd qualified as a detective relatively late in his career, a fact Matt himself seemed utterly unconcerned by. Shoving his hands into his trouser pockets, Matt took a half step back. "Anything I can help with?" "No," Harry replied. "Listen, I need to make another call. I'll meet you inside." Matt's eyebrow arched slightly before he nodded. "I'll put the kettle on then, unless you're absolutely certain there's nothing I can do." "I am," Harry said, recognizing the sincere offer. It was a trait he'd come to associate with nearly everyone since his transfer north, a straightforward, unvarnished authenticity. "Go ahead, I'll be over shortly. We're probably set for biscuits, but if not, I can pop out for some," Matt offered, already turning toward the community office. He paused, glancing back. "And you're sure you're all right?" Harry forced his expression to soften and gave a nod. "See you in a bit." Alone again, Harry scrolled through his contacts and dialed. The call connected after a few rings. DCI Grimm. "Ma'am." On the other end, Detective Superintendent Alice Fairbank, the very person who had orchestrated his northern assignment, fell silent. Her quietude a clear demand for an explanation. "Ben reached out to me," Harry stated. "I'm pleased to hear he's making contact," the DSI replied. "That's a positive development. You're missing the point," Harry cut in, his voice tightening. "He's in danger. You need to pull him out of there. Immediately." The DSI emitted a soft, incredulous sound. "Of course, Harry. I'll get right on that. We have such an abundance of vacant prison beds, as you're well aware, so relocating him will be a breeze." "I am being serious, Harry," snapped the control in his voice, fraying. "It's my father. He got a message to Ben. He threatened him." A heavier silence followed. "Are you certain? Excuse me? Are you sure that's what transpired? Ben is incarcerated, Harry." "There is no feasible way for your father to even know his location, let alone make contact." Harry drew a long, steadying breath, battling the tempest within to keep his tone level. "He said it came through another inmate, the warning from my dad." "Warning? A threat?" Harry clarified, "telling me to back off." He could almost visualize the DSI shaking her head on the other end of the line. "This sounds to me like a cry for help, Harry. One you're in no position to answer." "He wasn't lying. He wasn't fabricating it. He's terrified, ma'am." "You have no evidence," Fairbank countered. "Only your brother's word, and he is in prison. He knew the reason you sent me up here," Harry fired back. "The two men in the van, that information is confidential. The case hasn't even gone to trial yet." A sharp intake of breath. "Damn it." "Exactly," Harry said. That, for a stretched moment, neither spoke. "Leave this with me," Fairbank finally said, her tone shifting to one of grim focus. "I'm handling it now. I'm heading back," Harry declared. "You will do no such thing." The DSI's voice was a whip crack of authority. "Ma'am," Harry began, but she cut him off. "You have a job to do, Harry. You cannot, and you will not, simply abandon your post on a personal whim. That means you're not returning here in any way, shape, or form. Is that understood? Is that understood?" "He's my family," Harry shot back, his voice climbing, a raw edge of fury sharpening every word. "If anyone lays a hand on him," I asked if I was clear. The DSI cut in, her tone leaving no room for argument. Harry drew the deepest breath he could muster and ground out. "Understood, ma'am. This is my situation to handle," the DSI stated, her voice like tempered steel. "So stand down, Grimm, and I'd strongly suggest you reconsider making threats." "You can't bench me here," Harry insisted. "I need to be on the ground, close to my brother. I have to be." "No, you don't," the DSI replied, her anger cooling to a chilling calm in an instant. "This is my top priority. You rushing back to Bristol accomplishes zero. The most useful thing you can do is focus on the job you're already assigned to do." But I'm not essential up here. For God's sake, Harry, you're a DCI. Start behaving like one. Harry exhaled slowly, pressing the heel of his left hand against his forehead. I'll check in later, he said. No, you will not, the DSI countered. You will concentrate on your duties, and I will handle mine. Are we clear? A muted yes was all Harry could manage. Good, the DSI said, and the call disconnected. Harry let his arms fall to his sides, rolling his shoulders and tilting his head back to stare at the vast, indifferent sky before squeezing his eyes shut and pulling in a long, steadying breath. Logically, he knew she was right. A frantic drive back to the city would solve nothing. But logic did little to quiet the storm of helplessness churning inside him. Tucking his phone away, he turned toward the Hawes community office, only to spot Matt sprinting toward him from that very direction. I'll fill you in on the move, Matt said, already shaking the keys toward the police Land Rover parked outside the Bull's Head Hotel, just a short dash away. Let's go. Why? What's going on? Farm incident, Matt replied, already heading for the driver's side. An incident? Harry asked, quickening his pace to keep up. Then why the emergency? Matt halted and turned. Jim's already on scene, and he doesn't believe it was an accident. Chapter 4. Good grief, Matt. Harry gasped as the detective sergeant sent the four-wheel drive lurching down Beggarman's Road, the jolt nearly launching Harry from his seat to connect his skull with the roof lining. Is this your normal driving style? Yeah, you're probably right, Matt said, and promptly accelerated. How's that? Harry was fairly certain Land Rovers weren't designed to be driven like a rally car, and he found himself clinging white-knuckled to the passenger grip with one hand while bracing the other against the dubious solidity of the dashboard. For extra security, he wedged his knees against it too, which served only to create an uncomfortable friction burn. Matt, meanwhile, looked utterly at ease, Harry noted, observing the detective constable steer with just his left hand, his right arm casually resting on the open window frame like he was on a leisurely country cruise. Mere minutes ago, Harry's mind had been trapped in Hawes Marketplace, tangled in worry for his brother. Now, his primary concern was simply surviving this careening trip into the remote dales. The landscape outside was a study in contrasts, both breathtaking and brutally stark in the same fleeting glance. He'd seen how swiftly the weather here could shift, transforming a scene of pristine beauty into something ripped from a Gothic nightmare, where snarling winds would whip rain clouds into a frenzy, scudding across the moors to swallow the sun whole. This morning, the sky wore a cloak of indecisive grey, and Harry wouldn't dare bet on what the afternoon would bring. Patches of clearer sky showed in the distance, but directly overhead hung a sickly, yellowish-white cloud bank, pregnant with the promise of something worse. It was a stark contrast to just days prior, Harry reflected, when the air had been full of sunshine and the lazy drone of wasps. Matt shifted down, swung the vehicle onto a different lane, and accelerated away, his right hand still casually resting on the window frame the entire time. Harry watched, baffled by how the man had managed the gear change one-handed. Almost there, Matt announced, gesturing ahead. Beyond the towering stone walls that flanked the road like ancient fortifications, the land opened into rolling, verdant pastures. With a sudden point of his finger, Matt chirped. That's our spot. Harry spotted an opening in the wall and assumed Matt would brake. He realized his mistake a second too late. You absolute lunatic, Harry shouted as the Land Rover's tires screeched, gripping the asphalt before Matt wrenched the wheel left, barreling through the open gate and into the field beyond. And here we are, Matt declared, as if his driving were perfectly normal. Quite a pleasant spin, wasn't it? Beautiful country. Further up, a pair of weathered barns nestled in the field corners. Harry wondered if they were as old as the encompassing walls, feeling once more the profound weight of the place's history. The landscape seemed to unfold not just across miles, but through centuries, layered with the whispers of time. Parked a short distance away was Jim's personal Land Rover, a vehicle that wore its working life with pride, caked in mud, adorned with dents and scrapes and sporting stray wisps of hay. The police fleet included vehicles like the one they'd arrived in, but Harry had learned they were often ill-suited to the brutal weather and rough terrain, which explained Jim's fierce attachment to his own. Persuading him to swap it for an official car was about as easy as prying open a jar of superglue. "Well, take a gander at that," Matt said, letting out a low, impressed whistle. The sound pulled Harry's gaze from the vehicle. Ahead, in the direction they were now walking, the front end of a tractor was embedded in a collapsed dry stone wall. It had been invisible from the road, hidden until they entered the field. As they drew closer, Matt having finally slowed to let the four-wheel drive crawl steadily up the incline, Harry saw another shape beside the wreckage. It was obscured by rubble that jutted from the ground like shattered teeth, but it was clearly badly damaged. Matt brought the Land Rover to a halt, killed the engine, and shouldered his door open. "Best go and have a look then," he said. Harry nodded, a flicker of satisfaction at understanding the local lingo. A figure emerged through a gate in the wall to the right of the wreckage and waved a small backpack slung over his shoulder. "There's Jim," Matt said, returning the wave. "I can see that," Harry muttered. "So who reported this?" "A friend of the deceased," Matt replied. "Jim was in the area anyway, so he came to secure the scene, call for an ambulance, the usual drill." "And now, let's ask him," Matt said. Jim, a police community support officer in his mid-20s, was as local as they come, born and raised on a farm in the nearby hamlet of Berterset. He carried the quiet, grounded assurance of someone shaped by the land. "What's the situation?" Harry asked, as Jim stopped before them. Concern was etched into the young man's features, his jaw set, his eyes shadowed. Jim unzipped his pack and handed out personal protective equipment, gloves and masks. He was already wearing his own. Harry and Matt tugged the latex gloves into place, the material snapping against Harry's wrists as he tested his grip. They secured their face masks. "We got the call roughly 20 minutes back," Jim stated, consulting the small notebook he carried. "Report of an accident. The victim was discovered by an acquaintance." "Victim?" Harry cut in, shooting a look at Matt. "You led me to believe this was a simple accident scene. You failed to mention we'd be processing a body. That seems like a rather significant oversight, don't you think?" Matt shifted uncomfortably. "Who is the deceased?" Harry pressed, already making a note to address Matt's lapse in communication later. "What was he doing out here?" "John Capstick," Jim answered. "He has a farm out this way, if you can generously call it that." Harry, unfamiliar with this remote stretch of the valley, asked, "And our precise location?" "Ottershaw," Matt said, gesturing toward a tiny cluster of buildings down the lane. "Frankly, not my idea of a prime residence. No bar, for one thing." "There's the chapel," Jim offered. "Methodist," Matt scoffed. "Not even a place for a proper drink. What with their non-alcoholic communion? They use grape juice, believe it or not." "Grape juice? What's the point?" Choosing to ignore Matt's theological critique of local practices, Harry asked, "Next of kin?" "Father passed more than 10 years back," Matt said. "From what I hear, the world isn't poorer for it. A real piece of work, by all accounts." "The son wasn't much better, Mother." Jim shook his head. "None that we know of. Or if there is family, they're not stepping forward." Harry filed away Matt's blunt assessment and turned back to Jim, this acquaintance.
"A name?"
Jim looked back at his notes.
"Nicholas Ellis?"
"Little Nick?" Matt said with an eye roll. "I can't imagine he was a fountain of useful information."
"Not exactly,"
Jim admitted. He was pretty hysterical, to be honest. Rambling and not making a lot of sense. Harry's gaze moved between the two men. "Little Nick?" "Nickname," Matt explained. "He's not known for being a stand-up guy." "I'm not exactly winning any popularity contests myself," Harry remarked dryly. "I'm fairly certain a few people have some rather colorful names for me." "No, it's different," Matt fumbled. "I don't mean you're not, it's just that you can be somewhat well." Harry let him squirm for a beat before turning to Jim. "All right, let's get a visual assessment first. If this is a Category 1, it's a crime scene and we need to move fast, secure the perimeter, establish a log standard procedure. If it's a Category 2, we handle it as such. Understood? Jim led them through a gate in the stone wall into the adjoining field here. The full scene came into grim focus. The tractor Harry had spotted earlier was a total loss. It hadn't merely struck the ancient wall, it had ploughed straight through, scattering stone and machinery parts in a wide arc. The front wheels were detached, the axle between them grotesquely twisted. Fluids, oil and diesel, leaked from the engine, their sharp chemical odour fouling the breeze. The cab was a crushed shell, its window glass glittering on the grass like frost. The massive rear wheels hung uselessly in the air, the tractor's belly lodged high on the collapsed rubble. The twin-axle trailer, still hitched at the rear, lay jackknifed on its side to the right, taking it all in. Harry immediately noted an absence. "The body," he said. "Where is it?" Jim pointed further up the sloping field. Harry followed Jim's gaze, tracing the deep ruts carved by the runaway tractor and trailer across the field. The scene was otherwise empty. "I don't see anything," he said, before a dense greyish mass caught his eye, hovering just above the grass. It was about the size of a kiddie pool, and Harry knew instantly the sound it would make, that nauseating, greedy drone of blowflies swarming over, something still hidden from sight. "I'm not sure you'll want to," Jim replied flatly. "It's a bit farther up this way." For a moment Harry didn't move, his eyes fixed on the buzzing cloud. Years of experience painted a grim picture of what lay ahead. "Where's this little Nick fellow you mentioned?" he asked. "I'll need a word with him after we've seen the scene. Find out what he was doing out here." "He's back at the farmhouse down near the village," Jim explained. "Liz is with him, trying to keep him calm and stop his endless chatter. He rambles on even on a good day, so you can imagine the state he's in now." "I certainly can," Matt chimed in. Liz Coates was the other PCSO covering the Dales. She rode a massive off-road motorcycle, a machine that seemed to dwarf her petite 5-foot frame. Yet she handled it with the effortless skill of someone raised on dirt trails, somehow avoiding any serious injury. "Smart move," Matt added, though he's probably already pocketed the silverware and any liquor he could find. "Sounds like you're not his biggest fan," Harry remarked, glancing toward the village of Ottershaw. "We'll need to do door-to-door checks, see if anyone noticed anything unusual." "Won't take too long," Jim said. "Not many houses around here." "As for Nick, he's an easy man to dislike," Matt said with a shrug. "But John was. Well, let's just say he was worse." Harry drew a slow breath and looked up the slope to where Jim indicated. "All right then," he said. "Let's go see what we're dealing with." About halfway up the field, Harry spotted the first stain of blood. It wasn't much, just a dark, sun-baked patch pressed into the grass, with a few flies circling lazily. Nothing like the thick cloud further ahead. As they walked, they passed another stain, and then another, a grim and oversized trail, like some morbid Morse code stamped into the earth at their feet. "So, what's your take?" Harry asked as they followed the trail, the patches growing darker and more frequent as they neared the body. Jim was quiet for several paces before stopping to face Harry and Matt. "Look," he said, "it could just be an accident. Probably nothing more than John being a victim of his own carelessness. He wasn't exactly what you'd call a competent farmer." Harry shrugged. "I wouldn't know one way or the other." "Well, he wasn't," Jim stated firmly. "The farmhouse, the yard, it's all a disaster. No pride in the place. Animals neglected. Walls left to rot. He just carried on like his father, hating every minute of farming and doing nothing to improve it. It's downright senseless. Ask anyone around here and they'll tell you the same." Harry knew Jim spoke from a place of deep understanding. Born a farmer's son, he still lived and worked the land with his father, and he never missed the weekly auction in Hawes if he could help it. Farming was in his bones. It was also what made him an excellent PCSO, and Harry had often thought what would make him an outstanding police officer someday, provided he could get stationed somewhere like this after his training. "He was that well-liked then?" Harry asked. Jim's laugh was brief and utterly devoid of warmth. There are people in these parts who'd give anything for a farm like his, and all he did was let it fall to ruin. So he wasn't exactly the life of the party. Harry saw the dried blood was now more of a smudge. Then the stench arrived, along with the buzzing of flies. The dark cloud was right there, and he could make out a shape underneath it. "What makes you think this isn't straightforward?" Harry asked, fishing in his pocket for his go-to item. It was a tin of menthol salve, the sharp scent of camphor and eucalyptus cutting through the thick, sickly odor of decay. He opened it and dabbed some under his nose. "Just doesn't sit right," Jim said, then covered his face with his hand and mumbled, "In every sense of the word, here," Harry offered, passing the tin to Jim and Matt. They each took some, and as Harry pocketed it again, Jim guided them the final few steps. When they reached the spot and Harry finally saw what was waiting, a cold dread settled in his stomach. The salve wasn't going to make a dent in this. "Good Lord," Matt choked out, a hand flying to his mouth. "That is absolutely foul." "I'm not sure divine intervention would cut it here," Harry remarked. Noticing the sickly grey pallor that had washed over Matt's face, he added, "And if you're going to be sick, mate, do it well away from the body." Matt sucked in a sharp breath, squeezed his eyes shut, and rubbed them hard. "I'm okay," he insisted. "You look anything but okay," Jim stated. "He's right," Harry agreed. "You look the opposite of okay. If I'm being blunt, you look downright terrible. Teetering on, absolutely wretched." "I'm fine, honestly," Matt repeated, his voice tight. "I promise." Harry wasn't buying it for a second. "It's the smell," he said. "Always gets you. You can harden yourself to the sight, shut it out. But that smell, that's a different beast. It worms its way right up your nose and decides to move in permanently." "You're really not helping," Matt groaned. Harry hung back with Matt and Jim, keeping a distance from the body for two reasons. First, if this was a crime scene, he wanted to disturb as little as possible. Second, and more simply, what lay before them was among the most horrific sights of his life, and his life had seen more than its share of violence. "How long's he been here?" Harry asked, his eyes fixed on the grotesquely swollen form, the stomach so distended it had burst the buttons on the shirt. The flies carried on, utterly indifferent to their audience. For a second, Harry pictured a poorly dressed, sweating walrus sunning itself, but he shoved the thought away. The body was a seething mass of insects. Fat bluebottles swarmed in a thick cloud. Thousands of them, feasting and drinking and laying their eggs. It wasn't just flies either. Wasps had joined the banquet, their black and yellow stripes adding a garish, unnecessary gloss to the awful scene. They also made approaching a trickier prospect. This was their party, and Harry doubted they'd welcome interruptions. It was also painfully obvious that local wildlife had been at the remains. Foxes had likely sniffed out a midnight snack, and crows had probably taken their share. The whole scene was frankly an evidence collection nightmare, assuming a crime had even occurred here. "Hard to say," Jim replied, his tone pensive. "Nick's the only one we've talked to. He last saw John on Friday afternoon, so maybe since Friday night, though it's unlikely he'd have been up here after dark." Harry turned to look at Jim, a new grim thought crossing his mind. The isolation of the spot, the timing, it felt less like an accident and more like a stage that had been carefully set. Harry laid out a principle he'd picked up on the job. "It's called the ABC rule," he said. Matt quipped, "The look of love?" Harry ignored the crack, though he was privately impressed anyone could recall an 80s pop song by that band so fast. "Assume nothing, believe nobody, check everything. We have no grounds to take Nick's word as gospel, so we can't just assume John wouldn't be up here after dark. Every single detail requires verification." "I understand the concept," Jim replied, "but I'm telling you, John absolutely would not have been up here in the evening. I know that for a fact." "Why's that?" "Too damn drunk," Matt cut in. Harry pressed on. "Where exactly did Nick claim to see him?" "In town," Jim answered. Internally, Harry smirked. Calling Hawes a town was a bit of a stretch, but he got the sentiment. The place had a proper high street, a weekly market, the livestock auctions and a steady stream of visitors. For this part of Wensleydale, it was the bustling hub, and he was beginning to grudgingly admit the area had a certain pull on him. His gaze shifted from the wreckage down the slope back to the corpse at their feet, and a nagging inconsistency struck him. None of this is visible from the road, right? The body? No, Jim confirmed. I mean all of it, Harry clarified. The crash, the broken wall. I only spotted it once we came barreling through that gate like demons were chasing us. Guess not, no, Jim conceded. Why? You think a witness saw it happen? I'm just surprised nobody reported it sooner, Harry mused. Visible or not, a wreck like that must have made one hell of a racket. And wouldn't people have wondered where he'd gotten to? Matt and Jim fell silent, their eyes fixed on the body. Any notion what brought him out here in the first place? Harry asked. Jim gestured toward the field, and for the first time Harry noticed it was strewn with pathetic sagging bales of hay scattered haphazardly and turning a mouldy grey as they melted into the damp earth. Probably came to gather that mess, Jim said. Though it's ruined now after all the rain last week. A total waste, explained Harry said. Hay has to be bone dry, Jim elaborated. You cut the grass, let it cure for a week or two until it's properly dry, then bale it and get it under cover before the weather turns. Looks like John didn't bother. A classic mix of laziness and cheap whiskey, most likely. The fool. Harry's eyes travelled from the body down to the demolished tractor and trailer. You didn't care for him much, did you? Jim simply shook his head. Nobody did. There wasn't much to care for, so how did he end up here with that mess down there? Harry asked, nodding toward the wreck. You think he was thrown clear? I don't see how, Jim said, sweeping his hand to indicate the gentle incline. It's not exactly a cliff, is it? If he was driving, he'd have been in the cab. He wouldn't be thrown clear, he'd have had to bail out the door. Harry circled the body and crouched for a closer look. The perspective didn't improve the scene. The legs appeared intact, as far as he could tell beneath the scuffed and worn, but not torn trousers, which was odd for a vehicle accident. The torso, however, told a brutal story. The stomach was grotesquely swollen, while the chest looked less crushed and utterly flattened, likely by a wheel from the tractor or trailer. The force of the impact had been catastrophic, leaving blood and viscera strewn about the grass like some grim, sun-baked offering. The neck had somehow survived intact, but the head had clearly met a different wheel entirely. Harry stared, trying to find anything recognizable in the ruin. The skull was obliterated like fine china smashed by a sledgehammer, its contents a dark, viscous stain sprayed outwards in a grotesque parody of a halo. No feature remained that hinted at the man this had been. Just to be absolutely clear, Harry asked, his voice steady, you're sure it's John? I mean, you can't exactly identify him from this. It's John, all right, Jim confirmed, gesturing with a grim certainty. His land, his tractor, his trailer, he then nodded toward the corpse's trousers where a length of grimy orange baler twine was threaded through the belt loops. And let's be honest, not many men these days are content to hold their pants up with binder twine. That's a dying breed right there. Harry pushed himself to his feet and joined Matt and Jim. What's your read? I think it's a god-awful mess, Matt stated flatly. Poor sod, and he was a sod, no question. But what a hell of a way to check out. Not the most professional assessment, but accurate, Harry remarked, turning to Jim. The older man seemed lost in thought, so Harry gave him a moment. On the surface it appeared to be a brutally straightforward, if horrific, farming accident. A grim fact of life in this line of work. I'm still not following why you suspect foul play, Harry pressed. This is agriculture. You're dealing with livestock, massive machinery, toxic chemicals. I'm amazed there aren't more incidents like this. Don't forget the crushing stress, pathetic wages, and soul-destroying debt, Matt added dryly. No wonder the suicide stats are through the roof. Could it be that, then? Harry ventured. A suicide like this? Matt shook his head. Nah. Farmers tend to opt for something more direct. A shotgun under the jaw. This. This feels almost theatrical. Matt pantomimed the action, lifting an imaginary barrel to his chin. Graphic, but thanks for the demonstration, Harry said, a touch of sarcasm edging into his tone. He focused back on Jim. Well? Jim didn't answer right away. He took several steps back from the body, moving to a slightly higher vantage point up the slope. Harry and Matt followed from this new position. The path of the tractor and trailer became clearer. The track showed a sudden, uncontrolled swerve as it picked up momentum before ploughing into the stone wall with devastating force. For starters, Jim began, like I told you when you arrived, none of this sits right. Elaborate, Harry said. Well, there's nothing to indicate John was thrown from the cab, is there? From what I can piece together, the tractor was parked right here, exactly where he's lying now. Then it just started rolling down the hill on its own. You're saying he stepped in front of it? Jim shook his head. No, I'm saying it was parked on top of him. It rolled right over him, then continued down the slope. So he wasn't driving, Harry clarified. Can't see how he could have been, Jim replied. But that's not the odd part. He might have parked to inspect the trailer before going off to gather the bales. And he'd do that manually, Harry asked. Jim shook his head again. Front-end loader. You likely missed it. It sheared off the tractor when it hit the wall. But it's over there. Standard practice. Park, unhitch the trailer, then use the loader to collect the bales. At least that's what I'd do if I were working a field alone. I'm still not catching your drift, Harry admitted, if we're going to log this as a Category 1 incident. He watched as Jim took a deep breath, visibly arranging his thoughts. Look at the body, Jim finally said, his eyes fixed on the remains on the ground. Why is he even lying there? What in God's name was he doing flat on the earth in the first place? This is completely insane, Jim burst out, his frustration palpable. Harry offered a suggestion, his voice calm. Maybe he was just inspecting the trailer, like you mentioned earlier. On his back, Jim shot back, incredulous. That's not how you check a trailer. You walk around it, maybe give a tire a tap. That's it. And we're talking about John. He wasn't exactly the meticulous type when it came to his gear. A soft, almost inaudible chuckle escaped Matt. Harry turned sharply. Are you serious right now? Matt tried to suppress his smile. Sorry, boss, he managed, a hint of amusement still in his tone. It's just the phrase checking his equipment. Harry fixed Matt with a stare so intense it felt like it could drill through bone. He opened his mouth to speak, but the sudden roar of a car engine from the road below the field cut him off. He peered down, catching only a blur of indistinct colour beyond the stone walls as the sound of the accelerating vehicle rapidly faded into the distance. Someone's in a big hurry, Matt observed. What about the tractor? Harry pressed, eager to maintain focus. Could he have been looking at that? Jim shook his head again, his expression grim. Even if we ignore the fact that Old Thing is a miracle on wheels, there's still no reason for him to be flat on the ground like that. It doesn't add up. Maybe something knocked him down, and that's just where he landed, Matt proposed. And then he just stayed there and let the trailer crush him. Jim countered, his voice rising. Look at him. It's like he didn't put up a fight or couldn't. I don't know. The whole thing feels off. It's wrong. And what around here could have knocked him over in the first place? Any other ideas? Harry asked, looking between them. Jim just shook his head. Matt adopted a thoughtful pose, rubbing his chin for effect. Honestly, I'm with Jim. This whole situation feels unnatural. Harry took a step back, needing a moment to process. His gaze swept over the surrounding countryside. It was breathtakingly beautiful, like the rest of the Dales, expansive moors, gentle hills, rocky crags, and ancient dry stone walls layered with history. This land had been farmed the same way for centuries, families rooted here for generations. The cool air carried the clean scent of fern and heather from the moors, mixed with the faint, earthy smell of the sheep whose lonely calls gave the landscape its voice. In the distance, he could hear the rumble of a low-flying plane and cars navigating the narrow lanes. And yet, right here, just steps from his own feet, death had arrived with a shocking violence. The brutal scene was so utterly out of place amidst such serenity that Harry could only shake his head in weary disbelief. "Here," he said finally, pulling a roll of yellow tape from his pocket and handing it to Matt. "Might as well make this official." Matt looked at the tape in his hands. "Not sure there's enough to go around, boss," he said. "Might be easier to just rope off the entire field." The ringtone from Jim's phone sliced through the air. "Liz," he answered. After a short, tense conversation, he lowered the phone and looked at Harry and Matt, his face serious. "It's about Nick." "What about him?" Harry asked. "He's taken off. Done a runner." Chapter 6. Leaving Matt to secure the area and act as scene guard, logging all comings and goings while they waited for the forensic team, Harry and Jim hurried back to the farmhouse. They needed to check on Liz and get to the bottom of Nick's sudden disappearance. Harry had given strict instructions. Everyone responding to the scene was to report to the farmhouse first for directions. The last thing they needed was a bunch of people wandering randomly through the fields like some macabre scavenger hunt. It was a procedural step, but a necessary one. An ambulance was definitively not required. Given the state of the body, Harry grimly thought a shovel and some heavy-duty plastic bags might be more practical than a stretcher for removal. The thought was as dark as the situation itself, a stark contrast to the peaceful hills now holding a terrible secret. Harry was not looking forward to seeing the pathologist, Rebecca Sowerby, again. Their last encounter had been about as enjoyable as a dental drill, so he took a small, petty comfort in knowing her day would be spent with a particularly unpleasant subject. He supposed someone had to do that job, though he couldn't fathom finding any part of it agreeable. As Jim's vehicle left the paved road and jolted into the farmyard, Harry understood the sergeant's earlier assessment completely. The place looked like a film set for a low-budget horror movie, the kind where city kids with poor judgment meet a grisly end. Harry didn't watch those films. Real life provided enough material, but he imagined a certain famous director would be inspired to come out of retirement here. "What a dump," Harry muttered as the Land Rover settled in the uneven muck. Jim brought the vehicle to a halt, yanked the parking brake, and gave Harry's footwear a disapproving glance. "Still haven't invested in proper boots, I see," he said, his tone one of weary disappointment. Harry ignored him and stepped out, his shoes immediately sinking into a cold, foul-smelling slurry. He'd been avoiding buying Wellingtons, as if purchasing them would mean accepting his new life in the Dales was permanent. But as an unspeakable dampness began seeping into his sock, he vowed to buy a pair the moment they returned to Hawes. Surveying the chaotic yard with its collection of dilapidated outbuildings, Harry asked, "I can't believe I'm asking this, but which one is the actual house?" It was impossible to distinguish the home from the sheds. The whole scene had a grim, Victorian poverty about it, as if figures in rags might shammer from the broken doors at any moment. Jim gestured with his chin. "This way." After navigating past some hostile poultry and an even more hostile dog, Harry followed Jim through a filthy door into a single room that served as kitchen, living room, and dining area. Liz was waiting, still in her motorcycle gear over her uniform. "I'd offer tea," she said, "but I don't think any of us are that brave." A glance around made Harry agree. The room was a monument to neglect, every surface buried under dirty dishes, farm supplies, and decaying food packets. Liz leaned against a sofa that belonged on a scrap heap. "No milk anyway," she added, nudging a grimy sack with her boot. "Unless you fancy some of this." "What is it?" "Lamb milk replacer," Liz explained. "For hand feeding, you need it if a ewe rejects her lamb or if she has triplets and you have to pull one to bottle raise." The mundane reality of farm life, sitting here in this squalor, struck Harry as profoundly sad. The air held a sweet, almost cloying scent, reminiscent of powdered custard or a caramel candy bar, though Harry doubted it would translate well to a cup of tea. He searched for a place to sit, finally extracting a chair from beneath a dining table, buried under a drift of unopened mail, weighted down by a handful of shotgun shells. The chair's surface looked dubious, potentially sticky, but he took the chance, hoping his trousers would survive the encounter. "All right, Liz," Harry began, as Jim shifted to another seat, and Liz remained leaning against the sofa. "Walk me through exactly what happened." "I was only talking to him," Liz explained. "He was completely shaken up by what he'd discovered, so I was trying to settle his nerves and get the story." "You met him here at the house," Liz nodded. "Jim directed him here to cool off and distance him from the incident, and then he just took off." "Like a shot," Liz confirmed. "Burst out of here as if I'd lit a firecracker under him." A faint smile touched Harry's lips. "What was he doing up here to begin with? And how did he know where to find the victim?" "It's not exactly standard procedure to just wander into a remote field for a casual meetup," Jim chimed in. "All I can say is when I reached the scene, he was in a total state, practically bouncing off the walls and not making a lick of sense." "Liz?" Harry pressed. "Did he say anything to you?" Liz's expression tightened into a thoughtful grimace, followed by a slight shrug. "What is it?" Harry asked. "It's just. He claimed he was out there because John had texted him," Liz said, raising her hands defensively. "Don't give me that look. It's what came out of his mouth." Harry shot a glance at Jim, one eyebrow arched. "Did he mention this to you?" Jim shook his head firmly. "He couldn't have gotten a text. John's been dead for days, easy. Nick's talking nonsense." "And that's your expert assessment?" Harry asked, a trace of amusement at the corner of his mouth. "It's the assessment of someone who's known the man since he was in diapers," Jim retorted.
Exactly,
Liz agreed, but that's what he insisted on, or at least what I could piece together between his hysterics. He said John sent a message asking for help, and when he showed up, he found.
Well, you've seen?
John wasn't in any condition to be sending texts. Harry crossed his arms, feeling his forehead furrow as he processed the information. "Let me get this straight. This Nick believes he got a text from John, who is very clearly deceased, instructing him to come to that field this morning. You're certain that's the story, no doubt?" Liz gave a quick, definitive nod. "And then he just ran. Did something you said trigger him?" Harry asked, his focus returning to Liz. "Any particular question or reaction?" Liz paused, considering. "When I got here, Jim had him somewhat settled, so I just took over." "He was likely still in shock," Jim offered. "Having seen the body, that's more than understandable," Harry agreed. "That bad?" Liz asked. Both men nodded solemnly. Liz's eyes widened briefly, but she pressed on. "Anyway, he was quiet at first, so I tried to maintain that calm, but then he started getting worked up." "About what?" Harry inquired. "About the text, about John being dead, about the impossibility of it all. Then he just started pacing frantically, almost hopping around." "Pacing frantically?" Harry echoed, gesturing at the cluttered room. "How does anyone manage a frantic pace in here without causing a disaster?" "He gave it his best effort," Liz said. "And he's not a large man, honestly, not much taller than me. It's his usual demeanor, never seems to stand still like he's permanently wired, but this was worse." "Where is he now?" Harry asked. "The moment I mentioned that you and Matt were up there with Jim, he just went dead quiet. Then he bolted, jumped into his van, and sped off." A detail clicked in Harry's memory. "When was this?" Liz checked her watch. "About 20 minutes ago. That would explain the car we heard," Harry concluded, tearing off up the road. "Any clue where he was headed?" Harry asked. "Not a bit," Liz replied. "But we have his address." Harry went quiet. They had a body in a field, and the death looked questionable. Nothing definitive, but enough to warrant a full investigation. Now there was this Nick character, claiming he'd come to the field because the dead man had texted him asking for help. That story was either a complete fabrication or it pointed to something far more sinister. Harry was certain he needed to revisit the field. If a text was sent, a phone must be nearby, and if there was a phone, who had used it? Dead men, after all, don't typically text their friends for assistance. "All right," Harry finally said, letting the word out with a slow exhale. "Let's make sure we're all on the same page, so bear with me while I recap. We have a deceased individual who is either the victim of a bizarre, gruesome farming mishap or was murdered and staged to look like one. He's been lying in that field all weekend, drawing every fly from miles around, and nobody bothered to check because the scene isn't visible from the road. Then we have this little Nick who shows up claiming the deceased contacted him. You don't honestly think Nick is responsible, do you? Jim asked, his tone skeptical. That he killed the man on Friday and came out today with this ridiculous story to cover his tracks? I didn't say that, Harry countered. I'm just saying the whole situation is strange. It might be connected, or it might be a total red herring. I'm keeping an open mind, so Nick goes to the field, finds his friend in a bad way, calls the police. Then he gets nervous and bolts. Am I missing anything? That about covers it, Jim said. How long until the whole team descends? Jim glanced at his watch. I'd say another 30 minutes. Are you all right to stay here and direct everyone up to the field? Harry asked, turning to Liz. I know the way, Liz confirmed. It won't be an issue. Right then, Harry said, looking back at Jim. I want the rest of the team here as soon as possible. We need door-to-door inquiries in the immediate area, and we need to start piecing together Capstick's final days. Oh, and someone needs to contact his doctor. His doctor, Jim questioned. Why? Something Matt mentioned earlier about suicide, Harry explained. I understand his point about it not being the typical method, but stress can really warp a person's mind. A medical history can tell you a lot about someone. Harry stepped outside. Come on, Jim, he said. Let's go take another look around, shall we? At the field, what's left to see? Jim asked. Well, Harry replied, a note of dry sarcasm cutting through the earlier gravity. If Nick really did get a text, then logic suggests there's a phone waiting to be found out there, doesn't it? Unless the local wildlife has developed a taste for mobile plans. Back in the field, Harry was taken aback to find another vehicle parked beside the police Land Rover, which had been repositioned closer to the road entrance. Matt was standing nearby. Harry noted that Matt had done a thorough job cordoning off the area with the provided tape, securing it to the grass with heavy stones. He had even established a clear path in and out to preserve the scene. Ironically, the professional touch only heightened the grim atmosphere. The bright tape was a stark, ugly contrast against the natural landscape, a blatant marker that something awful had happened here. The new vehicle was a black Discovery. Like the Land Rover, it was spattered with mud, but it had an expensive, comfortable look about it that was far beyond Harry's own budget for a car. The car parked near the scene looked more expensive than Harry would ever consider spending on a new apartment. Who exactly is that? Harry demanded, rolling down his window to glare at Matt. This isn't an open house. Do people in this area just show up to gawk at a crime scene without an invitation? That's Mike, Matt replied. He's a local doctor. I assumed you had called him. Why on earth would I do that? To certify the death. Harry pressed his lips together and drew in a slow, deliberate breath. Take a moment and reconsider that statement, he said, his voice tight. Picture what a living person looks like. You, me, Jim here. Now contrast that with someone who is deceased, specifically someone who was struck by a tractor and then left in a field under the sun for days. You're saying you didn't request him? Matt asked. No, I absolutely did not. Harry snapped, the words sharp. What's he going to do? Poor Capstick is well past needing medical intervention. Jim switched off the engine. Maybe Nick contacted him. I gave clear instructions for everyone to report to the farmhouse first, Harry fumed. Otherwise this place will turn into a public attraction. Next thing you know, Matt will be collecting parking fees and we'll have a food truck setting up shop. But he is a physician, Jim offered. Couldn't he be helpful? You mentioned wanting someone to reach out to John's regular doctor. We already have the pathologist en route, Harry sighed. And we all know how delightful Rebecca Sowerby can be to work with, don't we? I need him to leave. If she finds him here, she'll use it as ammunition against me, the kind I'd prefer she didn't have. Their last interaction had been fraught with tension, and Harry was already dreading another encounter with her notoriously abrasive style. He squinted toward the cordoned area. So, where is this esteemed doctor now? Without waiting for a reply, Harry climbed out of Jim's vehicle and started striding across the field toward the grim remains of John Capstick. When Matt moved to follow, Harry spun around and fixed him with a hard stare. "No, you stay here, you're on scene guard duty, remember?" He looked at Jim. "Do you have something to use as a log?" Both men produced their notebooks. "Good," Harry said. "Record every name, occupation, and time in and out. Once the team starts arriving, Jim, you'll take over as scene guard. Matt, you can come up then and finally put that shiny new detective badge of yours to some use." Their firm nods gave Harry a sliver of confidence that things were being handled. Turning away, he muttered under his breath as he trekked up the field, "Let's go see what this doctor has to say for himself." In the distance, Harry spotted the man. He was standing just outside the police tape, which Harry noted with minor relief. As Harry approached, the doctor turned to face him. He was tall, noticeably taller than Harry, and impeccably groomed. He was dressed in what looked like expensive leather shoes and a tailored trouser, shirt, and jacket combination that Harry only ever saw in the high-end catalogues that occasionally littered the hallway of his Bristol flat. The man had a lean, athletic build, like a distance runner or rock climber, his clothes hinting at defined muscle underneath. He was clean-shaven and completely bald. Harry had a hard time pinning down the doctor's exact age, but he'd guess somewhere around 50. It was the kind of 50 Harry couldn't imagine ever reaching himself. He figured when his time came, he'd barrel into that milestone like a runaway semi-truck, leaving a spectacular mess in his wake. The man introduced himself as Michael Smith, setting a weathered leather medical bag on the grass. "I'm one of the local doctors," he explained. "My partner's holding down the fort at the clinic." Extending his right hand for a shake, Harry was met with the doctor's left. "Apologies," Smith said with a light chuckle. "An old wrist injury. And a weak handshake is just the worst, isn't it?" Harry heartily agreed and switched hands. The grip was firm, the smile sincere, and his accent hinted more at a polished education than a local upbringing. "Grim," Harry stated. "Yes, it certainly is a grim situation," the doctor agreed, glancing past him. "Haven't seen anything quite like it, to be honest." A small smile touched Harry's lips. "No, sorry, that's me, Harry Grimm." He watched a brief flash of disbelief cross the doctor's features, quickly replaced by understanding. "Really? Goodness, I thought someone was pulling my leg when I first heard the name." "A face like mine usually has the opposite effect," Harry remarked. "I?" The doctor gave a knowing, surprised nod. "Did a stint in the Army Reserves myself," Smith said. "Couple of tours, para," Harry replied. "Feels like a lifetime ago now." He gestured toward the taped-off area. "Don't suppose we need you to confirm the obvious here, do we?" "Not really," the doctor said, his tone sobering. "Hell of a way to go, though. Any leads?" Harry sidestepped the question, preferring to keep any theories, however thin, within the team. Sometimes the appearance of having answers kept people cooperative. Instead, he asked, "Who called you out here, Nicholas Ellis?" The doctor answered. "He was in a proper panic, so I came straight up. He just said there'd been an accident, didn't specify. I expected to find him here, not all this, you know, the police." "Nicholas Ellis," Harry repeated. Then it clicked. "Right, little Nick. Where is he now?" "No idea," Harry said. "Took off. So you knew the deceased?" "Of course," Smith said. "Comes with the territory in a place like this. I know just about everyone. What was he like?" The doctor shoved his hands deep into his coat pockets and let out a slow breath. "John Capstick, accident-prone, to put it mildly. Always showing up with a new cut, a knock or an A&E needing stitches or a cast, and he had his own private struggles too. Such as—" "Patient confidentiality," the doctor said firmly. "I'm afraid that's all I can say." "He's dead," Harry pointed out. "My oath isn't," came the steady reply. Harry met his gaze, noticing the professional steel behind the warm demeanor. "When did you last see him?" The doctor checked his watch. "Look, I really must be going. Mondays are always packed. Everyone saves up their weekend ailments. I'd like to talk more later if that's all right, Harry said. Stop by the surgery, the doctor replied, already turning to leave. Before you go, Harry called after him, I need you to keep quiet about what you've seen here for now. Naturally, Smith said, pausing. This is a crime scene, Harry explained. You shouldn't even be here. The last thing I need is speculation getting out before we know what actually happened. It's not me you should be worried about, the doctor said, and Harry immediately understood the implication. The real loose end was already somewhere out in the fields, and his name was Little Nick. Harry turned his attention back to John Capstick. The condition of the body was deteriorating, surrounded by a persistent cloud of flies and wasps, their collective buzzing a grim soundtrack to the scene. He scanned the area again, finding no mobile phone near the body or in the immediate vicinity. With the pathologist and the forensic team en route, he was hesitant to disturb the scene further, yet the idea of a text message sent from a man who was very clearly deceased nagged at him. He needed to find this Little Nick. His gaze drifted from the body to the peaceful field, the tree with its contented pigeons, the distant barn in the corner. It was a scene of rural calm, violently interrupted. "All right, John," Harry muttered under his breath to the silent form. "How on earth did you manage to text anyone? And for the record, let's keep this a one-sided conversation." The so-called circus arrived all at once, which was less than ideal. Harry was acutely aware this was a terrible crime scene. The body had been exposed to the elements and local wildlife, with the surrounding area trampled and disturbed. Finding usable evidence would be a monumental challenge. The single pathetic silver lining was the lack of rain. At least nothing had been washed away. "Don't worry about it, Matt," Harry said, as his colleague hurried over ahead of the crowd now filtering into the field, held in check only by Jim at the gate. Harry's eyes were drawn to a figure forging ahead of the pack with alarming determination. As she neared, he saw it was a woman. She was clad in a plain blue cassock that flapped around her Wellington boots, a sight that made Harry mentally add "by boots" to his list. She was already wearing protective coverings over her footwear and gloves, and was wrestling with a face mask as she planted herself before him. "Well?" she demanded, her face flushed from the walk. "Where is it?" "And you are?" Harry asked, taking a subtle step back. She had a worn rucksack slung over her shoulder. "Divisional surgeon," she said, finally securing the mask. "Margaret Shaw. And you're probably wondering about the outfit." "Wouldn't dream of it," Harry lied, his expression betraying him. "I'm a lay reader at the parish church in Asgrig," Margaret explained, tugging at the ill-fitting cassock. "This arrived today. It's the third one this month, and not a single one fits properly. The garment was comically tight in all the wrong places and loose everywhere else." "See, useless." The call came in. So here I am, couldn't exactly ignore it, could I? And I certainly wasn't going to attack this thing with a pair of scissors. I demand a refund. Honestly, how hard is it to construct a simple sack with sleeves that actually fits a normal person? Harry was at a loss for words, unsure even where to direct his gaze. The woman was average in height, but somewhat generously proportioned, and the ill-fitting cassock did her no favours. It appeared to have been assembled with a complete disregard for the human form. "We haven't met, have we?" Harry ventured, making it a question. "Not formally, no," the woman replied, still tugging at the fabric and squirming. "I was up at Summerwater a few weeks back. Can't recall the exact date when they found that body on the shore. You were likely occupied with something important. My role is rather straightforward. I show up, confirm the person is deceased, and then I'm off." She gave a sudden stretch, and this time everyone heard a distinct ripping sound. "Well, that didn't bode well, did it?" "It's probably fine," Matt offered, though he shot Harry a look that clearly meant the opposite. "I'm not typically this in demand," the surgeon continued. "The Dales aren't exactly a hotbed of homicide and mystery. Yet, here we are again. Now, where is our subject?" Harry gestured past the police tape toward the body. "Ah, yes," said Margaret. "The flies are rather a dead giveaway, aren't they?" "All right, let's get on with it." Harry lifted the tape for the surgeon to duck under and followed her, instructing Matt to hold back and manage the small crowd of officials trailing behind them. At the body, Margaret let out a low, drawn-out whistle. "Enough to ruin your appetite, isn't it?" Harry allowed her to conduct her examination, which took all of 30 seconds. "Deceased, then?" he asked. "I should bloody well hope so," Margaret retorted. "I don't fancy the idea of him sitting up and asking me for directions to the nearest pharmacy for a bandage, do you?" Harry found himself unexpectedly charmed by the surgeon's blunt manner. She was clearly the type to speak her mind first and consider the consequences later, if at all. She carried herself with the confidence of someone who had done enough thinking for a lifetime and now expected the world to simply keep up. "Right, I'll be off then," Margaret announced, heading back toward the tape. "Need to wrestle out of this cursed garment, mend whatever seam my generous rear just split, and send it back. I'm fairly certain the Almighty isn't bothered by my attire, but the church bureaucracy is terribly fond of its protocols and ridiculous costumes." "I hope you get your refund," Harry said. "Oh, I will," she assured him. Then, spotting who was approaching, she leaned in conspiratorially and added, "Good luck with the pathologist." Harry's spirits plummeted as he looked past Margaret to see Rebecca Sowerby marching toward them. She, like the rest of the arriving CSI team, was fully suited in white PPE, giving the group an eerie, ghostly appearance. "You know her, then?" "She's my daughter," Margaret stated, delivering the most mischievous wink Harry had ever witnessed. He processed this for a moment before asking, "Sowerby is her married name, then?" "Oh, good Lord, no," Margaret barked, the laugh bursting from her like the cry of a startled animal. "Can you imagine, I'm the one who got married. 3 times, in fact. Seems I developed a taste for it. Anyway, enjoy yourself, Inspector." With that, she was gone. Harry watched as Margaret Shaw navigated her way down the sloping field toward the entrance, moving with the determined rolling gait of a ship setting sail. She paused briefly to exchange words with her daughter, pulling her into an enormous engulfing hug that clearly left Rebecca stiff and uncomfortable before continuing on her way. Harry stepped back outside the cordon just as Rebecca arrived. "If this is as much of a disorganized mess as the last scene," the pathologist began. "Oh, it's worse," Harry confirmed. "Your mother seems lovely, by the way." The apple didn't fall anywhere near the tree, did it? Rebecca's expression shifted through a rapid series of conflicting emotions, none settling into place long enough to dominate. Harry felt an unexpected warmth at the sight. Their first encounter weeks before, on the muddy bank of Lake Semerwater after Martha Hodgson's body was found, had instantly put him on edge. It was becoming clear that her prickly demeanor wasn't a fluke. "Where is it?" she asked. "I think you can figure that out," Harry replied, lifting the police tape for her. Rebecca secured her mask and moved toward the covered form, with Harry close behind. A voice called out, "Hold on a moment." They turned to see another figure in white coveralls duck under the tape and jog over. "That's the photographer," Matt announced, though the heavy camera gear made that obvious. The newcomer joined them. "What's my timeline here? How much do you need?" Harry asked. The photographer looked past him, assessing the scene. "I'll need stills and video. Give me 10 minutes here, then I can move down to document the rest of the area." "Fine," Harry said, then turned to Rebecca. "While he's working, I can fill you in on what we've got so far. Might help with context." She gave a curt nod, and Harry led her back toward Matt. As they walked, a distant flicker of light caught his eye, a sun glint from the direction of Ottershaw's scattered houses. He stared, fixated. "What is it?" Matt asked, following his gaze. "You see that?" Harry asked. "See what?" Using a flat vertical hand to point, a habit from his parachute regiment days he couldn't shake, Harry indicated the direction. A single finger was easy to miss, a whole hand was unmistakable. The glint flashed once more. "That," he said. "Probably just sunlight hitting a window or a bit of metal," Rebecca offered. Harry wasn't convinced. He called over to the photographer. "You have a zoom lens?" "Naturally." Take a look at that glint. Tell me what you see. The photographer swiftly changed lenses and peered through the viewfinder. See anything? Harry pressed. Hard to say, wait. Yes, got it. And Harry demanded. We've definitely got someone watching us, the photographer confirmed. Harry crossed his arms, his gaze locked on the village below. He gave the photographer a nod to resume his work. Matt. The detective constable looked at him. I need you to stay with Miss Sowerby for a bit and keep an eye out for a mobile phone, all right? Sure. Where are you going? I'm going to find our spy, Harry said. Chapter 9. Harry had just stepped out of the field when a melodic Scottish accent called out, Aye, that's right. You may as well head home now that the professionals have arrived to do the real work. He turned to see two women approaching, Detective Inspector Gordanian, Gordie Haig, and Detective Constable Jenny Blades. Harry waved as they drew near. Quite the gathering, Gordie remarked, stopping before him and scanning the bleak landscape. And for such a lovely view, Ottershaw isn't exactly a holiday destination, is it? Not even a pub, Harry said with a faint smile, recalling Matt's earlier complaint. Jenny added, The DSI is on his way. Didn't sound too pleased about it either. The mention of his temporary superior, Detective Superintendent Graham Swift, brought the man's disapproving face sharply to mind. Swift was already half convinced Harry was a jinx, given that a murder had occurred within days of his posting to Hawes. Harry quickly steered Gordie and Jenny aside. Harry figured another visit in under a month would have the man convinced he was the devil incarnate. Liz is already at the house, he said. Jim's posted at the gate as scene security, and Matt's up with the body, keeping watch and ideally staying clear. So what's the assignment? Gordie inquired. I should mention my schedule's tight. I'm expected over in Harrogate for another case soon. We could probably sneak in a coffee run if you like, Jenny suggested. It'll be stone cold by the time we return, but the gesture matters, right? You're on door to door, Harry stated flatly. I can't be bothered waiting for any uniformed officers to show. It's not like the Dales are overflowing with available police staff, and I'm not having us stand around for Swift to arrive and get underfoot. It won't take long. The place isn't exactly sprawling, but someone might have seen or heard something. What do we actually have to go on? Gordie asked. Harry gave them a brisk summary of the scene up in the field. Their expressions told him he'd painted a vivid enough picture. A hell of a way to go, Jenny remarked. You could say that, Harry agreed. What do either of you know about the deceased? Gordie shrugged. Not much, but then I haven't been stationed here as long as some, just that he had a bit of a shady reputation. Not well liked, that sort of thing. Jenny? Harry prompted, knowing she, like Jim, had lived locally her entire life and might have more insight. She paused, choosing her words carefully. Let's just put it this way. Our problem won't be finding a motive. It'll be finding someone who didn't have one. Come again? Harry asked, taken aback. There's a world of difference between being unpopular and having everyone want you dead. Jenny gave a non-committal shrug. Look, I'm not saying people actively wished him dead. Well, you sort of just did, Gordie cut in. You used the word motive, if I recall correctly, which I do, seeing as it was, about 10 seconds ago. Then clarify, Harry pressed. Be specific. Did people genuinely have it in for him? Jenny was silent for a beat, then met Harry's gaze. Let's just say that when the funeral comes, the church will be remarkably empty. That's a safe bet. That's not being specific, Harry countered, a note of exasperation creeping in. And there's an ocean between not bothering to wave someone off to their eternal rest and crushing them with a tractor and trailer. Maybe I spoke out of turn, Jenny conceded. Yeah, maybe, Gordie echoed, one eyebrow arched meaningfully. With the discussion going in circles, Harry promptly sent Jenny and Gordie off to start knocking on doors. It was basic police work, but he was glad to see Gordie head off without complaint. She probably knew as well as he did that it often yielded something. Not always hard evidence, but it added local colour and context, and getting that firsthand was always valuable. The glint Harry had noticed from the field had vanished by the time he reached its source, a sizable farmhouse set back from the road behind a grassy verge. A stack of bales wrapped in black plastic confirmed it was a working farm. Harry approached the front door and delivered a firm, sharp knock, then waited. Nothing. He scanned the door frame for a bell, found none, and knocked again. Still no response, fighting to keep his frustration in check, first being spied on, now being ignored. He raised his fist to knock a third time when a voice called out from a driveway curving around to the right of the house. It was swiftly followed by a deep, threatening growl that carried the primal echo of a flesh-hungry beast. Harry turned toward the voice and found himself facing a man who appeared to be constructed from pure fury, his expression stormy and severe. He was dressed in the typical gear of a valley farmer, rubber boots, worn jeans, and a work shirt with the sleeves pushed up past his elbows. Yet what truly captured Harry's attention was the enormous dog straining against a heavy leash gripped in the man's thick hands. "Just who in the hell are you?" Harry started to give his name, but the stranger cut him off. "You with the police? You don't look it, but I'd wager that's it, isn't it, cops? Out here in the field with that bunch, and what happened to your face? Looks a right mess. Take a tumble into some machinery." "I'm Detective Chief Inspector Grimm," Harry replied, choosing to ignore the comment about his appearance. He held his ground, letting the man and his canine companion close the distance. It was a deliberate move, one that allowed him a moment to gauge the situation and maintain a semblance of control. Confrontation radiated from the farmer, and marching straight at him would only pour fuel on the fire. "Never heard of you," the man grunted. "You're here about Capstick, I suppose." Harry was momentarily surprised. "What makes you say that?" "Capstick? Dead, I'd guess. Up in the field. Couldn't have happened to a finer fellow, I'll tell you that for free." Harry nodded, catching the heavy scorn in the man's tone. "That's correct," he said. "It's about Mr. Capstick." The dog let out another low growl. Good grief. The animal was colossal. Harry could spot Rottweiler in its lineage, enough to explain the bear-like breadth of its skull, but it wasn't a purebred. Whatever else was mixed in had likely been bred for size, intimidation, or possibly consuming trespassers. "About damn time, if you ask me," the man went on. "Not that I wish harm on anyone, mind, but Capstick was a nasty piece of work." "Could we step inside?" Harry asked. "I have a few questions." "I'm sure you do," the man shot back. "And I'll likely have a few myself." With that, the farmer moved toward the house so abruptly that Harry had to sidestep quickly to avoid being shouldered aside. "Best come in for some tea," the man called over his shoulder, gesturing down the hallway toward an open door. "Through there. I'll be along in a minute. And don't fret over the dog. He only bites when I say so." The dog fixed its gaze on Harry, its eyes suggesting it couldn't care less about its owner's commands and might just decide to snack on him for amusement. "What's his name?" Harry asked, following them inside. "The dog, I mean." "Steve," the man answered, before vanishing with the hound into the shadowy depths of the house. Harry made his way down the hall and into a spacious kitchen that looked untouched since the 70s, right down to the garish floral wallpaper. A door banged shut elsewhere in the building. Harry was gazing out the window above the sink when the farmer re-entered. "Unusual," Harry remarked. "What is—" "Steve, as a dog's name." "Is it?" the man replied. "It's a name, isn't it? Better than some daft nonsense like Spot or Rex or whatever folks fancy calling their pets these days. My wife wanted to name him Tiny, but I wasn't having any of that. Steve, now that's a solid name. Tiny, I ask you. Just look at the beast. He's enormous. Why would I call him Tiny? Doesn't make a lick of sense." Harry shook his head, certain there was no point in debating. "Is your wife at home?" "She's out," the man said. "Go on. Put the kettle on." Then the tea wasn't going to make itself. Almost on autopilot, Harry filled the kettle and flicked it on. "Biscuits are in that cupboard," the man directed, nodding toward a cabinet. "Tea bags are next to the pot. Milk's in the fridge." The man settled into a chair at the massive dining table that dominated the room's center. Seeing no alternative, Harry went along with it, fetching the biscuits and, by chance, opening the right cupboard for 2 mugs. After preparing the tea, he took a seat across from the man and slid a mug toward him. "There you are. Hope it's all right." The man peered into the mug with deep skepticism before taking a long, noisy slurp that echoed like a drain. "Well, you don't make a bad cuppa. I'll give you that," he conceded. "Heard you southern types like it weak, flavoured with almond milk or some other modern rubbish instead of the real thing." Harry sampled his own tea and took a small bite of a biscuit. "The accent gave me away, I take it." "Just a touch," the man said. "I didn't catch your name," Harry replied. "Course you didn't, because I didn't offer it, did I?" The man blew on his tea and took a gulp. "I don't go handing cash to strangers, so why would I toss my name around too?" Harry was certain there was a flawed logic buried in there somewhere, but he didn't have the energy to dig for it. "Well, we're not exactly strangers now, are we?" The man gave a grunt of acknowledgement. "Suppose not. Name's Dinsdale, Bill Dinsdale." "So, Bill," Harry started, "mind if I ask why you were watching us from the house with binoculars?" "I don't own any binoculars," Bill stated flatly. "The sun caught the lens," Harry explained. "I saw the flash from the field. You were at an upstairs window. Was at the window, that much is true, but no binoculars." "Don't have 'em. Do I look like a bird watcher to you? Not a chance in hell." Harry took another sip, mainly to buy a moment to think. Bill was certainly a unique character to navigate. Harry got the distinct feeling this man wouldn't volunteer information. You'd have to pry it loose. "All right, then. Can I ask why you were looking out over the field?" "I used my scope," Bill said, sidestepping the question entirely. He stood, snatched a set of keys from a wall hook, and vanished through the kitchen door. He returned a minute later, carrying a rifle fitted with a scope so substantial any marksman would covet it. "You looked at us through that?" Harry asked, his voice tight. "Wasn't loaded, so don't get your knickers in a twist," Bill said, a laugh threading through his words. "It's all locked up proper, and my license is current. I'm not a complete idiot, you know." "Is there a need for that around here?" Harry asked. "A firearm, I mean." "Why else would I have it?" Bill retorted, placing the rifle on the table. "It's only a .22 caliber, nothing too fierce. Far better for rabbits and pests than some air rifle." "You still haven't answered my question," Harry pressed. "I knew something was off," Bill said. "Saw John had wrecked his tractor again. Wasn't the first time. Couldn't be bothered to walk over and be told to mind my own business either. So I had a look, that against the law." Harry was well aware of the numerous laws regarding where you point a firearm, but this wasn't the moment. "The accident isn't visible from the road," Harry noted. "How did you spot it?" "Upstairs bathroom," Bill said. "Had to open the window, if you catch my drift." Breakfast decided to make a reappearance with a vengeance, but that's my own fault for having bacon and eggs. Doctor says I shouldn't, but I was hungry, wasn't I? The smell was thick enough to slice with a knife. Harry understood the picture all too well and immediately regretted asking. "Right. So you had a view from the upper floor then?" Harry asked. "That's where you spotted me earlier, through the rifle scope," Bill replied. "Heard all the commotion and thought I'd take a look at what you all were up to." "Was there a particular reason you didn't go check on John after you noticed the accident?" "Like I told you, this isn't the first time something's happened," Bill said. "If I spent my days running over every time he had a scrape, I'd never get my own work done. I've got my own farm to manage. Helping someone like old Capstick usually comes back to haunt you." Harry pressed on. "Did you notice anything unusual last week, or over the weekend, at his property, or out in the fields?" "So he is dead then," Bill stated flatly. "Had a feeling. Knew you lot being over there meant something." Harry didn't confirm it, but his silence spoke volumes. "All I can say is we're dealing with a very serious incident," he explained. "My team and I are gathering information to understand what occurred." "Fancy way of saying the old miser's gone," Bill muttered, almost to himself. "So how did he go?" "I'm not at liberty to share those details," Harry said. "Well, however it happened, Capstick had it coming. That's certain." "What do you mean by that?" Harry asked. The man was born with a mean streak as wide as the Jura River, Bill exclaimed. The river through Wensleydale. You ought to see it raging after a storm, downright frightening. And you should have met his father, even worse. Have you seen his farm? A total disgrace. Let's return to my question, Harry said, steering the conversation back. Did you notice anything out of the ordinary, any visitors or changes in John's behaviour? Bill leaned back in his chair, tilting his head to finish his tea. He then leaned forward, his large calloused hands clasped on the table. Suspicious. Everything Capstick did was suspicious, he said, anger tightening the lines around his mouth. There isn't a farm around here that hasn't lost something to him. Never any solid proof, mind you, but things vanished. Tools, deliveries, even livestock. We all knew it was him, but nothing was ever recovered, so he kept getting away with it. Probably sold the stuff off for cash, smart enough not to rub our faces in it. He was a thief. He was a bastard, Bill snapped. A proper one. If you ask me, the valley's better off without him. Just a shame it didn't happen sooner. Harry finished his own tea and stood. I'll have a couple of officers come by to ask a few more questions and take a formal statement. It's standard procedure. I'd advise having that rifle properly secured before they arrive. Do I look like a complete fool? Bill retorted, rising and grabbing the weapon. You heading out? Harry gave a curt nod and moved toward the hall and the front door. If you want to know what really happened, you should talk to Lol Nick, Bill said suddenly. He'll know. If you're looking for suspicious, that's your man. Gossip and rumours swirl around him like a foul whirlpool. Harry stopped and turned. Why do you say that? Saturday morning, around 6, I think, Bill said, his voice dropping to a hushed, confidential tone. I was surprised to see John up that early, heading out into the field. But with Nick too. He gave a knowing nod, tapped the side of his nose and pointed at Harry. He'll know what happened. You mean Nick was there with him? Harry asked, wondering why this hadn't been mentioned earlier when he'd asked about anything unusual. Bill simply shrugged. There were 2 of them in the tractor cab, he said. I saw them drive up into the field. I was out for an early walk with the gun, you see, most Saturday mornings. That's what me and Steve do, you know. So you witnessed the crash?
I didn't see a thing,
Bill snapped. All I'm saying is I spotted 2 folks in that cab heading up into the field. And Nick's the only soul on this planet who'd be riding with John. So who else could it be? Harry's desire to locate Nick intensified, a sharp, urgent pull. He grasped the front door handle.
Appreciate your time,
he said, moving back out into the daylight.
Don't mention it,
Bill replied.
I was in school with Capstick. Never took a liking to him back then.
Never have since. I'm not one to speak ill of the departed, but for him, I'll gladly break that rule, and you'll discover I'm far from alone in that sentiment, mark my words. As the door shut behind him, Harry moved away from the house. His gaze travelled back up the road, fixing on the distant field where John Capstick had been discovered. A white forensics tent stood over the site, and figures in white suits moved around it with a slow, unsettling purpose. His phone vibrated. Grimm, he answered. It was Matt. We've got something, boss. What is it? Harry asked, already striding quickly back toward the field. The mobile. No, Matt said. A feather. It was stuffed in Capstick's mouth. Returning to the field, Harry was greeted at the gate by a collection of grim expressions, 2 of which looked about as pleased to see him as finding a spider in his morning coffee. The sky was turning a bruised purple, and a brisk wind had kicked up, carrying the sharp, metallic scent of impending rain. So much for the pleasant weather. Ah, Grimm, Detective Superintendent Graham Swift said, stepping directly into Harry's path as he entered. There you are. I was starting to think you'd decided on an early retirement. The man's tone carried a sliver of something that sounded suspiciously like wishful thinking. Sir, Harry said, offering no account of his whereabouts. His focus shifted to the woman beside Swift. DC Metcalf indicated you'd made a discovery. Did he now? Said Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist. Her voice was cool. "And what might that be?" "I was rather hoping you could enlighten me," Harry replied. "A feather," Harry interjected before she could continue. "But what about a phone? Has one been recovered?" Sowerby shot a withering glance at Matt, who was standing off to the side with Jim, before turning her hawk-like attention back to Harry. "No phone," she stated flatly. "And frankly, I'm astonished you missed the feather yourself. Do you have any concept of the contamination you've potentially caused? Why wasn't this scene secured immediately? From the trampling I see, it looks like you've all been practicing a line dance out here." Harry drew in a long, steadying breath and released it slowly. "It was logged as soon as we assessed it as a potential Category 1. And that wasn't apparent from a simple look at the victim. The initial call reported an accident. That was our starting point. It was only upon closer examination that the pathologist produced a clear evidence bag. Inside, Harry could just discern a crumpled, damp, dark mass. This was recovered from the oral cavity," she said, holding it up. "Species is currently unknown, as you can see. It's practically pulp, much like the integrity of this scene. Our estimation places the time of death around 48 hours ago," Harry countered, his patience thinning. "Everything's been exposed to the elements since. If you're looking to assign blame for the mess, perhaps take it up with the local fauna. I'm sure the foxes and buzzards could give you a detailed review of the victim's palatability. The crows and pigeons, too, they're not exactly picky eaters." "That's enough, Grimm," D.S. Swift cut in sharply. "Ms. Sowerby is simply doing what she's paid to do, and I'm doing exactly what I'm paid to do." Grimm shot back, his tone low and rough. "She has every right to raise questions about procedure, particularly when collaborating with an unfamiliar partner." "Unfamiliar?" Harry let out a short, humorless laugh. "Care to elaborate on that?" "What it means," Swift cut in, "is that a seasoned detective would never permit an unrelated civilian to roam freely over a potential crime scene." "You're referring to Dr. Smith. He was already present when we got here." Rebecca Sowerby secured the evidence bag holding the feather, her movements sharp with irritation. "The forensic team will complete their work, and then I'll take the body for post-mortem examination," she stated, moving past Harry toward the road. "Do you think you'll discover anything useful?" Harry called after her. "I always find something," she replied without looking back. "Without fail." And then she was gone. A heavy silence settled over the group. Harry could practically hear the internal complaints still churning in D.S. Swift's mind, but he paid them no mind. Jim and Matt simply watched him, waiting. Out in the field, the activity was beginning to wind down. Soon, the remains would be transported, following the pathologist back to Harrogate to rest in a cold, sterile drawer. A final sweep of the area would be conducted, and then it would be over. The site would remain closed to the public for some time at least during these initial phases. Harry was certain of one thing. That fact alone would be enough to draw the press like flies. "This is precisely the sort of situation I was concerned about," D.S. Swift said, finally breaking the quiet. "How so?" Harry asked, a flicker of annoyance in his voice. "It's not as though I arrived here with murder trailing me from Bristol like a bad smell." "I never suggested that," Swift countered. "But in my years on the force I've learned that some individuals just seem to attract the worst kind of trouble, if you catch my drift." "No, I don't catch it," Harry said flatly, "and that right there is the problem." Swift snapped. Harry took a slow, deliberate breath, forcing a calm he didn't feel so his voice wouldn't betray the urge to tell the senior officer exactly where to go. "I am the senior investigating officer on this case, and I am fully capable," Harry stated evenly. "The team is too. They're competent. You have no cause for concern." "Then prove it to me," Swift hissed, before turning and striding away. Matt and Jim edged closer. "So where did you disappear to earlier?" Matt inquired. Harry nodded toward Bill's house. "Was Steve there to greet you?" Jim asked. "You know him then, Bill? I mean—" "Pretty much everyone knows everyone around these parts," Jim said. "Bill's a decent sort, direct, but that's just his manner. And Steve is all bark, no bite, The worst that dog would do is drown you in slobber. He's utterly pampered. I thought I saw someone watching us from the field with binoculars, Harry mentioned. Turns out it was Bill looking through a rifle scope. Just being curious then, Matt said. Did he see anything useful? Harry was on the verge of sharing Bill's account of seeing little Nick in the tractor cab with John Capstick when Gordy and Jenny approached. Any developments? Harry asked them. Jenny opened her notebook. Like I indicated earlier, no one's exactly lining up to pay their respects, she reported. If anything, they might show up to celebrate. The only reason I can imagine anyone attending the funeral, Gordy added, is to confirm he's genuinely deceased. What about Bill? Harry pressed. Did he offer any more details about seeing little Nick with John? Liz read from her notes, which merely confirmed the earlier statement. It's not much to go on, is it? Matt observed. Well, I anticipate a more substantial update later, Gordy said. I should head out. But I'll be here first thing tomorrow morning, if only to review the progress board. That won't be necessary, Jenny said firmly. I'll be monitoring it obsessively. Let's just hope we actually have something worthwhile to put on it then, Harry said, as Gordy walked away, the evening air feeling suddenly colder and the case heavier than before. So far, our only real clues are the body of a man nobody liked and a feather in his mouth, Harry observed. Could be worse, Matt chimed in. At least it wasn't somewhere more unpleasant. I doubt we'll find much else, Jim added with a sigh. Too much time has passed since whatever went down actually went down, if you catch my drift. Hasn't rained yet, though, Matt pointed out. That's something. As if on cue, the first heavy drops began to fall. The oppressive sky finally broke, unleashing a grey curtain of rain that swept across the landscape. Harry surveyed the field again. The sudden shift in weather had injected a frantic energy into the scene investigators, who were now scrambling to collect every possible shred of evidence before the downpour erased the faintest hope of DNA or other traces. Time to head back to the office, Harry suggested. First one there makes the tea, Jim declared. Last one buys the cakes, Matt added, his grin betraying a serious craving. The day had slipped into evening, almost without Harry noticing. He hadn't even managed to visit his new apartment to start unpacking. The rain had pursued them all the way back to the community office in Hawes, which housed the local police presence in a cosy, shared space with the town library and a community hub. It was nothing like the stations Harry was used to, primarily because it wasn't really a station at all. He wasn't one for political debates, but the whole setup struck him as profoundly short-sighted. Having interview rooms and holding cells over an hour's drive away in Harrogate seemed utterly impractical. You couldn't even lock up a drunk to let them sober up. Instead, you had to haul them on a nauseating journey across the Dale in a van, past twisting country lanes, with a back seat full of belligerent, vomiting revellers. Where was the common sense in that? But Harry wasn't in politics, and never would be. The world, he felt, was growing angrier and louder by the day, with those in power increasingly opting for the easy popular path. What the world needed, in Harry's opinion, was a little more compassion and patience, precisely why he knew he should stay out of it. He recognized the need, but also his own shortcomings in that department. He'd stick to doing his part where he fit best. As for the limited resources in Hawes, they would have to suffice. Honestly, he didn't exactly miss the maze of corridors and rooms from his old station in Bristol, though it felt strange not having them to wander through when he needed to clear his head. Here you go, Matt said, handing Harry a mug of tea. Can't recall if you take sugar. I don't, Harry replied, and don't start. Wasn't going to, Matt said. Me, on the other hand, I'm never sweet enough. He dumped 2 heaping teaspoons of sugar into his own mug. Better make it 3, just to be safe. Harry watched, mildly horrified, as Matt added enough sugar to fuel a classroom of first graders for a solid week. Sure, that's enough. Perfect, thanks, Matt said, taking a satisfied sip. Delicious. Harry settled back into his chair as the rest of the team got comfortable around him. Gordy had returned from her earlier call-out, and Liz had followed them back from the farm, leaving the scene investigators to pack up and find their own way home. Matt was now slouched in a chair, clicking away at a keyboard. Jim sat beside him, while Jenny stood before a mostly blank whiteboard. In the very centre, a single name was written, John Capstick. "So where are we at?" Harry asked, scanning the faces around the room. Gordy shrugged. "We've got about as much solid evidence as a blurry photo of Bigfoot." The silence that followed was thick. Matt finally broke it, gesturing to his monitor. "Holmes is serving up the usual special." At Harry's questioning look, he clarified, "Abby, absolutely nothing." Harry had to give it to the bureaucrats. The Home Office large and major enquiry system was a champion of unhelpful acronyms. He often pictured teams of consultants, funded by taxpayer millions, brainstorming that gem. The system, designed to corral the nation's scattered police data into one digital corral, had been a legendary mess from the start. Competing companies built incompatible parts, smooth-talking sales reps promised the moon, and departments were left with a costly, confusing puzzle. It had gotten better. Sure, now the pieces could sometimes talk to each other, but wresting useful intel from it remained a heroic feat. Watching Matt navigate its private cloud interface with such ease was a minor shock. "Run that by me again?" Matt sighed. "We've got no trail to follow, no witnesses, no physical clues, the whole frustrating song and dance." Jim peeped up. "What about the medical examiner? She's working on it," Harry said. "But with the condition the body was in, we'll be lucky to get a preliminary report before tomorrow." He turned to Jenny and Gordy. "Any luck with the neighborhood canvass?" "Universal consensus," Gordy reported dryly. "Nobody liked the guy. End of story." Harry leaned back, his gaze drifting to the ceiling tiles as if they held an answer, before snapping forward to focus on the caseboard Jenny was updating. "Bill thinks he saw John driving up toward the high pasture early Saturday with Nick riding shotgun in the tractor. So the million-dollar question, where is Nick now?" "Still in the wind," Jim confirmed. "No sightings?" "All right, what's his story?" Harry pressed. "Friends, family, how does he make a living?" Liz was ready. "Nick's locally notorious. The kind of guy who's always hovering on the edges, dabbling in stuff he shouldn't." "Such as?" Harry prompted. "Nothing major league," Liz clarified. "A couple possession charges. Got his clock cleaned once by some angry parents for supplying their teenagers with cheap beer and a few joints. Small-time trouble. Vigilante justice, Yorkshire style," Harry muttered. "Exactly. And he never pressed charges. Snitching would have made his life even harder, so he just took the lumps and moved on." Jim chuckled. "Welcome to Wensleydale. It's got its own charmingly lawless vibe. Oh, and the doctor sent over John's medical file doesn't tell us much we couldn't guess. The man was a physical wreck. Heavy drinker, poor diet, carrying extra weight, history of a few broken bones." A low building frustration tightened Harry's voice. "Frankly, I don't give a damn about his medical history." He wasn't angry at his team, but at the brick wall they faced. "We have a credible sighting placing our locally notorious Nick with the victim on Saturday morning. We know Nick was the one who discovered the body today, and we have this insane story about a message from the deceased. However you slice it, his involvement stinks, doesn't it?" He took a breath, the sarcasm dripping from his words. "Or have we all already forgotten the pièce de résistance? The miraculous physics-defying phone call from a dead man. It's not exactly a go-to lie for most people, is it? That bizarre claim is the entire, frustrating reason we're all here, the reason we had boots on the ground all day. We need to find Nick and get his phone. We need to prove that call actually happened, and if it did, we need to know who on earth was on the other end." It was painfully obvious that John Capstick hadn't seen it coming. Harry pushed himself up from his chair, a wave of exhaustion hitting him so hard he had to steady himself against the table. Jenny was already updating the board, scrawling notes about Bill's sighting of Nick on Saturday, the bizarre Monday phone call supposedly from a dead man, and Nick's continued disappearance. "We're hitting a wall," Harry announced, a deep yawn escaping as he set his empty mug down. "Go home. Get some rest, watch a game, crack open a cold one. We'll tackle this again tomorrow with clear heads. By then, the pathologist's report should be in, and I want a full court press on locating Nick. He paused at the doorway, his gaze sweeping over the tired faces of his team. Let's not give Swift an excuse to doubt us, he said, his voice low. We all feel it. Something's off here. John Capstick ending up dead in a field stinks, and not just literally, Nick's involved. That phone call is a fiction. The pathologist might give us a thread to pull. Jim's question about the feather cut through the quiet. Jenny added it to the board. Right. Harry nodded. That too. Maybe forensics can tell us what bird it's from. Maybe even pull a print or some DNA. For now, get out of here. I'll see you all at 8. His hand was on the doorknob when Liz's earlier comment echoed in his mind. He turned back. You mentioned Nick deals a little on the side. Liz confirmed with a nod. So I'm guessing there's a local spot where people go to partake. Down by the creek, Liz said. The old footpath between Gale and Hawes. Why? Might take a walk later. Harry shrugged. Can't hurt to look. It was a total long shot, but it was movement, and right now that was enough. Harry left the office, stepping into the cool evening air with the weary determination of a man running on fumes. His only motivators were the thought of his couch, a pepperoni pizza, and a very cold beer. Chapter 13. Sleep didn't come easy. Harry's mind was a chaotic loop, worry for his brother, a simmering old anger towards their father, and the frustrating beginnings of a case that already promised to be a major headache. It felt like trying to assemble a puzzle in the dark, with half the pieces missing. The facts they had were a confusing jumble, but someone somewhere knew the truth. He had to trust his team would start untangling it tomorrow. After grabbing a pizza from the Spar in Hawes Market, along with some essentials and the utterly non-essential but irresistible chocolate eclairs that called his name from the bakery shelf, Harry retreated to his new flat. He was acutely aware this meal was a spectacular departure from his diet plans, but he was too tired and too hungry to care. Later, with the pizza box empty and 2 beers gone, he mindlessly flipped through channels, his irritation growing with each fragment of a show or barrage of commercials. He'd had his fill of reality TV bartering, cooking competitions, and the endlessly self-referential celebrity circus. That's when he remembered Liz's tip about the creek being a local hangout for a discreet smoke. Mustering what little energy he had left, Harry decided some night air and a change of scenery might help clear his head. The path he took was ancient, worn smooth by generations of footsteps, leading him away from the town's lights and into the deeper quiet of the countryside. The shift from his cluttered, frustrated thoughts to the vast, silent darkness around him was jarring. Out here, under a sky full of stars, the day's bureaucratic headaches and media noise felt trivial, almost laughable. The case was still a mess. But for the first time that night, the static in his mind began to quiet, replaced by a sharper, more focused resolve. The old footpath left the heart of Hawes, climbing a gentle rise away from the cobbled street that ran by Cockett's Butchers. It was a ribbon of worn flagstones laid into the earth, held in place by stiles of stone that let hikers pass but kept the sheep confined. To Harry, it felt like an ancient artery, surely having carried centuries of life between Hawes and the neighbouring hamlet of Gale. That evening, however, it was deserted, and Harry ambled along, trying his best to empty his thoughts and simply unwind. He stopped abruptly. For a second he didn't know why, but some instinct had frozen him in his tracks. He stood perfectly still, listening intently, even though it was the last thing he felt like doing. Then he caught it. A scent carried on the breeze curling around him, drifting up from his left where the land sloped down toward Gale Beck. The stream babbled over rocks worn smooth into scalloped shapes by millennia of moorland water rushing across them. The smell was one Harry knew all too well from the streets back home in Bristol: pot, cannabis, weed, whatever you wanted to name it. There it wasn't so much smoked openly in public as it was simply everywhere, enjoyed on balconies and in parks until the scent became inescapable. But here it seemed jarringly out of place. And while Harry was fairly certain he wasn't in the ideal headspace to go confronting someone lighting up, he knew it might represent a slim chance for a lead on the frustratingly elusive little Nick. More than that, he couldn't ignore it. The sweet, perfumed odor yanked him years into the past, to his brother, and to the very thing that had sent him spiraling completely off the rails, landing him finally behind bars. Talk about a family legacy. Down by the beck, Harry spotted a cluster of teenagers. They were arranged in a loose half-circle at the water's edge, 4 girls and 3 boys. 2 of the girls had their feet dipped in what was undoubtedly frigid water. Standing in the center of the group was a lanky kid. Whatever story he was telling clearly demanded dramatic arm gestures, Harry noted, as the boy laughed and then brought his left hand to his mouth, exhaling a thick, grey cloud of smoke a moment later. Harry approached, and when the central boy noticed him, he offered a half-hearted, non-committal wave. The rest of the group, seeing their friend's animated performance pause, turned to stare. "Evening," Harry said, stopping just a few feet from them. Silence, just stares. "Been out here long?" Still nothing. The boy in the middle took another long pull from the joint and then exhaled with theatrical flair, blowing the smoke skyward. "Got a problem, mate?" the boy asked. "I'm not your mate," Harry said, his voice coming out rougher than he'd intended. But honestly, the effect was worth it. As the group suddenly looked more uneasy, their eyes fixed on his face, he allowed a slight curl of his lip, adding to the general air of menace. He didn't necessarily want to terrify them, but he sure didn't want them thinking their little party was perfectly acceptable, because it wasn't. And Harry had seen exactly where this path could end. A brother serving time was a pretty substantial reminder that drugs don't actually pay. "You got that right," the boy retorted. "What happened to your face?" "Bear attack," Harry stated flatly, not a trace of humor in his tone. "Ripped it right off in one swipe." A ripple of nervous giggles travelled through the group. "You'd better jog on then," the boy said, showing a surprising amount of bravado for someone about as physically intimidating as a damp noodle. "Before I make it look even worse." The other 2 boys exchanged a celebratory high-five, clearly impressed by their friend's audacity. Harry fixed his eyes on the teenager, who was now clearly holding a joint and radiating defiance. The boy pulled something from his own pocket. "What's this, then? Take a good look." The kid leaned in, his expression shifting. "You're a cop. Give the kid a gold star." "What?" "A gold star, a prize, kid." The teenager took another long drag, then casually flicked the joint over his shoulder into the creek. He shoved his hands into his pockets. "Nothing to see here," he stated flatly. "And I'm not your kid." Harry watched the spent joint float downstream toward the distant bridge. "Mind telling me where you live?" "I could," the boy replied. "But I won't. I really think you should. And I really think you should get lost." Harry put his badge away and rubbed his jaw. The boy basked for a moment in the misguided cheers from his friends. "Listen," Harry began. "I just came down for a quiet chat. I could smell that from up on the road. You're not exactly being subtle. I'm not here to cuff anyone. Just have a few questions. How's that sound?" The boy mimicked Harry's thoughtful chin-rubbing, then held out his right fist, middle finger aimed at the dirt. "How's it sound?" he mocked. "You want me to turn up the volume?" He rotated his wrist, flipping the bird proudly skyward. "That clear enough for you?" Another wave of cackles from the group. These kids haven't got a clue, Harry thought. "So what was it?" Harry pressed. "Hash? Bud, not skunk, I'd guess. Didn't stink like that. And you couldn't handle skunk anyway." "Not someone like you, but you liked it, right? Felt on top of the world? Nice and relaxed? That's how it always starts. That's why they call it a gateway. And that doesn't just mean a gateway to harder stuff. Like me finding you next month in some abandoned warehouse overdosed on fentanyl-laced junk, foaming at the mouth, your folks sobbing over your lifeless body, wondering where they failed so miserably." Harry paused. He had their attention now. The laughter had died. They were all staring. "What the hell are you talking about, old man?" the boy snapped. "It was just one joint. I'm not slinging anything." "Not yet," Harry said. "Gateway, remember? So, who'd you buy it from? That's what I want to know. Was this your first time? Doubt it. You seem like a pro, showing off like you own the place. So, you've got a connection, right? Probably think you're pals. Got some stupid secret handshake or a bro hug. They ask if you wanted to move a little product yourself. The boy started to nod, then caught himself. No, I mean, maybe not your business. Why are you still here? So you'll sell a bit, become the convenient local source. You'll get a taste for it, the cash and the high. They'll offer you more, and you'll take it. You'll expand before long. Everyone knows your name. The flashy kid with the new sneakers and the easy supply. You'll get noticed by the bigger players, and they'll invite you in. Then what? What happens next? Harry stared him down, his expression all grim promise and menace. You'll get the car, the nice apartment, the attention. You'll start dealing other things. But that's when the rules change. Because this isn't a business, it's a battlefield. You'll get threats. You'll need a weapon, who knows? Maybe you'll get lucky. Make it big, right? The big shot who started with a single joint by a creek in the hills. What a fantastic story, until the day everything falls apart, and it always does. In this world, when things go bad, they go catastrophically bad, you understand? Truly, horribly bad. Harry moved forward, and the circle of boys opened to let him pass. Now he stood directly before the teenager, who couldn't have been more than 16, the same age his own brother had been when his life began to unravel. I remember a dealer, Harry began, his voice low and steady, a few years older than you. He was doing well for himself. Sharp kid. We could never pin much on him. He always stayed clean. Then we got word that something had happened. The specifics aren't important, but what we discovered is, so listen close. The boy took a step back, but the creek was right behind him, and Harry blocked his path. I was the one who found him, Harry continued. Or what remained. It was in a top-floor room of an abandoned apartment building. That's why nobody heard the screams. Harry let the silence hang for a moment, watching the boy's face pale. He'd been bound to a chair with wire so tight it sliced into his wrists and ankles. Harry traced a circle around his own wrist with a finger. They'd hammered nails into his knees, used a welding torch on him. The smell of burned skin still hung in the air. A real tragedy. Harry locked eyes with the teenager. Is that what you're aiming for, kid? Seriously, is it? The boy's mouth opened and closed, soundless, like a fish stranded on a riverbank. I'm not taking you in, Harry said. But here's the deal. First, you tell me who sold it to you. Second, you give me your home address. Third, you swear you'll never touch this stuff again. Do you hear me? I don't want to be the one knocking on your parents' door to tell them their son just became another name on a coroner's tag. Harry stood perfectly still, waiting. It was Nick, the boy blurted out. He gave it to me. Said he got it from Reedy. Nick? Nick who? Harry had a feeling it was the same guy, but it never hurt to confirm. Little Nick, the boy said. He gets us beer sometimes too. Cigarettes, whatever we need. That got Harry's attention. When did you last see him? Who? Nick? The boy scratched his head, a genuine, thoughtful gesture that almost made Harry smile. Earlier today, he said. He was running late. We were supposed to meet at noon, but he didn't show until around 3. Where? Right here. Shouldn't you be in school? The boy shook his head. Summer break. Any idea where he went after? Another head shake. You certain? Yes, I'm sure. Probably went to see Reedy, though, to get more stuff. I haven't done it much. None of us have. It was all Nick and Reedy. And who is this Reedy? Harry asked, pulling out a small notebook. Lives over near Swaledale, close to Reeth, the boy said, his words beginning to rush together. Drives a red Subaru Impreza. Really nice car. Super fast. Lucky guy, Harry remarked dryly, then held out the notebook. You have Nick's number. The boy scribbled a mobile number on the open page. What about Reedy's? A shake of the head. Don't know it, or don't want to tell me? No, I mean, I really don't know it, the boy insisted. He doesn't give his number out. Everything's face-to-face, or he calls you, or uses a middleman like Nick. The number never shows up. Harry tucked his notebook away. A red Subaru Impreza. Flashy ride. Probably easy to spot, too. He'd be making a trip out there later, even as the evening settled in. It wasn't like he had better plans, and Nick was getting more interesting by the minute. Now, for your address. I probably won't need to write it down, since I'll be walking you home, if that's all right with you. What? You're taking me home. My parents will murder me. They won't, Harry said. The boy seemed to shrink where he stood, his friends scattering. All right then, Harry said. Let's get you home. You can't be serious. Harry leaned closer. Trust me, I'm almost always serious. Outside the teenager's home, a sizable house with sprawling lawns and a two-car garage, the kid fidgeted, shifting his weight from foot to foot. Harry understood the discomfort. A police escort home was never pleasant, and the potential of drugs being involved only made it worse. But if the scare kept the kid from making a truly catastrophic mistake, then the job was done. The front door swung open to reveal a familiar face. Mr. Adams, Harry said, attempting a smile that only seemed to tighten the scars on his face. He'd met Richard Adams shortly after arriving in Hawes. The man was a developer who'd moved to the area with political ambitions, though he hadn't exactly won over the locals with his plans to replace a beloved patch of woods with a new commercial building. The project was currently stalled, thanks in part to a group of determined protesters who had set up camp among the trees. Constable, Mr. Adams said. His tone clipped. Hear about those damn protesters? Harry let the incorrect title pass and gently guided the boy forward. I believe this one belongs to you. Mr. Adams' eyes locked onto his son. Christian, what's going on? Are you hurt? Perhaps we could step inside, Harry suggested. I'll hear it right here, Mr. Adams insisted, his complexion beginning to redden. Harry sighed. Right now, this is just a warning. A heads up, nothing more. A warning for what? Christian and some friends, Harry explained. I found them down by the creek. They were smoking cigarettes.
A joint.
Harry clarified.
Marijuana.
The smell carried all the way up to the footpath.
Nonsense.
The word wasn't a question but a declaration of absolute denial. He mentioned getting it from someone named Nick, Harry continued, and referenced another fellow called Reedy, who apparently drives a flashy red car. They're the ones I'm interested in. I brought Christian home so you'd be aware of the situation. Mr. Adams stepped forward, placing himself between Harry and his son. Listen to me, he said, his voice a low growl. There is no possibility, none, that my son would be foolish enough to touch drugs, and associating with some Nick character. He has more sense than that. Every parent says something similar. Harry offered quietly. I am not every parent, Mr. Adams snapped. Where's your proof? Harry recognized the brick wall of willful ignorance. It was disposed of, but like I said, the point isn't to prove a case, it's to step in before things escalate. Mr. Adams closed the distance, attempting to loom over Harry. When that failed, he jabbed a finger into Harry's chest. I think it's time for you to leave, don't you? Harry looked down at the finger. I'd really prefer you didn't do that, sir. The man prodded him again. You're on private property. Get off it now. Harry took a measured step back. I've seen where this road leads. It ruins lives. It ruined my brother's life. I'm just trying to help. Ignoring him, mister. Adams advanced and poked him a third time. Harry raised his hands in a placating gesture. Please, sir, that's enough. I'm leaving. I've done what I came to do. Next time, let's hope it doesn't end with an arrest, Harry remarked. An arrest? Mr. Adams' voice rose to a sharp, furious pitch, his eyes blazing as he lunged toward Harry. With a quick sidestep, Harry let the man stumble past, dropping awkwardly to his knees. What was this fool thinking, that he could actually win a fight here? That violence would solve anything. Shaking his head, Harry retreated further before turning to leave. He caught Christian's eye still fixed on him from the doorway. Just stay clear of all this, all right? Harry said. Then walked away. Mr. Richard Adams shouted threats, trailing him farther down the street than he'd anticipated. To block out the noise, he pulled out his phone and dialed Matt.
Boss?
I've got a possible lead on Nick, Harry explained. Ever heard of someone named Reedy? Wondering if that's where he might be headed. Reedy? Matt replied. Lives over in Swaledale. You thinking of heading there now? You free? Yep. Good, Harry said. Feel like making an unexpected house call. As they drove through the fading light of the late summer evening, Swaledale unfolded before them just as striking as Wensleydale, but with its own rugged charm. Harry couldn't quite pin down the difference. Maybe it felt a little wilder, or perhaps it simply seemed more ancient than the valley beyond the hills. He was so taken by the view that he almost ignored Matt's aggressive driving over the moors between Askrigg and their destination. Crackpot, Harry read aloud from a passing sign as they descended into the valley and passed a small cluster of houses. Interesting name. Great, isn't it? Matt said with a grin. No clue what it means, though, probably tied to the old caves and lead mines around here. I've never been one for caving, Harry admitted. Tight spaces aren't my thing. I prefer staying above ground where I can breathe. Ah, Crackpot's harmless, Matt insisted. I could take you down sometime if you're curious. Harry laughed. You're into caving? Sure am, Matt said proudly. I'm even on the local cave and rescue team, Versatile, right? He gestured ahead. Here's Reeth. Too bad we're working. The Black Bull is a cracking little pub. Then again, they all are around here. I love this place. Might move over one day, who knows? Matt parked the Land Rover in the village centre, a broad green surrounded by stern, watchful buildings that seemed to frown down on them. So where do we find Reedy? Harry asked, joining Matt at the front of the vehicle. The King's Arms, Matt said, already walking. Let's go. Stepping into the pub, Harry immediately felt the urge to sit down and stay a while. The place had an old-fashioned but not outdated feel. It was cosy and warm, smelling of hearty food and easy conversation, with just a faint trace of wet dog in the air. Matt went straight to the bar and waved at the barman, a man so tall he had to stoop to see who'd called him. He reminded Harry of Lurch from the Addams family, only less cheerful. Now then, Brian. How do, Matt? The barman replied. What can I get you? Matt held up a hand. Sorry, on duty tonight. Shame, Brian said. Just put out some fresh pickled eggs. Your lot been up on the fells much? Matt shook his head. Rescue team's been quiet. Honestly, folks must be staying out of trouble for once, but I'll definitely take a pickled egg. Never understood caving myself, Brian remarked. Why anyone would choose to do that is beyond me. Couldn't agree more, Harry said, stepping up to the bar. Boss, this is Brian, Matt introduced. Brian, DCI Grimm. Harry gave a nod. 2 Cokes and some crisps, please, cheese and onion. I'm more of a peanuts man, Matt added. Thanks for that pickled egg, Brian. Harry said as the bartender moved off to fill the order, which included Matt's peanuts and the egg. Harry leaned toward Matt. Is Reedy here? Matt gave a slight nod over his shoulder. Harry shifted just enough to glance toward the back without being obvious. In a shadowy corner, 3 men were huddled around a small table littered with empty pint glasses and 3 others that were still partly full, though not for long. One man stood out immediately. Reedy, Harry guessed, not just because of the cheap glinting chains around his wrists, but also thanks to the sunglasses perched on his face despite the dim light. The bartender returned with the drinks and snacks. Harry paid, passed Matt his beer and peanuts, then turned toward the corner. Time to say hello, he muttered. He nodded back to the bartender, handing over his card and gesturing toward the 3 men. Send another round of whatever they're having, will you? Harry approached the table and stopped behind the man he believed was Reedy. Evening. Gents, he said. Mind if we join you? Reedy's back was to him, but the other 2 looked up, their expressions sharp and unwelcoming. Yeah, we do mind, one snapped. This is a private chat. The other muttered something under his breath. Sorry, Harry said, leaning in across the table. Could you speak up? I said get lost, the man hissed, the words crackling like a live wire. Clear enough for you? Just then the bartender arrived with 3 fresh pints, set them down, and returned Harry's card. The 2 men stared at the new drinks, confusion etching their faces. Harry watched as Reedy finished his own pint in a long swallow, then immediately reached for one of the full ones. He drained it in several gulps, setting the empty glass down only seconds later. "I'll grab a couple chairs," Matt offered, placing his own drink and snacks on the table. When Matt returned, Harry took a seat beside Reedy's left elbow, leaning back in a stretch that made his spine pop. "Thanks for the drink," Reedy said, finally turning to look at Harry. "Appreciate it." "No sense in being rude, right?" Harry replied. "Just wanted to introduce myself, that's all. Get my face known if you catch my drift." "A face like yours isn't easy to forget," said the man who'd told Harry to leave. Harry held the man's gaze over the rim of his own glass, then reached for his bag of chips. He tore it open, took a large handful, and crunched them loudly, never breaking eye contact. The other man let out a short, nervous laugh that quickly faded. He dropped his eyes and finished his pint. "So," Harry said, "how about we start with names? Sound good. I'm Grimm. Harry Grimm, actually, scratch that. DCI Harry Grimm. The face helps, I suppose, since I looked the part. Wasn't by design. But it has its uses. The ultimate poker face, you might say." "DCI," Reedy said. "You're not here to hassle us, are you, Mr. Policeman?" Harry ate more chips, crunching as loudly as he could. "I don't think buying a man a drink counts as harassment, do you?" He glanced toward Matt. "What's your take, Detective Constable? Is buying beer a crime?" "Not that I'm aware of," Matt answered, tossing a peanut into his mouth before biting into the pickled egg. "Usually it's considered a friendly gesture. A very friendly one. And most folks are grateful for it. Hear that, gentlemen? It was a friendly gesture. Isn't that just perfect?" Reedy turned to Matt, who had settled in on the man's opposite side. "So this is your new supervisor, then?" Matt finished his egg, his gaze fixed on Reedy. "He doesn't see it that way. Did you ever learn what became of the previous one?" Harry noticed a subtle shift in Matt's usually pleasant expression, a fleeting darkness clouding his eyes. "Not yet," Matt replied, his voice dropping lower. "But we will." Harry crumpled his crisp packet into a neat triangle and set it on the table. "All right, then. I'm searching for a friend of yours," he said, focusing entirely on Reedy. It took considerable restraint not to simply snatch those pointless sunglasses right off his face. "Nick Ellis." Reedy maintained his composure, but his companions grew visibly tense. "Is he in some sort of trouble?" Reedy inquired. "That's what we aim to discover," Harry answered. "You haven't happened to see him, have you?" "Can't say that we have." "And you're absolutely certain about that?" "I must be, since I said it." Reedy fell silent as the man opposite Harry, seated beside Matt, took a long drink and then stood heading toward the restrooms. Harry grabbed a beer coaster, pulled a pen from his pocket, and jotted down a number. "Well, if you do hear from him or spot him, please give him this number and tell him to call me." Reedy ignored the coaster. Harry picked it up and held it directly in front of Reedy's face. "Can you read that number clearly enough?" "Just about," Reedy said. "You're positive?" Harry asked, edging the coaster even closer, forcing Reedy to lean back. "I'd hate to think I wrote something down that you couldn't decipher." "Yeah, it's clear," Reedy muttered. "Good," Harry said. "So if you don't mind." Receiving no response, Harry moved the coaster again, this time letting it tap the bridge of Reedy's nose. With an annoyed huff, Reedy snatched it from Harry's hand and shoved it into his pocket. Harry stood, nodding for Matt to do the same. Before stepping away, Harry placed his right hand firmly on Reedy's shoulder, giving a squeeze just hard enough to make him wince, and leaned in close. "Thanks for your assistance," he said, his tone dripping with a sarcastic politeness that contrasted sharply with the earlier tension. "I'll be sure to let everyone know how incredibly cooperative you've been." Reedy turned, and Harry caught a faint flicker of fear at the edges of his eyes, just visible behind the sunglasses. If he'd managed to rattle him, Harry thought, then perhaps he'd think twice about selling cannabis to kids. That alone was a win, and it might even smoke Nick out of whatever hole he was hiding in. "Come on then," Harry said, standing and giving Reedy a falsely friendly pat on the shoulder. "Best we be on our way." Matt rose and followed Harry toward the door, but before they reached it, Harry paused. "Did you see where that other fellow went?" "Restrooms, I think," Matt said. Harry wasn't convinced. "Seemed like a sudden urgency, didn't it? Right after I mentioned Nick's name." Matt glanced toward the other side of the pub. "What's on your mind?" Harry rubbed his forehead, feeling the weight of fatigue. It was late, he needed sleep, and he knew it wasn't coming any time soon. Then, through the windows in the pub door, he saw a blur of movement, someone sprinting across the village green. Harry pushed through the door into the cool night air. "Nick!" The man turned mid-stride and, upon seeing Harry, nearly stumbled. "Nick, stop!" Harry was running before he even processed the decision, a sudden jolt of motion that churned his stomach as his feet hammered the ground. Matt was right behind him as they gave chase. "Where on earth is he going?" Harry hissed between ragged, painful breaths. Harry watched Nick vanish into the narrow alley, the evening shadows swallowing him whole. He gave chase, his lungs scorching, his legs protesting in shoes meant for a leisurely walk, not a frantic sprint. "There's a footpath up ahead," Matt called out, already slowing. "I'll try to head him off." With that, Matt veered sharply down a gap between two charming stone cottages. Harry pushed himself to keep up the pace. Nick wasn't pulling away, but Harry wasn't gaining any ground either. The lane grew darker, more oppressive. His throat was raw, he coughed up a wad of phlegm and spat, his stomach churning with a dizzying nausea from the pursuit. But if Nick was running this hard, he had a reason, and Harry was determined to uncover it. Nick, looking as thin and wiry as a marathoner, was maybe 20 yards ahead. Harry saw him vault over a stile in the stone wall and disappear into the field beyond. Harry reached the stile moments later, opting to squeeze through the gap rather than attempt the jump. He stumbled into the field, scattering a flock of sheep. The moon hung high, casting a pale, insufficient light. His foot slipped on the damp grass, and he windmilled his arms, barely avoiding a humiliating fall. A shout echoed from the far side of the field. Matt was charging toward them from a different angle. Spotting him, Nick swerved hard to the right, abandoning the path to cut across the open pasture. "Nick, it's Matt! Stop running, you lunatic! We just want to talk! Stop!" Nick had no intention of stopping. That much was obvious, though his pace was finally flagging. Harry, to his own astonishment, was actually closing the distance. This was a shock, given his recent, pathetic attempts to get back into a running routine. He coughed again, dug for some hidden reserve, and imagined dumping raw fuel into his screaming muscles. That's why they were burning, because they were finally being used. He wouldn't quit, not now, not when they were this close. Suddenly, Nick's foot caught on something. Harry watched, almost in slow motion, as the man pinwheeled through the air, limbs flailing, a terrified yelp escaping his lips before he crashed face first into the turf. Harry and Matt reached him at the same moment, all three of them gulping down huge, ragged breaths. "For God's sake, Nick!" Matt wheezed, bracing his hands on his knees. "Where on earth did you think you were going?" Nick tried to push himself up, only to collapse back into the grass. Harry stepped forward and offered a hand. The man struggled, a futile attempt to both stand and break free, but Harry's grip was unyielding. "You can't arrest me," Nick shrieked. "I haven't done anything, I swear, nothing." Harry ignored the frantic denial. "I'm not arresting you," he stated, his own breath still coming in gasps. "But if you run again, I promise you I absolutely will." Nick tried another weak tug against his hold. "Matt!" Harry managed to get out. Matt moved in to secure Nick's other arm. "Come on, Nick," Matt said, his voice calmer now. "We just need to have a conversation, all right? That's all this is." "I didn't know he was dead. I didn't. And I didn't do it. I'm telling the truth. You have to believe me. He was already gone when I found him." "Let's go," Harry said, a sudden overwhelming yawn cutting through his nausea. He turned Nick around to face the way they'd come. With Matt holding firm on the other side, they began the trudge back toward Reeth. The drive back to Hawes felt brief. It wasn't just because Matt sped down the country lanes like a man possessed. It was also because Harry, utterly spent, soon slumped against the passenger window. His head bounced against the glass with a soft thump as the Land Rover rattled along, the overzealous heater between the seats turning the cabin stiflingly warm. The heat and the vibration transported him back to his army days, jolting along in the back of a troop transport, body aching with the profound exhaustion he'd once believed was his limit. Those were simpler days, he mused drowsily. With that final thought, his eyes closed and he was asleep. Chapter 16. Nick glanced at the clock on the wall, then back at the two detectives. If I'm not being arrested, then what's all this about? And it's pretty late for a chat, don't you think? Harry checked his own watch. Nick wasn't wrong. It was pushing 10:30. The three of them, Harry, Matt and Nick, were settled around a table in the police office at the Hawes Community Centre, a plate of chocolate sandwich cookies between them. 3 mugs of tea steamed on the table, still too hot to drink. You ran, Harry stated simply. If you'd just stayed put and talked to us at the pub, we could have wrapped this up hours ago. We're here now because of the choices you made. That's not fair. I'm not saying it's fair, Harry replied, his tone level. I'm stating what happened. You ran. We convinced you to stop. Now we're here. I didn't know you were cops, Nick shot back. And convinced is a strong word. You burst out of that pub and came straight at me. Harry let out a slow breath. You were already sprinting down the street. I gave chase. You charged, Nick insisted, his voice rising. You looked like something out of a nightmare coming at me full tilt. I thought my life was over. Matt chose that moment to interject. And why would you think that? For all you knew, we could have been thieves. Harry nearly choked on his cookie, turning to stare at his partner. Did he really just say thieves? Sounded like it to me. Matt confirmed, then redirected his attention to Nick. You still haven't told us why you were running in the first place? Or where to? You don't even live in Reeth. What were you doing over there? Harry risked a sip of his tea. It scalded his tongue, but he swallowed it anyway. Try to see it from our side, Nick, he began, adopting a more reasonable tone. You find John deceased, you do the responsible thing and call it in. Then we get word you've vanished. On top of that, we learn you didn't just stumble upon John in that field, did you? No, you got a text message from him, which, as we all know, is a neat trick for a dead man. And John was very, very dead. It's taken us all day and most of the night to track you down. And when we finally do, more by luck than skill, you bolt out of there like your shoes are on fire. If you were trying to look guilty, you absolutely nailed it. There was another question Harry was holding back, something about what Bill claimed to have seen Saturday morning, but he was saving that card. No need to spook the man completely just yet. Looks bad, Matt muttered, shaking his head. Really, really bad? You can't possibly think it was me. Nick's voice was edged with genuine panic. I already told you I didn't do it. I couldn't have, and I wouldn't. Harry leaned forward, resting his hands on the table. If that's true, then why avoid us? I might have understood you getting spooked and taking off for a bit to clear your head if you'd come back. But you didn't. From where I'm sitting, you had zero intention of ever walking into a station. Running from the police is rarely a good strategy for proving your innocence. You also haven't let us see that phone of yours, Matt added. What's the story there? Harry watched Nick closely. The man had the cornered look of a wild animal. Part of Harry was curious to see what would happen if they turned up the pressure, but his gut told him to ease off. Look, Harry said, making a conscious effort to soften his expression and relax his shoulders, a difficult task given his naturally severe features and a voice that, even when trying to be gentle, carried the gravelly rumble of an irritated grizzly bear. We just need your help, Nick, that's it. The last thing you want is to be tangled in something that has nothing to do with you, right? You found your friend dead. I get that's a terrible thing to process. I truly do. I've been there. He saw Nick's shoulders drop a fraction. A connection, however slight, had been made. "You're worried about us going through your phone, aren't you? How about this, Detective Dinsdale and I give you our word we won't go snooping through your personal stuff. Honestly, all we really need is a look at that text you got and the number it came from." "How about that, actually? Scratch that. You don't even need to hand over the phone. Just show us the message, the time it arrived, and the number. We'll be on our way. Sound better? Feel a little more at ease now." Nick took a small bite from a cookie. From somewhere beyond the building, laughter and cheerful voices drifted in, probably spilling out from the bars along the street. Harry figured people out having a good time, completely oblivious to the grim business being handled just a few yards away behind these walls. "It's got personal things on it, that's all," Nick said, finally fishing out his phone. "I'm a private guy, you get that, right? You can understand that, aren't we all, Nick?" Harry replied, spreading his hands as if to gather everyone into the same circle. Nick's fingers tapped and swiped across his screen for a moment before he turned it around to face Harry and Matt. "That's what came through," Nick stated, using a thin, pale finger that looked like a dried-up twig to point at the display. "And there's the number, see?" Both detectives quickly copied down the number and the brief message. "And that's everything," Matt pressed. "Nothing else came in? No other texts?" Nick gave a single nod. "Came in early. Woke me right up." "What time exactly?" Harry asked. "It's right there on the message," Nick said. 7:15. "And where were you when you got it?" Harry continued, keeping the questions coming, not wanting to give Nick a moment to pause and reconsider. "At home," Nick answered, pulling the phone back and tucking it into his pocket. "He lives just off Bruntacres Road," Matt clarified for Harry. "Out toward Hardraw." Harry nodded as if he knew the spot perfectly, which he didn't. His mind was stuck on the sparse message he'd just seen. "Not much to go on, is it?" he remarked. "Need a bit of a hand. Can you help? You get many texts like that from John." "No," Nick said. "That's why I went out there, wanted to see what was wrong." "And you just took off? Just like that?" Matt asked. "Rolled out of bed and straight into your car?" "He's a friend," Nick shot back, a defensive edge in his voice. "Of course I did. Wouldn't you?" Harry seriously doubted Nick was the type to leap into action for anyone unless there was a clear benefit for himself. The man didn't exactly radiate good Samaritan energy. "So what was your first thought when you arrived?" Harry asked, steering back to the message. "About why he'd sent it, I mean." Nick just shrugged his bony shoulders. "I saw John was in a bad state, so I called 911, and you didn't think to mention the text to the responders." Nick shook his head. "And you're positive that's John's number in your contacts?" "Yeah," Nick confirmed. "It's saved under his name. It was from him, all right." "Well, it was from his phone anyway," Matt noted. A dull ache was beginning to press at Harry's temples. He'd hoped for more from this interview, but so far they'd gained nothing beyond what was already in the file. "So you and John were close then?" Nick gave a slight, weary nod. Did he have many other friends? At that, Nick actually let out a short, humorless laugh. "John, you're joking, right? Does this look like the face of a man who jokes around much?" Harry asked flatly. Nick's laugh vanished instantly. "It's just he was a bit of a lone wolf, you know? A lone wolf. You make him sound like some kind of movie outlaw." Harry couldn't help the sarcasm that crept into his tone. Honestly, who even used terms like lone wolf anymore? It sounded like something from an old paperback novel. "I mean, he was a bit of a character, not a bad one, not really. What about people who had it out for him then?" Harry pushed. "If the list of people who liked him was short, I'm guessing the list of those who didn't was a lot longer." John didn't. "He didn't care," Nick said, his posture slumping in the chair, and for the first time Harry heard a genuine thread of sorrow in the man's voice. "Nobody much liked him. Not since we were kids. A few of us stuck by him, but the rest, forget it. They never knew what his home life was like, did they?" "So you've been friends since school then?" Nick offered another shallow, tired nod. We ended up with our own little crew in the end, he said quietly, the memories seeming to weigh on him. We used to play all the time, you know. Games like kick the can, tag, cowboys and Indians, that sort of thing. We always ended up being the Indians, though. We even named ourselves after them. That was John's favourite part. Why was that? Harry asked. What difference does it make? Nick shot back, a sharpness in his tone that hinted at something deeper. It was ages ago. I can hardly remember any of it now. I think it's cowboys and Native Americans these days, Matt chimed in. And you were the Native Americans, Nick? Not Indians. Do I look like I give a damn? Nick grumbled. I've got nothing else to say. John's dead. That's all I know. From what I've gathered, he had a bit of a reputation as a bully, Harry said. Was he like that in school too? Nick let out a harsh laugh and shook his head. Times were different back then. School was rough, and so was John, plain and simple. So he was a bully then? Harry pressed. Kids can be cruel, Nick said with a shrug. Everyone caught some grief at one point or another. I bet you did too, right? Didn't matter if you were from here, new in town, had money or didn't. You had to stand your ground. Sure, some had it worse, but what are you going to do? Matt leaned in closer. I know as well as you do, Nick, that there won't be a long line of people mourning John. It's sad for the few who cared about him, yourself included. But did you know anyone who really held a grudge against him? Someone who might have wanted to hurt him? Plenty of people, Nick said, his voice rising, and John would have taken every one of them on. He stood up suddenly, slamming his fist on the table. He wasn't afraid of anyone, not John. And if I find out who did this to him, I'll make them pay, you hear me? I will. Harry waited for Nick to settle back into his chair before speaking again. Any names come to mind? Anyone specific? I'm not a snitch. I didn't say you were, Harry replied calmly. But if someone was involved in John's death, wouldn't you want to help us figure out who? Isn't that what a friend would do? Nick fell silent, and Harry let the quiet stretch between them, breaking it only with an unexpectedly loud yawn. Look, whatever people say about John, he wasn't all bad, Nick finally muttered. He got blamed for a lot of things, but it wasn't always just him, all right? It was everyone. We all did stuff. What stuff? Harry asked, leaning forward. What do you mean, everyone? What happened, Nick? Nick's angry expression shifted into one of unease. No, wait, what I mean is, I'm just saying, he stammered, searching for the right words. I'm just saying John wasn't the only one who messed up. We all did. Kids will be kids, you know. No, I don't know, Harry said firmly. Are you telling me John was blamed for something at school? What was it? Nick clammed up, saying nothing. If you know something that could help, Harry said quietly. You need to tell us, Nick. Nothing happened, Nick shouted, spraying spit as he spoke. School was years ago, years. What happened to John happened now, didn't it? My friend is dead, and you're asking me about when we were kids. It doesn't make any sense. None of it does. It has nothing to do with now. Nothing. Harry gave him a moment to breathe. All right, I think we're done for now, Nick, he said, another yawn threatening to escape. We'll call you if we need to talk again, but it's probably best if you don't disappear on us this time. So, I can go? That's it. Harry gestured toward the door and Nick stood up. Just as Nick turned to leave, Harry added, Out of curiosity, Nick, where were you Saturday morning? Around 6? What? Why? Just answer the question. I was in bed. Where else would I be? You're sure about that? Yes, of course I'm sure. You weren't up at the field with John? What? On a Saturday morning? Get lost? Can you back that up? Nick's expression shifted, his eyes widening and his lips pressing into a tight line. Harry could tell from that alone the answer was likely no. A witness reported seeing 2 individuals in John's tractor heading toward the upper field, Harry clarified. Was that you and John? If it was, we need the facts. Absolutely not. Nick shot back, the words exploding from him, sharp and heated. I was still hungover from Friday night at the bar. I didn't even crawl out of bed until noon. Are you certain? Nick's jaw went slack before he clenched it shut, fury blazing in his gaze. Against his own annoyance, Harry found himself inclined to believe the man. It would have been a tidy solution if Bill had simply spotted Nick. The unsettling possibility that it wasn't him, that someone else had driven John up there, twisted this entire situation into something far more convoluted. It wasn't me, Nick stated, straining to keep his tone level. John was a friend. Look, I get it. Most people couldn't stand him, but then most people aren't fond of me either, are they? So why in the world would I go and kill my only real friend? You explain that to me. Nick held Harry's stare for a long moment before finally looking down, seeming to almost physically deflate right before them. If anything comes to mind, a name, any detail at all, you'll reach out, won't you? Nick gave a curt nod and moved toward the door, pausing for one last turn. What happened to John? Do you believe someone did that to him deliberately? Like murdered him? I genuinely don't know, Harry replied. That's the honest truth, Nick. But if you're aware of anything, even if it seems insignificant, you have to tell us. Whatever occurred, we need to uncover it. Nick offered no further response and exited, the door whispering shut behind him as if ushering him out on behalf of Harry and Matt. Once alone, Matt stood and stretched. You don't actually think he's responsible, do you? He asked, relaxing his shoulders. You know, attacked John a few days back, took his phone, used it to text himself, then drove out there, and presto, he's crafted an alibi? A heavy wave of fatigue washed over Harry. He rubbed his eyes hard before opening them again, his focus slow to settle on Matt. We need the pathologist's findings, he said. Hopefully that will give us something. A location request has been submitted to Capstick's mobile carrier too, so we might at least learn where that text to Nick originated, though it certainly wasn't sent by John from that field. Sleep sounds like a good plan before then, Matt suggested. I'll secure the office. What's your take on what he said about their school days? Harry wasn't sure at all. I think John had his own little crew, and like Nick said, school was probably rough. Kids target each other. It happens. Trying to connect what happened to John, now back to elementary school, feels like a huge leap. Yeah, I can see that, Matt conceded, but some of his comments, it sounded like something significant went down back then. True, it did, Harry mused. Outside, with the office locked and Matt headed home, the night had deepened into full darkness. Harry made his way back to his new apartment, feeling no closer to understanding the case than he had been when the call came in that morning. They had a deceased man, a bizarre death, a missing phone, a cryptic text message, and no solid suspects, unless he counted Nick, which his instincts dismissed as utter nonsense. The overarching picture was of a man nobody would truly mourn, a boy bullied by his father who became a bully himself with his own group, and who had since lived a life marked by little joy or fulfillment. So what on earth had transpired? The man was dead, and someone appeared to have taken considerable steps to ensure his end happened in a very particular, unsettling way. The question of why was what truly ate at Harry, a persistent, gnawing worry in the back of his thoughts. What was the point of all this elaborate trouble? What was the end game tomorrow? Offered a fresh start, he told himself. Maybe some clarity would arrive with the daylight. For now, sleep was the only plan. Chapter 17. Harry's awakening was courtesy of his mobile phone, which shattered the silence with all the gentle grace of a jackhammer operated by a vengeful dental surgeon. What? Harry croaked, his voice rough from the cold morning air as he squinted at the time. This better be monumental. It's barely 6. Harry, it's Jim. That name sent a jolt through him, banishing all remnants of sleep. Jim, what's wrong? What's going on? A sliver of brutal morning light speared through his curtain gap, forcing him to throw a hand over his eyes. It's just that Jim's halting, stumbling speech was more alarming than any shouted warning. Just that what, Jim? Spit it out. What's happened? The silence on the line felt heavy and deep, a vacuum pulling Harry towards some ugly truth he just knew was waiting to kick him in the teeth.
We've had another call, Jim finally said. Another discovery.
Another victim, I mean. Harry was on his feet instantly, wrestling with his clothes one-handed while the sun turned his bedroom into a blurry glare. What? Where? A body? How? What in the hell? Oh, for crying out loud. In his frantic, half-blind state, with one leg in his trousers, he managed to entangle his other foot in his own belt. Mid-question to Jim, he pitched forward, tumbling onto the bed before rolling unceremoniously to the floor, his phone skittering away. Harry, you all right?
Just peachy. Absolutely fantastic.
Harry yelled back, scrambling on hands and knees to retrieve the phone.
A body? You're certain? Where? How?
Up in Widdale, Jim said. Gordy just radioed. She's en route and will swing by for you in 15. She can fill you in. Harry was still getting to know Detective Inspector Gordy. Stationed further down the dale, she was usually swamped with the issues of the larger towns, Leaburn, Richmond, Baydale, not to mention the constant demands of the nearby Catterick garrison. Her presence this far up in Hawes was notable.
Can't you get me? Harry asked, then shook his head at his own nonsense. Never mind, I can drive myself. Where exactly is it?
I'm already on scene, Jim replied. See you when you get here. The line went dead. Harry finished dressing, made a frantic stop in the bathroom, and was desperately scraping the charred edges off a piece of forgotten toast when a sharp rap echoed at his door. "Coming," he called, shoving the toast in his mouth and snatching his jacket as he hurried to answer. Gordy stood on his step, giving him a slow, appraising look that ended with a disappointed shake of her head. "Well, don't you just brighten a person's day, by which I mean you'd make a sunny morning wish for a total eclipse. And still no proper boots, I see. Is your legendary stubbornness a birthright, or did you have to work hard to cultivate it?" Harry shoved his feet into his casual shoes. "Haven't had the chance yet," he muttered, stepping outside and pulling the doors shut behind him. "I'll get to it now. What's the situation?" "You'd better get to it after today. Understand me?" He had to admit part of him liked Gordy's complete lack of a filter. Whatever popped into her head came straight out her mouth. The fact she'd just essentially scolded him like a child for his footwear only added to her peculiar charm. At least, he usually thought it did. In this moment, standing on his doorstep under her withering gaze, he wasn't entirely convinced. "Why? What's so urgent about boots right now? Where are we headed?" Harry asked, shifting in his seat. "You'll find out soon enough," Gordy replied, his tone casual as he guided the plain blue Ford Focus, one of countless unmarked police vehicles across the country, onto the open road. "So what's going on?" Harry pressed. "And where exactly are we going?" "Out past Widdle," Gordy explained. "You know the Ribblehead Viaduct? That huge stone structure with all the arches, the one you see on postcards with a steam train chugging over it?" Harry wasn't entirely sure, but he nodded anyway. "If you keep following this road, that's where you'd end up. But we're not going that far. We're stopping at a farm along the way. Like I mentioned, boots would have been the smart choice. But you've never been one for sensible, have you?" They sped past a crumbling building on the left, its two tall arched windows staring vacantly at the road. Whatever it once was, it looked forsaken now, and its slow decay gave Harry a pang of melancholy. "Another farm accident?" Harry asked, finishing the last of his toast and wiping his hands. "Seems that way, yes," Gordy said, downshifting and accelerating. "Not suspicious at all, considering what we stumbled on yesterday. So are you going to tell me what happened, or is this a surprise party?" "Oh, I think this one can stay a surprise," Gordy said with a faint smirk. "Right then, here we are." The DI swung the car onto the right side of the road and into the tidy yard of a small farm. Compared to the dismal scene from the day before, this place was its complete opposite, Harry noted. The farmhouse looked well kept, with cheerful window boxes bursting with colour. Harry wasn't one for gardening, but even he had to admit it was a pretty sight. The farmyard and its outbuildings, which Harry noticed straddled both sides of the road, were all in good repair. Further back, he could see more barns. This was a place that was clearly loved. So what in the world had happened to drag them out here at this hour? "Come on then," Gordy said, pushing his door open. "Let's go, see what's what." Outside, a brisk wind swept down the road, nipping at Harry with playful spite. Moorland stretched in every direction, stark and beautiful, and Harry wondered what kind of person chose not just to live out here, but to work this land. It was isolated, miles from anything. The low, mournful sound of cattle drifted from behind the farmhouse.
"You done sightseeing?"
Gordy called. Harry hunched into his coat and joined him by the front of the car.
"I thought it was all sheep around here," Harry said.
"They keep a small herd, fatten them up and sell for beef," Gordy explained.
"They're in the barn out back for now. They'll be turned out to pasture later."
"So where's the body?" Harry asked. Gordy nodded toward the barns behind the house. "Jim's already got the tape up. Matt's inside with the family. Poor souls, and the rest of the team is on the way. Twice in 2 days. Just imagine how thrilled everyone's going to be about that. What about Jenny and Liz? Jenny got called to a domestic down in Icegarth. Liz is with her." "Icegarth?" "Famous waterfalls," Gordy said. "Very Hollywood. Kevin Costner did his heroic posing there when they filmed Robin Hood, Prince of Thieves." As they walked past the house toward the barns, Harry spotted children's toys in the garden. A small wooden swing and a red tricycle. The sight sent a cold dread straight to his stomach. "It's not one of the kids, if that's what you're worrying about," Gordy said, reading his expression. "I'd have given you a proper heads up if it was, trust me." A few steps farther, and the smell found its way into Harry's nostrils. The scent hanging in the air was what many would call the wholesome, earthy aroma of the country. To Harry, it was distinctly and overwhelmingly the smell of manure, and he was no admirer. The source of the odor was also encircled by the yellow police tape Jim had strung up. It was a concrete pit recessed into the hillside, its floor angling sharply down into a murky, steaming pool of brown slurry. A short distance to the left stood an open-sided barn where the cattle were kept. The animals shuffled nervously to the rear at Harry's approach. He spotted Jim and offered a weary, half-hearted salute, brushing his left hand against his temple. "I already know I'm going to regret this," Harry began. "But what exactly is the situation here? What occurred? And how do you even accumulate that volume of waste from so few cows?" Jim walked over. "I'll let him give you the rundown," Gordy said, tilting her head toward the PCSO. "The rundown on the manure or on the body?" Jim asked. "I reckon you can cover both if that works for you," Gordy replied. Harry took another glance at the seething pit and suddenly wasn't so sure he wanted that explanation. "The slurry builds up over the winter months," Jim started. "The cattle are kept indoors when it's cold, and the stalls are mucked out regularly. It keeps them clean, and then you've got top-grade fertilizer for the fields." "So why are they inside the barn right now?" Harry pressed. "It's been a touch warm lately," Gordy interjected. "That's the truth, isn't it, Jim?" Jim gave a solemn nod. "In hot weather, you have to keep them under shade. Can't risk the herd getting heat stroke." Harry almost chuckled but caught the earnest look on Jim's face. "Heat stroke? Cattle are actually susceptible to that. You're serious?" "Deadly serious," Jim confirmed. "Anyway, are you ready?" "Not in the slightest," Harry admitted, pulling on his protective gear. "But let's proceed and see what we're facing." Jim then guided Harry and Gordy along the perimeter of the tape and gestured toward the pit. "The call came in just over an hour ago. The farmer noticed something floating in there and went to investigate, thinking maybe a sheep or a deer had taken a fall. Only it wasn't a sheep," Harry supplied. "No," Jim said flatly. "Most definitely not a sheep." Harry squinted, trying to discern any shape in the churning muck, but it was just a uniform, uninviting brown expanse. He felt no desire to get any nearer. Any notion who it might be? "Not a clue," Jim answered. "The body is face down and coated. We won't know anything until it's recovered, and I'm perfectly happy to leave that particular task to the CSI team. Let's be honest, I'm a PCSO, and fishing a corpse out of a small ocean of cow manure is several pay grades above my station. By several, I mean a lot. You certain about that? Harry asked, then shot a look toward Geordie for some backup. From what I hear, PCSOs are the absolute backbone of the force. Isn't that right? Without a doubt, Geordie affirmed, a faint smile playing on her lips. It's all about that willingness to go above and beyond, I suppose. Where would we be without them? It's a bleak thought I'd rather not entertain, so I believe I won't. Harry could tell from Jim's expression that he was hearing the words, but not exactly buying the flattery. The PCSO glanced back toward the farmhouse. So it's definitely not a member of the family then? Nope, Jim said. Everyone's accounted for. The farmer's pretty shaken, which is understandable. He admitted his first horrible thought was that it might be one of his kids, even though they were all still asleep in their beds, and so should we all be. Harry grumbled under his breath. The morning sun was already feeling oppressively warm, a stark contrast to the grim scene. Now that you're here, I think I'll go and relieve the family from Matt's care, Geordie said, seizing a lull in the conversation. It should really be the other way around, but this is Matt we're talking about. I doubt he's stopped talking since he arrived. Harry watched as Geordie headed back toward the farmhouse. She's really not what I typically expect from a family liaison officer. How so? Jim inquired. She's just a bit more direct than you'd anticipate, Harry said. Well, she's effective at it, Jim stated. Then, shifting gears with a knowing look, he added, I hear you had an interesting evening with Nick last night. Matt had been filling me in on the whole thing. Harry wasn't convinced fun was the right word. Yeah, it wasn't exactly an educational experience. A shout drew Harry's eye, and he turned to see Matt walking over. Look who's here, Matt said. I know, Harry replied. Big surprise. Pretty grim scene, isn't it? Drowning in that mess. What a horrible way to die. I'm guessing you're just speculating, Harry said, unless you've got a fortune-telling gadget hidden on you. Matt started to reply, but the sound of vehicles turning off the road and pulling up in front of the farmhouse cut him off. Harry glanced over. She is not going to be pleased about this, Jim observed, noting the new arrivals. No, Harry agreed, a faint smile touching his lips, not even a little bit. Chapter 18. Harry stood with Jim and Matt, watching the photographer from the previous day methodically document the scene from every conceivable angle, capturing both still images and some video footage. The medical examiner had already come and gone, declaring the obvious with her characteristic bluntness. Dead. Of course they're dead. It's a swollen corpse in a pond of manure. What else could it be? After a quick word with her daughter, Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist, she had driven off. You'd think he'd have chosen something nicer, like wedding photography, Harry remarked, observing the photographer lean precariously over the slurry pit for another shot. Maybe, Jim said, but can you imagine weddings every single day? Bossy couples, families drinking too much and starting arguments. There's free food and drinks, though, Matt pointed out, and I doubt it smells anywhere near this bad. Having finished his work, the photographer ducked under the tape and approached Harry and Jim. All done here, he announced. Not a pleasant end, is it? I don't think there is a pleasant way, Harry replied. As the photographer began walking back to his car parked on the roadside, Harry called out to him. Did you send over the files from yesterday yet? Already did, the photographer answered. They went to, what's his name, Swift. Harry stiffened. Why on earth did you send them to him? I'm the senior investigating officer, he requested them, the photographer said with a shrug.
Told me to send everything to him first. I assumed he'd pass them along. Guess I was wrong. You guessed correctly. I'll send them directly to you as soon as I get back to the office, the photographer promised. My apologies. Harry grumbled. I doubt he's sorry, though.
Harry's focus returned to the slurry pit and its grim contents. Approaching it now was Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist, accompanied by two others clad head to toe in white disposable protective suits. Does Swift usually demand evidence before the rest of the team sees it? Harry asked Jim and Matt. Not that I'm aware of, Jim said, then nodded toward the white-clad figures by the pit. Glad it's them and not me. One of the figures extended a long, hooked pole into the murky pool. After a few tries, they successfully hooked the body and began carefully dragging it toward the side, then guiding it slowly to the front of the pit for easier access. Matt turned away from the sight to face the others. We might as well get out of their way, he suggested. Nothing more for us to do here at the moment, and this isn't my idea of compelling entertainment. We need a quick word with the pathologist first, Harry said. Then we can head back. Once the body was positioned at the front of the pit, the three figures who had maneuvered it waded into the thick, brown, steaming sludge to gently lift it out. One of them broke away and came to stand before Harry, Jim, and Matt. Grimm, a voice said from behind the white mask. You could definitely say that, Harry replied. You have the report from yesterday's discovery. The figure pulled the mask away from her face, and Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist, looked up at Harry. It's with Swift, she replied. He was meant to send it your way. Well, he didn't, Harry stated. Take it up with him then. Oh, I definitely will, Harry grumbled under his breath, then added, but if you could give me the highlights now, it would be a huge help. As you can probably tell, I'm a bit occupied at the moment. Swimming in filth, quite literally, Harry remarked. Not a trace of amusement softened the pathologist's severe expression. Truth is, there's almost nothing to tell, Sowerby said. The body was in rough shape, as you saw firsthand. Finding evidence would have been tough regardless, given the trauma. But after being exposed to the weather for 2 full days, she gave a dismissive shake of her head. So what did you manage to find? Harry pressed. Any DNA, footprints at the location, fingerprints, anything at all? No DNA, no hair, Sowerby confirmed. What about the feather? Matt cut in abruptly. Harry was certain the pathologist nearly growled at the interruption.
We identified bruising on the victim's neck.
Sowerby continued, ignoring Matt. Strangulation? Harry asked. Sowerby shook her head. The windpipe wasn't damaged, more like a sleeper hold, you know. An arm wrapped around the neck, applying pressure to cut off blood flow. Instant rag doll. Harry's eyebrows shot up. Instant rag doll? That's a new phrase for the report. The victim was likely grabbed from behind, choked into unconsciousness. Not a simple maneuver. You certain about that? Jim inquired. I've seen it done plenty. Yeah, in the movies, Harry countered. Executing it in reality is another matter. You need precise knowledge and significant strength. It's risky, too. You can easily kill someone that way. And John was a large man, so pulling this off was no small feat. Regarding the feather, Sowerby said, fixing her gaze on Matt, all we can confirm is that it's an eagle feather. The specific species is still unknown, but I'll forward the results once we have them. No foreign DNA was found on it, only the victim's. Harry shoved his hands deep into his pockets, his shoulders slumping. So, someone puts a sleeper hold on him, transports him out to the field, tucks him under the trailer, runs him over, and for a final bizarre flourish, stuffs an eagle feather in his mouth. It's certainly creative. I'll give them that much. Appears so, yes, Sowerby agreed. And before you ask, pinpointing the time of death is tricky on a good day with this one. Nearly impossible. My best estimate is the body had been there for a minimum of 2 days. How can you be sure? Jim asked. Harry noted the question, pleased to see his constant drive to learn, a quality he wished more detectives, especially the know-it-all types, would embrace. It's not just the body's condition, Sowerby explained, her tone warming slightly at Jim's interest. Nature has been having a field day with it. The flies, the maggots, their developmental stages, all that gives us a clear timeline. His body was essentially a grand buffet for every insect in the county, and we know he was alive as of Friday anyway, Harry added. A weary groan came from one of the figures in protective gear. So what's your plan for processing this? He asked. With a high-pressure hose, Sowerby said flatly. We'll have to sift through whatever's on the body as we wash it down, then transport it back for a thorough examination. Sounds like a real party, doesn't it just? It struck Harry then that this exchange with the pathologist had been not only informative, but almost cordial. Not friendly exactly, but neither had snapped at the other. He felt a mix of relief and bewilderment. What about footprints? Harry circled back. If someone did drive John out there in his own tractor to crush him, they would have had to walk back. Footprints, yes, Sowerby acknowledged, but no discernible tread patterns. It appears the other individual had bags secured over their footwear, the technician noted. Resourceful, Harry remarked. And inconvenient. We've collected molds and measurements, the standard procedure, she continued. We'll try to estimate weight and approximate height from the stride length. How useful that will be is anyone's guess. We'll let you continue, Harry said. Getting that report to me would be excellent. I already said I would, didn't I? Sowerby snapped, her tone turning brittle. For heaven's sake, you genuinely believe the universe operates on your schedule. Is that it? That wasn't my intention. But the pathologist had already turned away, rejoining her team. Back to the station, then? Matt inquired. Harry paused, then gestured toward the farmhouse. The farmer discovered the victim, correct? Affirmative, Matt confirmed. Just during his morning livestock check, and there it was, floating in the tank. I'd like to speak with him now if we can, Harry said. We'll need a formal statement at the station later, but a conversation now is ideal while the memory is sharp. Matt headed off toward the house to fetch the farmer. You don't suspect a link to yesterday's incident, do you? Jim asked quietly. John's death, and now this. What's your read? Harry countered. Jim was silent for a long moment. Farms are hazardous, accidents are common, he finally said. But two so close together? That's unusual. And yesterday wasn't an accident. It feels off. Agreed, Harry said, and he wasn't merely referring to the foul odour from the slurry pit. A deep, unsettling intuition told him this was merely a prelude, that the situation was destined to deteriorate further before any hope of improvement. Chapter 19. This won't take much of your time, Harry addressed the man now standing with them. Apologies for pulling you away. This must be difficult for your family. Difficult? It's a bloody nightmare is what it is, the man retorted. You don't exactly expect to find a corpse on your property with your morning coffee. You're not all going to grill me, are you? I'm no good with interrogations. Harry attempted a reassuring smile, aware it likely made him look more severe. PCSO Metcalf will simply take notes. Isn't that right, Jim? Jim gave a firm nod, holding up his notebook. And Detective Constable Dinsdale and I just need to understand what you encountered. If you could also come down to the Hawes office later to give a formal statement, we'd greatly appreciate it. Wasn't planning a trip to Hawes today, the man muttered. Mart's off, isn't he? And I've got no business at the supply store. Supply store? Harry asked. It's essentially a supermarket for agricultural needs, Matt explained. Picture a warehouse where you can get anything from a new chainsaw to 50-pound bags of grain. Quite a place, actually. Everyone should experience it once. Chainsaws and chicken feed aren't high on my shopping list, Harry said dryly. Come now, everyone needs a chainsaw eventually, Matt replied with a faint grin. Harry turned his attention back to the farmer. I didn't catch your name. I didn't offer it. All right, Pat, enough of that, Jim interjected, his voice calm. We're here to assist, you know that. Harry noticed a brief knowing look pass between Jim and the farmer, who then seemed to deflate slightly. Right, sorry, the man sighed. It's just shaken me up, you understand. I'm Pat. Patrick Coates. Harry recognized the surname. Isn't Liz a Coates, he asked, glancing at his colleague's likely a very, very distant relation. Matt offered. Some family names around here go back generations, Dinsdale, Metcalf, Coates. It's a small world. Harry filed that thought away and refocused. So, Pat, he began, his tone deliberately even, if you could just walk us through what happened from the beginning, it would be a tremendous help. And don't worry about filtering details. Let us decide what's significant. Pat drew a long breath, his broad Yorkshire accent wrapping around the words. Right, well, I was up at 5, he started. Honestly, it's a bit earlier than I'd usually be up, but there you have it. Once I was awake, I figured I might as well get moving and make some use of the day. No sense just laying there staring at the ceiling, right? Harry, who didn't quite share that philosophy, inquired, "So what got you up at that hour?" Pat gave a shrug. "Probably a fox heard some rustling and scratching out by the coops. That's what really got me out of bed. Those things will terrify the livestock. My youngest, Gracie, she's got these 2 pet rabbits and they'd be a prime target. I couldn't bear to see her heartbroken over it." "Did you happen to hear a car?" Harry asked. "Oh, you hear cars all the time along here?" Pat replied, gesturing vaguely toward the road. "It's a fairly active route." Harry glanced back at the quiet, dark lane. Active wasn't the descriptor he'd have chosen for the middle of the night. "So you're saying you did hear a car then?" "No, I'm saying you usually hear cars," Pat clarified, a touch impatient. "But yeah, I suppose there were 1 or 2 last night, sure. And you went straight outside after that?" "Not right away, no," Pat said. "I fetched my shotgun first, then I went out, shotgun." "For the fox," Pat explained, "a couple of blasts into the air are usually enough to send the nuisance running. You can't really use a shotgun on a fox. Well, you could, but it's not sporting in my opinion. You'd need a rifle for a clean shot, and I don't own one, so I just use the noise." Harry found himself musing, not for the first time, about the surprising number of privately held firearms tucked away in these rural homes. "What did you find when you went out?" Matt interjected. "Not a whole lot at first," Pat said with another shrug. "I wasn't expecting to, really. I was just having a wander around the yard, keeping an eye out for that fox. And then I thought I'd pop into the barn to check on the animals, say a quick good morning. They're skittish creatures, but they were all fine. That's when I saw it, the body. In the slurry pit, you understand? And the thing is, I shouldn't have been able to see it at all." Harry tried to picture the scene, the crisp, quiet dawn, the familiar farm surroundings, and then that grim discovery. Why shouldn't you have been able to see it? "Why not?" Pat echoed, his voice rising with disbelief. "I've got children. That's why not. Do you think I'd leave a slurry pit uncovered with kids running about?" Absolutely not. But there it was, plain as day, a body just floating in the muck, and the heavy cover was dragged completely aside. "It makes no sense. That cover is never left off. Never. How did you first notice it?" Harry pressed. "With my own 2 eyes, how else?" Pat retorted, exasperated. "What sort of question is that?" Harry, accustomed to defensive witnesses, rephrased. "What I mean is, what specifically caught your eye? It couldn't have been very visible." "It was a large, dark shape sticking out of the sludge," Pat explained, his tone softening slightly. "That, and the fact the cover was pulled back. I thought it might be a deer that had fallen in, or maybe a sheep, even a badger. I knew I'd have to fish it out later. You can't just leave something rotting in there. So I went over for a closer look, and that's when I realized what it actually was. Quite a shock, I'll tell you."
I can imagine,
Matt said.
any notion who it might be?
"You're joking, right?" Pat scoffed. "How in the world would I know that?" Harry stepped in. "I believe DC Metcalf is asking if there was anything distinctive about the body, an item of clothing, perhaps, that you might have recognized. Anything at all?" "Nothing," Pat stated flatly. "All I know is I've got some poor soul dead in my slurry pit, police officers milling all over my property, and a farm to manage. Life doesn't stop for this sort of thing. I'm a busy man." "Is there anything else you can tell us?" Harry asked, making one final attempt. "Anything else that seemed odd or out of place? Any other sounds you noticed?" Pat shook his head, his expression weary. "Just the uncovered pit. And the body. That's plenty to be dealing with, isn't it? Because someone had to move that cover. And then either that poor devil jumped in, or someone made sure they went in." Hoping for a more illuminating detail, Harry came up empty. "All right, thank you for your time, Mr. Coates. You've been a huge help." Harry couldn't see how Pat had been any real help at all, though maybe something would surface later. You never could tell. Was that fox he'd heard actually someone moving around the farmyard? Possibly. But what did that really tell them? Next to nothing. Is that it then? Pat asked. Can I go? Yes, Harry said. But if you could stop by the office in Hawes later, we'd really appreciate it. I'll have to see, Pat replied, by which I mean, Harry clarified, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. I will expect you at the office today, Mr. Coates. Right, if that's how it's got to be. It is. With that, Pat Coates turned and strode back toward his house, his walk reminding Harry of a cowboy sauntering back to his horse. Learned a lot there, didn't we? Matt remarked dryly as they watched the farmer disappear inside. A shout cut through the air, and Harry, Jim, and Matt turned in unison to see someone waving from near the slurry pit. The pathologist and her team had been joined by additional officers now that the body was out, and they were meticulously scouring the area. What a miserable job, Harry thought as he walked over. What is it? Rebecca Sowerby met him halfway, pulling down her face mask. This, she said, holding up an evidence bag. Ah, for crying out loud, Harry muttered. My thoughts exactly, Sowerby agreed. It looks identical to the one we found on the body yesterday. Kind of links the two deaths, doesn't it? Links? Harry's voice rose. Links. This practically handcuffs them together and tosses them in the same damn cell. He turned and stormed back toward Matt and Jim. Let me guess, Matt began. No, don't. Harry cut him off, then added, but yes, it's another damn feather. Another one. Seriously, Jim said. What's that mean then? Harry knew precisely what it meant, and a cold, twisting dread was already settling in his gut about what they might be facing. What it means, Jim, he said, his voice dropping to a low, thunderous rumble, is that whoever did this to the poor soul in that pit also killed old John Capstick. Chapter 20. Back in Hawes, seated at a table in the main room of the local police's community office, Harry stared intently into a massive mug of tea Matt had just handed him. Jenny and Liz were on their way back from the domestic call. Gordy, having finished with the family at the farm, had headed back down the dale but promised to check in later, assuming, as she put it, all those young soldiers at Catterick aren't out getting plastered. On the table before him was an open laptop. He'd already scrolled through the files sent by the photographer and pathologist from the previous day. He'd left a couple of blunt messages on DCI Swift's phone about the files, but had heard nothing back. How big is this thing actually? Harry asked, his hands wrapped around the mug, his fingertips barely meeting on the other side. Well, it's a pint mug, Matt said, so I'm guessing it holds a pint. Figured you needed one. A pint of tea. Where did you even get this? Cafe over in Ingleton, Matt explained. I've been going there for years. Lots of cavers and hikers hang out there. That's one of the cafe's souvenirs. Actually, it's pretty much their only souvenir. I was over there a couple weekends back, meant to bring it in sooner, but it slipped my mind. Harry picked up the mug and examined it, trying to comprehend its sheer scale. It's almost as big as my head. Nothing beats a pint of tea and a bacon sandwich, Matt said. So, he fished a paper bag from his jacket pocket and handed it over. Harry took it, peered inside for a moment, then pulled out the roll which was generously stuffed with bacon. Matt mentioned he'd swung by Cockett's on his way in, handing another bag to Jim. After the morning we've had, I thought we could all use a lift. There's even some cake for later. Harry took a bite of his sandwich, half expecting Matt to announce he'd also picked up cheese to go with the cake. When he didn't, Harry felt a small wave of relief. He still hadn't warmed up to that particular pairing, though he suspected a block was probably hiding in the fridge in the corner. Good call, he said, his words slightly muffled. You're not having any. Already ate, Matt replied, patting his stomach. Pretty much inhaled mine on the drive over, to be honest. For a few minutes, Harry and Jim ate in quiet, the only sound the rustle of paper and soft chewing. Harry's mind, though, was anything but quiet. One death, even a murder, was something people could process, not that it made it easier. Every case was different, but there was a rhythm to how it was handled. The press might circle for a day or two. then usually lost interest unless it was especially gruesome or involved someone famous. Things would settle, and you could just focus on the work. But 2 murders, and only days apart, Harry could practically hear journalists all over the country already catching the scent, like hounds picking up a trail. Especially that local reporter, Richard Askew, who'd gotten under his skin a few weeks back. And then there was that nagging, unwelcome thought where there were 2, a third often followed. He desperately hoped that wouldn't be the case here, that this was where it ended, but a cold feeling told him whatever was happening wasn't over. They needed to get ahead of this, and fast. Yet with no solid suspects and barely any evidence, where did they even begin? "All right then," Harry said finally, his bacon sandwich gone and his mug of tea half empty. "Best we get something up on that board." He stood, grabbed a dry erase marker, and pulled off the cap, then gestured toward the whiteboard. On it was written only John Capstick and a few sparse notes, not exactly a confidence booster. It felt less like a murder board and more like a sad grocery list. "Shouldn't we wait for Jenny?" Jim asked. "Why?" "Well, she was handling the board, wasn't she?" "I'm fairly certain the 3 of us can manage," Harry said, a touch of edge in his voice. "Shocking as it may sound, I have used a pen before. I've even been known to write on a board attached to a wall, multi-talented, I know. That's not what I meant." Harry knew he was being short, but sometimes he had little patience for people getting possessive over trivial things, and over the years the board had often been one of them. From how people arranged it to which color pens they insisted on using, the whole ritual could grate on his nerves. It was a useful tool, and he appreciated its simplicity. The fact it wasn't some flashy digital display, but in his view, no board in any investigation belonged to just one person. Just then the office door opened. "Hey, Jenny," Jim said, then shot a glance at Harry, a smile playing on his lips. "Look, it's Liz and Jenny. What are the odds?" Jenny walked in and immediately spotted Harry by the board. Liz took a seat between Matt and Jim. "Seems I got here just in time," Jenny said, and before Harry could react, she had smoothly taken the marker from his hand and positioned herself on the other side of the board. "So, what have we got so far?" Harry caught Jim looking at him, laughter crinkling the corners of his eyes. Sighing, Harry sat back down. "Before we dive into that," he said, "what happened with you 2 earlier? You missed a classic." Matt chimed in, grinning death by slurry. Liz exclaimed, shaking her head. "Honestly, I think we dodged a bullet not being there." Jim leaned forward. "So, anything interesting happen, or was it all quiet?" Liz pulled a sandwich from her pocket, unwrapped it, and broke off a piece for Jenny. "We had 2 kids skipping school," she began. "They were down at the dump, rummaging through the bins, got caught. We got the call, and we had to sort the whole mess out." Matt looked puzzled. "How does that turn into a domestic call?" Jenny jumped in. "Oh, that's the easy part. Just picture a husband in a stained white tank top, a can of cheap beer in his hand, and a wife who had graduated to something much stronger by the time we showed up. You can connect the dots from there." "A bit on the loud side then," Matt said, attempting a Scottish accent that fell completely flat, as our friend Gordy might say. "Very loud," Liz confirmed, her mouth still a bit full. Harry cleared his throat, steering the group back to the reason they were gathered. "Let's focus on the board." Jim spoke up first. "The feather from yesterday, the one found in John's mouth. Forensics confirms it's from an eagle." Jenny wrote that on the whiteboard, beginning to draw connecting lines as the discussion unfolded. "But why do that?" she asked. "It feels deliberate, almost theatrical." "You mean putting something in his mouth?" Matt clarified. "Not just that," Jenny pressed. "Why an eagle feather? It's so specific. It's not like you find those lying around." Liz swallowed her bite. "Exactly. Why not a common pigeon feather? Where does someone even get an eagle feather? It's not exactly something you pick up at the corner store." "Maybe it's a symbol," Matt suggested. "A predator's calling card. Eagles are birds of prey, top of the food chain. Perhaps the killer sees themselves that way." "There was another one today," Harry interjected. found in the second victim's mouth. We don't have the analysis back yet, but I'd bet my next paycheck it's identical. We also know John was subdued before he was crushed, Matt added. Someone used a chokehold to knock him out, then transported him to that field to finish the job, which, in my opinion, rules out Nick, Jim stated firmly. John was a big man, Nick isn't. Even if Nick somehow managed to overpower him, he couldn't have moved that body. Dragging him a few feet would have been a struggle. Yet someone did, Harry countered. Bill, that farmer from Ottershaw I spoke with, saw a tractor with 2 people in it that morning. He assumed it was Nick, but if it wasn't, a new unsettling thought surfaced. So where was John actually attacked? A heavy silence settled over the room. Presumably back at his house, Jim finally offered. Harry felt a knot tighten in his gut. I need a forensic team over there immediately. I know we've probably contaminated the scene, but we have to look. There might be something we missed. Jim stepped out to make the call, returning a moment later with a nod of confirmation. What about the farm accident angle? Matt asked, shifting topics. Both deaths were staged to look like one. For starters, they're not accidents, Harry stated bluntly. We can all agree on that much, right? But they're designed to look like them, Matt persisted. Capstick was hit by a trailer. Now this poor guy ends up in a slurry pit. The first scenario has to be more common than the second. We don't know for certain he drowned, Harry corrected. And what makes you think one is more common? He's right, Jim said, backing Matt up. Is he now? Harry challenged. Care to elaborate? Jim gave a definitive nod. Statistically, the 3 leading causes of fatal farm accidents are falls from height, being struck by a vehicle, and being hit by a moving object. Together they account for roughly 60% of all fatalities. Harry was momentarily taken aback by the precise recall. But what about shootings, he asked. I've met 2 farmers in as many days and both were armed. People tend to be more careful with shotguns and rifles, Jim explained. They respect the inherent danger. It's the mundane, everyday machinery that often gets you. People can get careless with routine tasks, making mistakes, or just zoning out entirely. That's why the most frequent accidents are exactly the ones I mentioned earlier. Harry raised an eyebrow. You make a habit of studying agricultural statistics? Jim shrugged. There was a feature in the Farmer's Guardian a few months back. I don't recall any mention of slurry pit fatalities, though. They're supposed to be secured now, like Pat mentioned. So how did that cover get removed? Harry did remember that detail. At the time, he'd assumed the farmer simply neglected to replace it. Now, a darker possibility surfaced. What if someone else had deliberately opened it? That made a grim sort of sense. So, we have 2 farm-related deaths, Matt stated, his tone flat. However you slice it, that's unusual. Why go to all this trouble? What's the actual point? Here's another angle, Harry countered. We have 2 victims. We don't have an ID for the second one yet. Once we do, we'll need to find a connection. There has to be one. Unless we're dealing with a complete lunatic who kills for the thrill of it, which I seriously doubt. Charming imagery, Jenny remarked dryly. But why rule it out? We've all encountered genuine psychopaths. Isn't it possible someone is doing this purely for the chaotic pleasure? Harry shook his head firmly. Nothing about this feels random. It feels calculated. Calculation requires effort, and that effort suggests a motive beyond mere bloodlust. And believe me, I've heard for the fun of it as a justification more times than I care to remember. Anything else to consider? Jenny asked, her pen ready. And I mean beyond the physical evidence. What about that character, Reedy? Harry pressed. He's obviously the local supplier. What if John was entangled in something that eventually turned on him? And that text message Nick received reminds me. Do we have any location data for that phone yet? Matt gave a negative shake of his head. Reedy is Nick's connection, part of Nick's scene. John wasn't involved in anything like that. Reedy's all show, honestly, but that's about the extent of his depth. And you're certain John had no ties to Reedy's operations. You saw his home, his lifestyle, Matt replied. The man was skirting financial ruin his entire life, like half the farmers around here. If he had spare cash, he'd have spent it. Any money he kept off the books went straight to the pub. Nothing else. Back to the phone data. Harry redirected. It didn't ping near Ottershaw, Jim supplied. The best the text could give us was a general area in or around Hawes. Harry leaned back, absorbing the scant information. It only confirmed things were deteriorating by the minute. He straightened up, his gaze fixed on the caseboard beside Jenny. One more thing, he said, his voice dropping. I want this kept quiet. I know that's nearly impossible with Nick involved, this being the Dales and the fact everyone here seems to know everyone else's business. But we cannot have leaks. We control the narrative. Bit late for that, don't you think? Matt muttered. It doesn't matter, Harry insisted, a new tension in his shoulders. The moment the press catches wind that we have 2 probable homicides within days and miles of each other, they'll descend like vultures. The only information they get is what we hand them on our schedule. Nothing else. Because once this breaks public, it won't take much for panic to set in. And that helps no one. So a media blackout, Jenny clarified. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but was cut off by the violent buzz of his phone. What? He snapped, pressing it to his ear. When he lowered the device, the silence in the room was thick, every team member watching him, waiting for the news. That was the pathologist, Harry said. They've identified the second victim. Harry stood in the cold, sterile room beside Rebecca Sowerby. Jim was there too, having driven them over after deciding it was best to leave Matt and Jenny back in Hawes with Liz. As detective constables, they could handle any questions if people came around, and if the press showed up, they knew the drill, give them nothing. Harry had been blunt about it. Tell them absolutely zip. If they push for more, you clam up even tighter. It was mid-afternoon. After a brief phone call with Sowerby, Harry had insisted on coming to see the bodies himself. But I've already given you all the necessary details, she had argued. I'd still rather talk in person and take a look. Why? I don't need a reason. It's my job, and yours. I'll be there in an hour. But I'm busy. Yes, I know, with me. It wasn't some morbid curiosity. Sometimes seeing things firsthand helped clear his head. Harry also believed in putting a face to a name. These were people who had suffered, often horribly, and it was his duty to find who hurt them and make sure they faced the consequences. In a way, he felt he owed it to the victims to show up, to silently promise he would do everything possible to get them justice. Maybe that was a bit old school, but so what? The place was like every other morgue he'd ever visited, all gleaming steel and that unsettling mix of death and disinfectant. The menthol balm he'd swiped under his nose, passing the jar to Jim to do the same, only did so much. That sickly sweet sour odour kept pushing through. Just when you thought it had faded, it would roll back in and turn your stomach. Harsh lights gave the room a pale, washed-out look, a colourless world of silver and grey, as lifeless as the occupants waiting silently in the wall drawers. Harry looked at the 2 sheet-covered forms. You don't have to stay for this, he said, glancing at Jim. You can wait outside. This won't take long. I want to be here, Jim replied. Well, not want exactly. There are plenty of other places I'd rather be. But I think I should be. You know what I mean? I do, Harry said, again appreciating Jim's dedication. He then turned to meet the pathologist's sharp gaze. Thanks for making time, he said, working to keep things polite. It's been a hectic couple of days. It's always hectic, Sowerby said flatly. People die every day, sometimes badly. That's life. Harry moved closer to the 2 concealed bodies. So which is which? The one nearest you is John Capstick, Sowerby said, pointing briefly. This one is Mr. Hutchinson, Harry asked. No, Hutchison, only one N. I can only imagine he spent half his life correcting people on that. Harry studied the still-covered form. Whoever Barry Hutchison was, he was certainly tall, not bulky, just long-limbed. Probably 6'4", the kind of height people might exaggerate to 6'6" if they had it. What do we know about him? Jim asked. The name doesn't ring a bell. Sowerby grabbed a clipboard from behind her. Hutchison Barry, born 1970. He's from Richmond, Sowerby confirmed. Jim frowned. So, what's a guy from Richmond doing face down in a slurry pit way out here in Woodale, on the far side of Hawes? He turned to Harry. Any witness statements? Did anyone see anything? Not a single soul, Sowerby replied, shaking her head. She moved closer and drew back the sheet, exposing the man's face and upper body. The corpse was a pallid grey, thankfully cleaned of the thick cow waste, though a faint, sickly sweet odour of manure still clung to the air, mingling unpleasantly with the creeping scent of early decay. Harry had to concentrate to keep his composure and not let the smell overwhelm him. What have we got? He asked, forcing his focus back. Same method as yesterday, Sowerby stated, indicating the neck. See these bruises? Not from strangulation. That's not what killed him, just enough pressure to render him unconscious. But look, the pattern suggests it was applied more than once. She then directed Harry's attention to the wrists. And then there's this. Harry peered at the wrinkled, pork-like skin. What am I looking at? Bruising around the wrists, Sowerby explained, indicates he was restrained. So he was tossed in with his hands tied? Harry asked. Sowerby shook her head. We found him like this. No bindings were present. Harry's mind struggled to piece it together. So someone knocks him out, ties him up, probably to move him, applies another chokehold, then unties him before dumping him in the pit. What's the point of that whole song and dance? Who knows the point of any of this? Sowerby shrugged. But yes, that appears to be the sequence also. He was gagged. The gag was removed before he went into the pit. Whoever did this was thorough. She pointed to faint marks on the man's face. They really went to town this time, and the gag itself is missing. Harry pressed. Whatever was stuffed in his mouth. Gone. Only the feather was left. Jim stepped in. Cause of death, then? Drowning, Sowerby said flatly. His lungs were full of slurry. Christ, Harry muttered under his breath. He never had a chance, Sowerby continued. That end of the pit is about 10 feet deep. You can't swim in that muck. Once you're in, you're done, poor bastard. They're usually covered for that exact reason, Jim noted. Slurry pits are death traps. So why was this one open? Sowerby asked. The farmer was asking himself the same thing, Harry said, his eyes fixed on the body. He's got young kids, insists the pit is always covered, and the whole farm is meticulously kept. I got the feeling he's a stickler for safety. Hard to picture him being careless. Someone else uncovered it, then threw Barry here in to die. The sheer horror of it settled on Harry. There were bad ways to go, but drowning in a vat of liquefied manure, choking it down, filling your lungs with it, that was a special kind of nightmare, ranking high among the worst he'd ever seen. What about the feather? Jim asked. Right, the feather, Sowerby said, consulting her notes. Eagle feather, identical to the one found yesterday on the other victim. She gestured with her pen toward the second body. Was it in his mouth? Harry asked. Sowerby nodded. Jammed between his teeth, actually. Wedged in there so it wouldn't just float out. How does a drowning man not spit it out? Jim wondered. Well, for starters, the unconscious state helps, Sowerby reasoned, and second, it was lodged firmly. It wasn't going anywhere. A sudden, profound weight seemed to press down on Harry's shoulders. You all right? Jim asked, noticing his partner's strained expression. Harry rubbed his eyes. Yeah, it's just. This confirms it, doesn't it? I suspected a link when we found another feather, but the same type of feather? That's our confirmation. Barry and John over there were killed by the same person. The realization was a cold, hard certainty, transforming two separate horrors into a single, chilling pattern. And we need to figure out why this happened, and who's responsible, and we need to do it fast. We also recovered this, Sowerby added, holding up a clear evidence bag containing a mobile phone. Harry's mind flashed to the text Nick had gotten. Is that Capstick's? The only prints on it are his. So, yes, it appears to be, she confirmed. Beyond that, it's a lost cause. Turns out, submerging a smartphone in a pasture isn't exactly recommended for preserving data. And it was on this victim, tucked right in his pocket, Sorby said, as she carefully recovered Hutchison's remains and moved to the adjacent table. Now, I know you've already had a look at this next one, she began, her tone shifting, but I need to prepare you. It's severe. The first man, he's largely intact, so he still looks human. This one, not so much, it's a real horror show. Don't worry about me. I'm fine, Jim interjected, a tightness in his voice. I was the first officer on that scene, remember? Harry gave the pathologist a nod to proceed. She pulled back the sheet. Good God! Harry breathed out sharply. Jim went utterly quiet, and Harry watched the colour vanish from his friend's face as if someone had pulled a plug. Quite the masterpiece, isn't it? Sowerby remarked with a grim, almost sarcastic flatness. But if you look past the disarray, you can still see the bruising around the neck. That's about it. You're aware of the feather. We've established his time of exposure. Nothing else at all, Harry pressed. Nothing, Sowerby stated. It's ironic. For scenes so visually chaotic, they're forensically pristine. No stray hairs, no trace DNA, not a single useful footprint. The person who did this was meticulously, infuriatingly careful. It's as if they shaved their entire body and then took a bleach bath before leaving the house. That's not exactly comforting news. It's the only news I have. Harry took a step back from Capstick's body. Thanks again, he said, meeting the pathologist's weary gaze. If I discover anything new, you'll be the first to know, she replied, already turning away. Now, if you'll excuse me, my schedule was packed before this, and you've just eaten into time I didn't have to spare. Harry motioned for Jim to follow, and they were soon outside, gulping air that, while not exactly the crisp breeze rolling off the distant hills, was infinitely preferable to the sterile, death-filled atmosphere they'd left behind. You holding up? Harry asked. Sort of, Jim admitted, his voice low. I've never witnessed anything that thorough.
Join the club,
Harry said. Let's just hope the team back at the office has found something, anything we can actually use. Chapter 22. The very last thing Harry wanted to see upon returning to Hawes was a pack of journalists. In fact, they weren't just at the bottom of his list, they were in a category of their own, filed under unwanted pests. He was theoretically open to the idea that decent, honest reporters existed somewhere in the world, but his personal experience suggested they were a myth. The ones who descended at the first whisper of violence were, in his opinion, the absolute bottom feeders. They were like vultures circling for any scrap of flesh on the bones of the dead, intrusive backstories, tearful interviews with grieving families, any salacious historical tidbit about the victims that the tabloids could feast upon, all served up to a public hungry for a dose of manageable darkness. He knew the cop versus press animosity was a tired cliché, but it was his cliché, and he was sticking to it. Maybe one day he'd meet a journalist who wasn't chasing blood money and sensational headlines, but until that unlikely event, he'd continue to afford them the same warmth and welcome he would a cockroach scuttling across his kitchen floor. Drive around again, Harry instructed Jim as they approached the end of the cobbled street and saw the small crowd gathered in the market square. I need a minute to think. Jim silently took a right turn, guiding the car back down the lane and onto a quieter side street. Pull over here, Jim complied, easing the car to the curb. You all right? No, Harry said, letting his head fall back against the seat rest. I'm really not. He stared out the window, his thoughts churning over the sterile crime scene and the feeding frenzy that undoubtedly awaited them. A sudden unbidden memory surfaced, a brief, pointless argument with his sister last week about their father's old fishing tackle. The mundane frustration of it now felt like a bizarre luxury. We need to clear that crowd out, or we'll never get any work done. Get swift on the line. Are you certain about that? Absolutely certain, Harry bellowed before quickly reining himself in. My apologies, Jim. It's the journalists. They just bring out a side of me I'd rather not show, but call swift. We need him here to handle this right now I'd likely just escalate things. He won't be pleased. That's precisely what I'm counting on, Harry replied. A disgruntled DSI can be a remarkably effective tool for dealing with the press. Take my word for it. Jim placed the call. Sir? This is PCSO James Dinsdale. Yes, that's correct. I was hoping you might. Jim's words were abruptly cut off by the voice on the other end. He glanced at Harry and passed him the phone. He wants to speak with you. Harry took the receiver. Sir, we require your presence in Hawes. We've got a bit of a press situation developing. I've just been on a call with your DSI, Swift stated, bypassing any greeting. She's quite a character, isn't she? That she is, Harry thought. Have you, sir? And what was her concern? Your misunderstanding, Swift said. I was the one who called her. Regarding you. I see. It's not personal, Swift continued, but I have reservations about whether your methods are a good fit for how we operate here. That sort of friction is something we can all do without. Do you mean we or I? Harry asked. Have there been any complaints from the team? Harry shot a look at Jim, who gave a definitive shake of his head. Nothing explicit, no, Swift conceded. It's more of an instinct, Grimm, born from decades of experience. You can appreciate that, can't you? What did she say? A heavy pause filled the line, the kind of silence where you could almost hear the gears turning. She speaks very highly of you, Swift said, and Harry could detect the strain in his voice, edged with clear disbelief. She believes you'll settle in just fine. Harry fought to keep the satisfaction from his tone. That experience you mentioned, sir, I could actually use some of that wisdom right about now, really. Why? What's going on? Is there a problem? Harry couldn't have crafted a better lure. Yes, there's a developing situation where your guidance would be invaluable, sir. Can you assist? Harry knew exactly what he was doing, feeding just enough to stroke the DSI's ego and divert him from thoughts of DSI Fairbank. Well, if you insist, Swift replied. I believe your seniority and experience would be a tremendous asset to the team here, sir. Harry said, layering on the sincerity. I hope that's acceptable. Well, of course it's acceptable, Swift snapped, his impatience palpable. What exactly do you need from me? Harry allowed a perfectly timed beat. Well, the press have gathered, sir, and I've given them your name as the primary contact. I know you're not the senior investigating officer on this, but I felt it was best for you to take the lead on managing them, the press. Sio, on what? The incidents you're looking into. They can't possibly know about all that yet. They can, and they do, Harry stated. Not every detail, I'm sure, but enough to be camped out here and demanding answers. And as the CO, I'm sure you'll agree I need to dedicate every available minute and resource to finding who's responsible, not managing a media circus. More silence, followed by the sound of Swift clearing his throat. All right, I'm on my way. I'll be there within the hour. Thank you, sir, Harry said. I can't tell you how much I appreciate. The line went dead. Harry handed the phone back to Jim. All sorted? Jim asked. It appears so, Harry said. Right, let's go inform the press that Swift is the man they need to talk to. A short while later, Jim pulled the vehicle into the town square. Harry stepped out and was immediately met by a wave of expectant faces, all turning in unison to fix their gaze upon him. The air, which had been crisp with the promise of rain, now felt thick with anticipation. The scene was a chaotic mess of cameras, microphones, and a crowd of people yelling over each other. Harry was in no state to tolerate anyone else's shouting, unless naturally he was the one doing it. As the swarm of faces pressed closer, he spun on his heel, marched back to Jim's Land Rover, and hoisted himself up onto the hood. From this new vantage point, he glowered down at the assembly. All right, listen up, Harry's voice boomed out. How about the whole lot of you pipe down for a minute and actually hear what's being said? You're capable of that, aren't you? Just listening. A man as lean and sharp as a wire edged his way to the front, clutching a notebook and pen. Detective Chief Inspector Grimm, he started, looking up. What can you share with the public regarding the 2 homicides that have taken place this week? Harry fixed him with a stare so intense he half hoped the man's face would simply dissolve. He recognized him instantly, Richard Askew from the Westmoreland Gazette, a loud voice from a small-town paper, always straining to be the centre of attention. "Well, Grimm," Askew pressed, "don't people deserve to know if they're safe? Is there a serial killer running around?" "Was I addressing you?" Harry inquired, his tone dangerously calm. "Specifically, I mean, were my words aimed at you?" Askew offered a non-committal shrug. "Is that a yes, a no, or a I couldn't care less?" Harry continued. "Clarity is important to me. I like to be certain before I proceed." "No, I suppose not," Askew conceded. "Exactly," Harry shot back. "So why don't you reel that scrawny neck of yours in and scrounge up a little politeness while I talk to everyone? And not just your entitled self." Askew's jaw worked silently before clamping shut. "Anyway," Harry announced, shifting his attention back to the wider group, "I've just been on the line with Detective Superintendent Swift. He'll be here within the hour to provide a full statement and take your questions. Until he arrives, I'm asking politely that you give me and my team the room we need to actually do our jobs. Thank you." As Harry moved to climb down, Askew's voice cut through again. "Can you at least confirm the victims attended the same school, Detective? Right here in Hawes, isn't that right?" The words hit Harry like a physical blow, and it took every ounce of his willpower not to drag Askew off for a very loud, very personal lesson in manners. "Are you deaf, or is this intentional?" Harry snarled, leaning forward to loom over the reporter, his scarred face adding a layer of raw threat. "Do you play the fool hoping I'll feel sorry for you and spill everything? Is that the game?" "So it's true then," Askew stated, not backing down. Harry's voice dropped to a low, icy growl. "The superintendent will be here shortly. I strongly suggest you save your questions for him." Without another word, Harry shoved his way through the throng and stormed toward the community office, bursting through the doors to find his team inside. "Unbelievable," he roared as the door slammed shut behind him. "A complete and utter circus out there." Matt rose to meet him while Liz and Jenny stayed seated. "They just showed up," Matt explained with a weary sigh. "News travels fast here. You know how it is, and with little Nick's name in the mix, it's spreading like wildfire. It'll be the only thing anyone's talking about for miles. Knock on any door right now, and I guarantee that's what you'll hear. How is it that I'm learning about the victims sharing a school history from that waste of space askew, and not from my own team?" Harry demanded, his anger simmering. He watched Matt take a steadying breath. "They both went to Hawes Primary," Matt confirmed. "Names stick around in a place like this," they echo. "It was never going to stay a secret for long." "But who leaked it?" Harry pressed, running a hand over his face. "I don't think anyone did," Matt replied. "It's just local knowledge. People hear a name, memories surface, and suddenly it's common gossip." Harry sank heavily into a chair just as Jim walked in. "Well, that was a performance," Jim remarked, turning to the others to recount Harry's impromptu hood-top address to the press corps. "And that Askew guy, how does he know all this? He's not even with a major outlet, right? He's just a local reporter." Harry drew a long breath, pulling in whatever calm he could find. "Swift is on his way," he stated. "He'll handle them from here on out. As for us, right now, I need every detail about the victims, and I mean everything. They went to school together, fine, but that's not enough. Something else ties them together. I want to know what they ate for breakfast, their favorite magazines, who their friends were, whether they were allergic to dogs, if they ever bought lottery tickets. Everything." "You got it, boss," Matt replied, then added, "I'll get the coffee going." Chapter 23. Harry sat in a chair much too small for him, wedged into a cramped waiting room adorned with wildly colourful artwork by artists he didn't recognise, pieces like A Very Big Dinosaur by Emma S., age 7, My Smiling Mom by John G., Our New Puppy Sammy by Tom S., and The Night Sky at Night by Nicola B. He'd been there for 15 minutes, his backside growing steadily number, waiting for the principal. It was 4:30 in the afternoon, school was out, and Harry found himself flashing back to his own childhood. Too many memories of waiting outside the principal's office, not just for getting into fights, but for starting them. Meanwhile, the rest of the team was digging through every scrap of information on the two victims, with another round of door knocks underway in Ottershaw and uniformed officers doing the same around Mr. Hutchison's Richmond home. DSI Swift was now managing the press, growing progressively more flushed and sweaty in the process. Forensics teams were also at Hutchison's house, searching for any clue as to how he'd ended up in a slurry pit over in Widdale. A door to Harry's left opened, and out stepped a woman with a warm, genuine smile and the shiniest pair of red shoes he'd ever seen. "Mr. Grimm," she said. Harry stood momentarily stuck in the undersized chair before wrestling himself free. "I'm Jennifer Alderson, hello," Harry said. "Thanks for making the time." "Of course, especially given the circumstances," the principal replied. "Please, come in." Harry followed her through the door, which she closed softly behind them, then took a seat in a chair facing her large desk. She settled into her own chair on the other side. "Can I offer you some coffee?" Harry shook his head. He was already buzzing from all the tea he'd drunk that day, largely thanks to Matt's oversized mug. "Water is perfect, thank you." The principal poured him a glass from a pitcher on her desk. "So," she said, leaning back comfortably, "how can I help you today?" "I'm not sure you can, to be honest," Harry admitted. "This might be a long shot, but you never know, right?" The principal remained quiet, waiting for him to continue. "Does the school keep student records going back to the 70s and 80s? Harry asked. "Absolutely," she replied. "Our archives go back decades. What exactly are you looking for?" "I have the names of two former students," Harry explained. "I know they both attended here at the same time. It would help to learn more about the school back then, other students who were there with them, anything notable that happened during those years, that sort of thing." "Am I correct in assuming this is about the terrible events we've all been hearing about?" "I'm afraid so, yes," Harry nodded. "Word's gotten around then." "It has," the principal said quietly. "You could certainly say that." She paused for a moment, folding her hands on the desk. "Our records are confidential, as I'm sure you understand, but given the situation." Harry leaned back in the chair. "This is a police investigation, so confidentiality is required." The head teacher stood and moved to a large metal cabinet, unlocking it with a key from her pocket. Inside were rows of neatly organized files. "These cover the years you're asking about," she said, indicating a specific shelf. "Can you be more precise?" "We have photographs as well, not just the class portraits, but candid shots from field days, sports events, and club activities." Considering Capstick and Hutchison, Harry suggested, maybe starting around 1978. If they had attended school together, he reasoned, reviewing records from when they were a few years in made more sense than sifting through everything. It was a starting point, at least. "Do you have a specific lead you're following?" the head teacher asked, pulling several folders and setting them on the desk. "Not exactly," Harry admitted. "In that case, I'll leave you to it," she said, quietly exiting the room and closing the door. Alone, Harry looked at the stack of files. He had directed the rest of the team to gather background on the two victims, but it occurred to him that if they had shared a childhood, there might be a clue buried here too. He wasn't optimistic, but it was worth a look. The possibility that the victims were childhood acquaintances, friends even, was intriguing enough to bring him to the school, leaving the others to handle the street-level work. But there was another, quieter reason for his visit. Something little Nick had let slip. He'd mentioned that John wasn't well liked, even back in their school days. For that kind of bitterness to linger for decades suggested more than just childish bullying. It hinted at a deeper, more formative grudge. Harry doubted it would break the case, but understanding the victims' pasts was never a waste of time. Opening his notebook, Harry began with the files, which turned out to be detailed school logbooks. They recorded daily attendance, visitor logs, holiday schedules, and any notable incidents. One entry mentioned an annual safety film shown to the entire school. Interestingly, the head teacher at the time had objected to its screening, and several parents protested, one particularly concerned about its effect on his daughter. Yet it was shown anyway. Harry scribbled down the film's title, idly wondering what could be so controversial about a public safety reel. Flipping further, he found not 2 but 3 familiar names: John Capstick, Richard Hutchison, and Nicholas Ellis. John was a year older, but in this small school, all 3 were in the same class of 32 students. Harry traced their records through the years, then cross-referenced them with the photograph files. There, in faded black and white, he found himself looking into the youthful faces of 2 men he had only seen on a mortuary slab. Nick was there too, and Harry was struck by how little his appearance had changed, the same thin, sharp features even as a boy. But it was John's photo that held his attention. Even in the grainy class picture, the boy's expression was closed off, uneasy. A quiet, unhappy child in a crowded room. The photographs told part of the story, their washed-out colours revealing a boy in worn clothes with messy hair and a hollow look in his eyes. But the real narrative was in the daily reports from his teachers, where John's name appeared with troubling regularity. They described a child who didn't merely have difficulty in school, he seemed to be at war with the entire institution. He was labelled as disruptive, unable to focus, and had a habit of running away from the grounds more times than anyone could keep track of. As he grew older, hitting 10 and a sudden growth spurt around the same time, the reports shifted. Now the issue was bullying, with John apparently throwing his weight around with a little too much gusto. Harry sifted through more files, more pictures. He came across some notes and snapshots from a fundraising walk along the old Roman road that cut across the moors behind Hawes. For a brief moment, this opened a window into John's world, showing the circle of friends he kept. There were 6 boys in total: John, Barry, Nick, and 3 others whose names and faces were new to Harry: Simon Swales, Jack Iveson, and Ian Snaith. In John's final year at Hawes Primary, before he caught the bus down the valley to the comprehensive school in Leyburn, these 6 names popped up constantly in the logbooks, and never, it seemed, for anything good. They were mentioned repeatedly, not just as individuals, but referred to collectively as a gang. Harry almost chuckled at the idea, staring back at these faded school photos. He just saw kids. He'd encountered real gangs, dangerous ones, and not just adults. Children could be cruel, even violent, but he couldn't square that image with the pages in front of him. Yet years later, 2 of those boys were dead, murdered. Over what? Some childhood bullying? Playing games too roughly? Tossing a few stink bombs? It felt absurd. He turned a page, and his attention was caught by a sizable entry farther down. The boys' names were listed alongside a date, but the accompanying notes had been thoroughly scribbled out. That was odd. Why would that one section be obscured when everything else was perfectly legible? The surrounding records were from the winter of 1978-79, which had clearly been a memorable season. The school had closed temporarily due to frozen pipes, a notoriously slick ice slide spanning the whole playground, and responsible for at least 2 broken wrists and a concussion, had finally been salted, much to the students' dismay, and a massive snowball fight between the 5th and 6th graders ended with 2 cafeteria staff members going home bruised and both classes serving detention. An eventful winter, Harry thought with a faint smile, picturing the chaos and the fun. Then his mind circled back to the last few days, to his brief, unproductive chat with Nick. He'd wondered then if something significant had happened back in their school days. Was this blacked-out section? It was a stretch, especially since Nick had said almost nothing. But then again, sometimes saying nothing speaks volumes. So, was this the mysterious incident, the thing that may or may not have occurred? His head was starting to throb from the mental gymnastics when a cough from the doorway made him look up. The head teacher was standing there. "I'm sorry," Harry said, checking his watch. "I lost track of time." "Not a problem," the head teacher replied. "But I do have a meeting, and I need to look up." Unless you're planning on spending the night in a drafty old Victorian schoolhouse, the head teacher said with a playful glint in her eye. There are even rumours it has its own ghost, you know. Seriously? Harry asked, raising an eyebrow. She laughed, a warm, dismissive sound. Oh, I doubt it. I've certainly never seen anything, but it is an ancient building. It groans and creaks like it's telling its own stories. The children love to scare each other with tales of something lurking in the boiler room down below. As Harry began gathering the folders, his finger rested on a line of heavily crossed-out text. You wouldn't happen to know anything about this, would you? He inquired. The head teacher leaned in, peering over his shoulder. No, I'm afraid not. Winters were notoriously brutal back then, from what I hear. They can still get pretty fierce up here when the wind picks up the right way. A faint smile touched her lips. That snowball fight does sound like it was a good time, though. It does, rather, Harry agreed with a chuckle. He tapped the file thoughtfully. Any chance I could borrow these, take them down to the station? A few extra sets of eyes might spot something useful. She considered this for a moment, her expression turning serious.
I don't have an issue with that.
She finally said, if you truly think they could help. At this point, anything might help, Harry replied, his tone earnest. Stepping outside the school, a now very heavy bag of files in hand, Harry started his trek back down the hill into Hawes. The weather had soured spectacularly, as if the sky itself were throwing a tantrum. A torrential stair-rod rain hammered down, driven sideways by a howling wind that snatched at his coat. It was past 6 in the evening, yet the town stubbornly clung to its bustle, undeterred by the storm. Cutting through the wet air came the unmistakable, tantalizing smell of frying fish and chips, making his stomach growl in protest. He steeled himself, walking right past the glowing warmth of the chip shop and pressing on toward the community office. It felt like the weather was putting on a deliberate performance, a grim mirror to the investigation itself, Harry mused. As the week trudged forward, each step seemed to lead into deeper shadows, murkier waters, and the atmosphere outside was keeping perfect, miserable pace. He pushed the office door open, greeted by the sight of a somewhat diminished team, just Liz, Gordy, and a fresh-faced officer in uniform he didn't recognize. A buzz from his phone vibrated in his pocket, but he ignored it. Well, look who the storm blew in, Gordy announced, standing up with an exaggerated stretch. How was the hallowed halls of academia? Harry heaved the bag onto a nearby table with a solid thump. Let's just say I've got a mountain of homework. Make of that what you will. Where's Swift? Took off right after he made it abundantly clear to the press that an official statement and 5 minutes for questions were all they were getting, Liz explained. They didn't stick around long after that. This delightful weather probably helped shoo them along. She then gestured to the new officer. Harry, this is Police Constable Jaden Ockery. The young man stood immediately, offering a hand. He was tall and lean, with an athletic build, and his eyes, a strikingly deep dark blue, held an intense, eager light. A bit too eager, if you ask me, Liz added dryly. He volunteered to come over from Catterick to join our little party, even after I gave him the full briefing on you. Harry shook the offered hand, giving the constable a quick, appraising look. Pleased to meet you, he said. Then, without ceremony, he nudged the heavy bag toward Jaden. You might as well get started on these, then. To Harry's slight, privately acknowledged annoyance, Jaden hoisted the bag as if it were filled with feathers. What exactly am I looking for, sir? Anything that seems out of the ordinary, Harry said. I know that's not much to go on, but sometimes that's how it works. You don't know what the clue is until you stumble over it. He pulled out his notebook and handed it over. I've noted a few names in there. Cross-reference them with the files. Look for any incidents, anything odd. Is that vague enough for you? Jaden gave a firm, confident nod and carried the files to a corner desk. After a moment's pause, Liz wandered over to join him, leaving Harry with the distinct, unsettling feeling that the storm outside was only just beginning. An extra set of hands is a smart move, Harry remarked, noticing Gordy was about to head out. Like I mentioned, he's eager, Gordy replied. Bradford lad, fantastic with children, fit as a fiddle. I believe he even competed at the national level in sprinting at one time. Try not to wear him out, all right, Harry quipped. As long as he doesn't attempt to sprint off on us then. Right, I'll be off then, Gordy said. I'm out tomorrow, but keep me in the loop, okay? Once Gordy had departed, Harry began making his way over to where Liz and the new recruit were standing. He pulled out his phone as he walked and noticed the missed call. It was from Rebecca Sowerby, the pathologist. Damn it! Liz and Jaden turned toward him. Everything all right? Liz inquired. Harry was already pressing the phone to his ear and dialing. Pathologist, he stated. Then, a moment later, hello, yes, just saw your message. What have you got? Forensics turned up something, Sowerby said on the other end, at Hutchison's residence and on his clothing. Not a lot, but enough to be noteworthy. Enough of what to be noteworthy? Harry had little patience for people who danced around a point and was struggling to keep his temper in check in front of the fresh-faced PC Jaden. It's likely nothing, but what? Just tell me, otherwise we're going to be stuck on this call even longer. And neither of us wants that, do we? We found paint, Sowerby said. Harry felt a knot form in his stomach. Paint? You called me about paint? Yes. Then I'm guessing this miraculous paint can be connected to the other scenes somehow. No. Then why on earth are you calling me? Harry knew he was raising his voice. He was aware that Liz and Jaden were doing their absolute best not to stare. He also knew he simply could not muster any enthusiasm about paint. We ran a quick analysis, Sowerby explained, her tone growing sharper. It's not standard paint. I mean, it's not something you'd pick up at a hardware store. That's why I'm calling. And I didn't have to, you know. I could have waited until morning, but for some reason I'm already regretting I thought you might appreciate a heads up. Silly me, right? Harry took a deep breath. All right, this paint then, he said, forcing calm into his voice. In what way is it not standard? I've emailed you the specifics, Sowerby said curtly. Why don't you take a look for yourself? Harry felt the line go dead as much as he heard the click. He then opened his emails and clicked on the message Rebecca had sent. Chapter 24. Clay, berries, plants, assorted minerals, tree bark, Harry read aloud. Now, who in the world makes paint from that? Actually, how does anyone even make paint from that, and why? Evening had settled deeply into the room, and Harry remained seated with Liz and Jaden, doing his best to ignore the hunger gnawing at his gut. And that's all we have to go on, Liz asked. Harry spun his phone around to show her the message. I remember making paint in school, Jaden offered, a nostalgic smile touching his lips. We had this wild art teacher, Mr. Neville, who was always pushing us to experiment instead of just drawing a shoe or a crumpled soda can. It was actually pretty cool. I'm sure it was, Harry said, not entirely following why Jaden was sharing this. Why were you making paint? Liz asked. We never did that. Then again, our teacher was usually napping or reading the newspaper. Jaden shrugged.
I think it was part of a school project.
Yeah, that was it. We did this unit on the Stone Age or the Bronze Age, one of those eras. You know, when people weren't just in caves but were getting more advanced with tools and all this. Is utterly captivating, Harry said, throwing a subtle, exaggerated wink at Liz, who bit her lip to suppress a laugh. Jaden continued, undeterred. They made their own paint, right? For decorating things, drawing on walls and pieces of wood, even on themselves. You mean like wood? Liz asked. Do I? Jaden replied, looking puzzled. War paint, Liz clarified. You've seen Braveheart, right? Mel Gibson in a kilt, running around a lot. We visited the Jorvik Viking Centre in York on a school trip years ago. It was a memorable experience, though not entirely for the right reasons. They really leaned into the authenticity, to the point where you could practically smell what life was like walking down a 9th century street, which, let's be honest, wasn't exactly a floral bouquet. They seemed oddly proud of that particular detail. Harry raised an eyebrow. And that's where you picked up your knowledge of woad. I take it. Liz just shrugged. No clue. Look, fascinating as this history lesson is, and I'm choosing to ignore that comment about my skirt, which would definitely offend Gordy. What's the actual point here? What am I supposed to be learning? Woad was a blue dye they used as war paint, Liz explained. That's the extent of my expertise. Maybe they believed it offered some kind of protection in battle. Call me crazy, Harry said, but I feel pretty confident stating for the record that we are not looking for Mel Gibson or some ancient Pictish warrior here. Definitely not a Viking, Liz agreed. Jaden chimed in. Could it be a reenactor? Harry gave him a blank look. A reen what? You know, people who dress up from different historical periods for events. No, I don't know, Harry replied, questioning his own decision to keep this conversation going. Do those people actually exist? Jaden started. Well, on this one school trip, but Harry held up a hand. Just out of curiosity before you go on, are all your stories going to be about your school days? No, I don't think so, Jaden said, sounding uncertain. Just checking, Harry sighed. Go ahead then. Jaden hesitated, but Harry gave an encouraging nod. Maybe you're on to something. It's a long shot, but we've got nothing else, so this school trip, we toured a ruined castle, Jaden continued, a bit more cautiously. There were people dressed in period costumes acting like they lived there. They'd demonstrate things and answer questions. Sounds like a thrilling day out, Harry said dryly. He then shifted gears. What about the files? Found anything useful? Not much yet, Liz admitted. We've only just started. There is one odd section, though. She pointed to a part of the page. Harry leaned in and recognized it. It's been completely scribbled over, Liz noted. We can't read what was underneath. From the notes around it, whatever it was happened during the winter. The date is still legible, Harry said, tapping the page, and the names. Most of the students listed still live locally, Liz added. I thought I might call a few, see if anyone remembers anything. It's a long shot, but worth a try. Harry stifled a yawn. Might as well. I'm guessing you're on the night shift. Always a party, Liz said with a smirk. These files will give me something to do between keeping the peace at closing time and answering the many emergency calls I definitely won't be getting. And you're keeping her company, Jaden? Harry asked. By the way, if you're from out of town, where are you staying? I've got a room at one of the local pubs, Jaden said. I don't need much sleep, so I'll be fine. Harry moved toward the office door. I'll see you both tomorrow then. Who knows, maybe by then we'll have a clue what we're actually doing here. Outside, a brisk evening wind tugged at Harry's jacket as he walked through Hawes toward his new rental. The rain had let up slightly, just enough to maintain the plentiful puddles. It was another late finish, and this time Harry decided against his usual pizza and beer. Instead, he stopped to grab a few groceries to make a proper sandwich, then continued on his way, the quiet streets offering a moment of calm after the day's odd conversations. The sky was finally breaking open, the wind tearing the heavy clouds into long, dark streaks that reminded Harry of some vast, spectral cavalry charging across the heavens. Past the shadowed outlines of the market buildings, the distant hills loomed over the town, a silent and brooding presence. An eerie quiet had settled, broken only by the faint, mournful cries of sheep carried on the breeze. Then he caught it, a scent that was less a smell and more a feeling of cold, a damp, briny odour like waves crashing on a pebble beach. Rain was on its way again, and Harry couldn't shake the superstitious dread that this shift in the weather was a portent. If a storm was truly brewing, he doubted the quiet valleys were prepared for what it might bring. Then again, maybe the real tempest had already arrived, and they were all just waiting for the deluge. Dawn announced itself not with gentle light, but with a thunderclap so violent Harry was half convinced the roof had been torn away. Peering out his bedroom window, he was met with a scene of utter chaos. A day that had barely begun was as dark as a forgotten cellar, the rain not falling but being hurled in great, spinning curtains by a furious wind. The hills from the previous night were utterly erased, swallowed by a low, angry sky that assaulted the world with relentless rain and jagged bolts of lightning. Another peal of thunder rattled the window in its frame. A glance at the clock, 4:30 a.m., filled him with a profound regret. Going back to sleep was impossible with the apocalyptic symphony raging outside, so with a series of creaks and groans that made him feel every one of his years, he surrendered to the day. Clean and fed, Harry sank into the lumpy sofa in his lounge and let his eyes close. The storm continued its assault, eliminating any thought of heading to the community office. He'd need a boat, not an umbrella. In the dark behind his eyelids, he tried to corral his exhausted thoughts around the madness of the past few days. The rhythmic pounding of the rain was almost hypnotic, lulling him into a hazy, half-aware state. 2 local men dead. Childhood friends part of the same crowd. He didn't yet know if their bond had lasted into adulthood. One victim's phone was found on the other, and it was that device which had sent the text to Nick from near Hod's. Eagle feathers forced into their mouths. Now, this strange, primitive paint, the pieces were a maddening jigsaw that refused to form a picture. This was no random act, he was certain of that. It was deliberate, calculated, executed by someone chillingly precise. And yet, they had no suspects, no solid leads. Just 2 horrific murders and a scattering of clues that seemed to point in every direction and none at all. Or did they? His eyes flew open. A thought, sharp and insistent, had jabbed at the edge of his consciousness. The old school records, the logbooks he'd been poring over there, was something there. A detail, a discrepancy, a name out of place. He'd seen it, he was sure. His mind working through the night had finally dislodged it. What was it? What the hell was it? He leaned forward, pressing the heels of his hands against his closed eyes, forcing his brain to replay every page, every line of faded ink. The answer was there, buried in those records, taunting him. Damn it all. Harry pushed himself up, snatched his jacket, jammed his feet into his shoes, and marched out into the downpour. The rain felt like coarse sand pelting his skin, and the wind swirled around him like an unseen fighter, jabbing and pushing from every side. He pressed forward, his shoes soaked through in moments, his pants not far behind. By the time he arrived at the community office, he was convinced he'd have been drier if he'd simply leaped into a swimming pool and been done with it. Bursting inside, Harry nearly barreled through the door to their workroom, his clothes beginning to steam in the sudden warmth. "Decide to take a dip?" Liz asked, glancing up with an amused arch of her brow. "It would be hilarious if it weren't practically what happened," Harry muttered. "Where are the files?" Liz gestured toward the far side of the room. "We didn't make much progress, had to handle a bunch of tourists who'd overdone it, not exactly a party. Then I got pulled away for a fender bender involving a cow." "Was it over the limit?" "Nope," Liz replied. "The cow was stone-cold sober. The fact it was behind the wheel, though, now, that was a shocker." Harry chuckled. "Where's Jayden?" "I sent him home," Liz said. "He looked completely wiped. Figured he'd be more helpful later if he got some actual sleep." "When is Jim relieving you?" Harry asked, then added, "And did you make any headway on that scribbled-out section in the logbook? Did anyone recall anything sort of and sort of not?" Liz answered. "What's that supposed to mean?" I asked around. People remember their school days pretty clearly, and John's little crew, nobody had anything nice to say about them. But when I brought up that specific date, asking if anything notable happened, all they really talked about was that winter being the best one ever. That's about it. One person mumbled something about an accident, but that could have been anything, right? The logbooks already note a few broken wrists from that ice slide for starters, and Jim's due in 30 minutes. Harry paused, rubbing his temples as if to jumpstart his thoughts. "That's all? Nothing more concrete?" "That's everything I could dig up," Liz said. "I think it's just been too long for anyone to recall clearly. Which is fair, don't you think? I mean, can you remember much detail about your own school days, one specific winter, any big event?" Harry shook his head. "A friend split his lip once, I remember that. Smacked his face into the back of another kid's head, sprinting down a hallway. But yeah, I get your point." "Why not call the school at 8?" asked the principal, Liz suggested. She might know something. Feels a bit odd, though, Harry said. It's a good thought, but what if that's the only record the school has? And she wasn't principal back then, so chances are she won't know any more than we do. Liz let out an exaggerated yawn. Oops, sorry about that. Don't worry, Harry said. Go on home. I'll ring you if anything comes up. I'll head out in a sec, Liz replied. What about trying the local churches? They might keep records, or the town paper. Maybe the clinic. Harry recalled the doctor from the day they discovered John. I was supposed to check in with the doctor anyway, he said. I'll give him a try first, see if he has anything. If it was an accident, they'd likely have a note somewhere, right? Probably. That's not the sort of thing churches track. They're usually more focused on births, weddings, and funerals. He then walked over to the school files, took a seat, and dragged the first folder toward him, opening it up. He wasn't entirely certain what he was searching for, but he had a gut feeling it was hidden in those pages. Harry could sense Liz lingering behind him, but he kept his eyes fixed on the documents. There's this persistent thought bothering me, like an itch I can't quite reach to scratch. Liz settled into the chair beside Harry. They were definitely part of a group, she confirmed. John, that Barry fellow, and Nick, along with 3 more. Harry nodded, his eyes already moving to the next logbook after quickly scanning the previous one. A right bunch of troublemakers? All of them, Liz continued. Can you picture trying to teach kids like that? Constantly dashing off or stirring up chaos. Makes our job seem like a vacation. But Harry's focus had shifted entirely. He'd spotted something in the records, a detail staring back at him, and a few fragmented pieces were beginning to connect in his mind. It wasn't a complete picture leading straight to the culprit, but it was a trail that demanded pursuit. Liz, he said, his voice low, remember what Jaden mentioned about those historical reenactors? I'm starting to think he might have been pointing us in the right direction. By 9 the next morning, the team was assembled, a laptop perched on the table beside Harry. The sky outside was a dismal, oppressive grey, the kind of deep gloom that felt more like midnight than morning. The storm had lost its apocalyptic fury, settling into a steady, bone-chilling rain that seemed to drain the colour and warmth from everything. The thunder had grumbled its way to another part of the country, leaving behind a churning sea of clouds that tossed birds like confetti. To ensure everyone was on the same page, they'd spent the early hours reviewing the case file, witness statements, and new evidence, like the specific paint discovered at the 3rd victim's home. Now it was time to move forward. Liz was the only one missing, having promised to return by noon after catching a few hours of much-needed sleep. Harry had also spoken with the school's head teacher, but she could offer no further insight. She'd only been at the school for 3 years, and the files Harry possessed were all that remained from that earlier era. All right, everyone, Harry announced, clapping his hands together to cut through the murmur. We're having a movie screening. What about popcorn? Matt chimed in. I can make a run for it. A movie's not a movie without popcorn. Already taken care of, Harry said, nodding to Jim. Would you mind distributing it? Jim stood and retrieved several bags of sweet and salted popcorn from a bag near Harry's feet. It was an oddly thoughtful gesture for Harry, not something his colleagues would typically expect from him, but he felt a strange satisfaction watching the team dig in. He hoped the casual atmosphere might sharpen their focus. But first, Harry continued, has everyone met our unexpected new team member, PC Oakley? All eyes turned as Jaden stood up, his tall frame casting a long shadow. He offered a small, slightly self-conscious wave before quickly sitting back down, looking as though he instantly regretted drawing any attention to himself. From what I understand, Harry explained, he's volunteered to transfer from Catterick to assist us here. The duration is a bit open-ended, but I'm certain he'll be a great asset. Finally, Jim said with a grin, someone else to be in charge of the tea kettle. And the pastry procurement, Matt added. Gordy, ever practical, was the first to ask the obvious. So, what are we watching then? Shaky amateur footage? Something more sinister? Well, it's not home videos, Harry clarified, folding his arms. And as for anything more extreme, That's largely been debunked as modern folklore. Or so the official story goes, Matt quipped, earning a steady look from Harry. What I've got here is something I had to track down online, he began, holding up a hand to forestall any murmurs. And before anyone gets the wrong idea, I went looking on the internet because that's the only place this thing exists. You can't buy it. It's not for sale anywhere. Honestly, I was shocked I even found it, since I wasn't technically searching for it in the first place, if you catch my drift. Jim lifted a hand, and Harry gave a nod, already sensing from the room's bewildered expressions that nobody had a clue what he meant. But how does this connect to our investigation? Jim asked. Right, good question, Harry said. I was combing through the school's records and stumbled on a reference to an old public information film. He scanned the sea of blank faces, a reaction he found perfectly reasonable given how cryptic he was being. It wasn't just any government film that caught my eye, he continued. It was the title. He then turned toward Jayden. PC Oakrey, would you mind sharing your analysis of the paint recovered from Hutchison's residence? Jayden, visibly uncomfortable with the spotlight returning to him so soon after his last awkward moment, began to rise from his chair. It's fine, Harry said, gesturing for him to stay seated. You can tell us from right there. No need for a formal presentation every single time. Looking relieved, Jayden settled back and quickly recounted what he'd told Harry, Liz and Gordy the previous day about the peculiar paint mixture the pathologist had discovered at the second victim's home. So, we're watching Braveheart then? Matt chimed in, his voice garbled by a mouthful of popcorn. Seen it, but I'm not opposed to a rewatch. No, we are not watching Braveheart, Harry said, briefly wondering why that film kept coming up. Back to the paint and Jayden's admittedly thrilling account of his formative school excursion. Harry hit play on the laptop. The screen stayed black for a beat, the only sound the crunch of popcorn. Then white text appeared, stating simply that this was a Central Office of Information production for the Health and Safety Executive. Not exactly the opening crawl for Star Wars, is it? Matt mumbled through another handful. The text faded, replaced by a brooding, cloud-filled sky above a stark, dark horizon. Suddenly the silhouettes of 6 children dashed into view. Above them, a single word burned in yellow letters, Apache. Harry paused the video. All right, he said. Any initial impressions? Silence. It was the heavy, stubborn kind of silence that just hangs in the air, almost taunting you to break it, which Harry was more than ready to do. I did a bit more digging, he announced. Here are 2 key facts. He lifted his left index finger. First, Apache warriors traditionally wore eagle feathers in their headdresses. Then he raised his middle finger as well. And second, the body paint they used was composed of the exact same substances our friendly pathologist identified in the paint at Hutchison's house. You think someone is dressing up as an Apache to commit murder? Jim asked, incredulous. Seriously? That's insane. Eagle feathers and war paint, Harry reiterated. I know it sounds outlandish, but it sounds completely bonkers, Matt cut in. Who would do that? And what's the point? I can't answer that yet, Harry admitted, but this film is crucial. Trust me, its significance will become painfully clear as it plays. At least I sincerely hope it will. The blank stares persisted, and Harry drew a long, steadying breath, half tempted to just spell everything out. But he needed the team to feel the same unsettling jolt he had felt just over an hour ago. And, Harry began, I want you to keep in mind, as you watch this, that it was shown to elementary school kids in the late 70s and early 80s. Can you believe that? Elementary school children. I think you'll quickly understand why it developed such an infamous reputation. Everyone ready nods went around the room, with Matt's being the most eager. Harry hit play, letting Apache continue. The opening scenes showed a group of kids, dressed as Apache warriors, chasing each other around a farm. The whole aesthetic was a time capsule. The clothing, the washed-out color palette, everything screamed the 70s. The film had a deliberately rough, almost unfinished quality to it, and Harry suspected it was meant to put the viewer on edge from the very start. The children seemed to be having a blast, laughing and playing at war. Then, Just over 5 minutes in, the first death occurred. Harry glanced away from the screen to gauge his team's reactions. In the film, a blonde girl leaped onto a trailer being towed by a tractor. She cheered in triumph, but as the trailer hit a bump, she was thrown forward, falling head first under its wheels. The camera lingered on her broken toy rifle, now smeared with blood. "Good Lord, no!" Gordy exclaimed, his voice tight. "And they showed this to children. What kind of twisted government thought that was acceptable?" Harry noted the ripple of shock across the others' faces. The film rolled on. Nearing the 11-minute mark, the second death happened, a boy drowning in a slurry pit. His screams for his father swallowed by the muck as he vanished. Harry considered stopping it there, but they needed to see it through. They had to understand the full weight of it, to grasp why he believed this was crucial. The film finally ended 26 minutes later, concluding with a funeral narrated by the ghostly voice of one of the dead children, expressing a wish to be with his family. Then, adding a layer of macabre horror, a scroll of text listed real child fatalities on farms from the year before the film's release, crawling down the right side of the screen. Harry closed the laptop and turned to his team perching on the edge of the table. "They sure don't make them like that anymore, do they?" Matt remarked. "And thank heaven for that," Gordy cut in. "Who in their right mind thinks that's okay for kids? What was the point? Parents must have been furious." Harry waited for the chatter to die down. "So far," he said, "we have 2 deaths. Capstick was crushed by a tractor and trailer. That's our first child. Hutchison drowned in slurry. That's the second. Those are the first 2 deaths in the film. In total, 5 children die, not even counting that frankly horrific list of real deaths at the end." Jenny leaned forward. "So you think someone is killing off John's gang, mimicking the kids in the film?" "We have 6 in John's gang," Harry replied. 2 are already dead, killed in the same manner and sequence as in Apache. That means we have 4 others to find before anyone else gets hurt. And if the film is our blueprint, with only 1 survivor, we can't rule out that we're also looking at 4 potential suspects, though, honestly, I'd lean toward 3, since Nick's alibis don't line up with the timeline, but we can't be certain yet. "But why wait until now?" Jim asked, frustration evident. "What's the motive, and why copy a film like this?" Harry looked toward Matt. "Can you recall what Nick said about their school days?" "Only that it was tough," Matt answered, "and that their little group played a lot of games." "Any specific games come to mind?" Matt paused, thinking. "Kick the can, maybe. Oh, and cowboys and Indians. A bit of a dated concept these days, isn't it? I doubt many kids today would even recognize the game. I remember having my own little cowboy outfit when I was young." "Thanks for that mental picture," Jim chuckled. Matt added, "Nick mentioned they always ended up playing the Indians because John preferred it. Maybe that came from the film, since they watched it together." "Exactly. Which leads me to a theory," Harry began. "While reviewing the old school records, we noticed several references to John's group, instances of bullying, that sort of thing. There was one particular entry, an event involving John and his friends, but the details were completely blacked out." "What was it about?" Jim pressed. "What actually happened?" "Liz tried to dig deeper," Harry explained. "It was so long ago that most people either don't recall much or aren't willing to talk. We're guessing it might have been some kind of accident, but that's just speculation. Liz reached out to a few former classmates but hit a wall. No specifics." "So where does that leave us?" Jayden asked. "What if John and his friends were inspired by that movie?" Harry proposed. "What if they played cowboys and Indians constantly because of it? They were farm kids, after all, so they might have identified with the characters, maybe even imagined themselves as the Apaches. And what if their games turned too rough, and someone from back then got seriously hurt? Now, all these years later, that person could be seeking revenge." "That's a whole lot of speculation," Gordy sighed. holding a grudge over some childhood bullying after so many years. It seems far-fetched. I agree, it's a stretch, Harry admitted. But it's the only thread I have when I piece everything together. So we're looking for someone local then, Jim concluded. Someone from their school days, possibly, Harry said. Maybe. I honestly don't know, it's just a theory. But whatever the truth is, we need to act, and fast. He stood up abruptly. I want every member of John's class recontacted thoroughly this time. I'm not sure how many Liz actually spoke to. We need their current whereabouts, identities, recent activities, and any memories from school. And I want Nicholas Ellis, Simon Swales, Jack Iveson, and Ian Smith located immediately. Jim. Jim was on his feet in an instant. You and I are going to investigate this mysterious incident. Matt. Matt looked up. Boss. Keys. Chapter 26. Outside, Harry sprinted toward the police Land Rover with Jim close behind. He slid into the driver's seat and fired up the engine as Jim climbed in beside him. Where are we headed? Jim asked. Open that file, Harry instructed. Skip ahead to the section I mentioned, the one that's scribbled out. Harry shifted into first gear, peeling out of the parking spot and onto the road. Didn't know this thing could move like that, he muttered to himself, as the steering wheel responded sharply and he accelerated down the Holme onto Penn Lane. Found it, Jim said. What am I supposed to be seeing here? The date, Harry replied, a moment later, signalling left and pulling into the parking lot of the local medical clinic. Something significant happened on that day. No clue what it was, and like I said, Liz already asked around but came up empty. Can't say I recall anything about it either, Jim admitted. And I've lived here my whole life. People reminisce about the old winters, but that's about it. Exactly, Harry said. So, what's with the blacked-out section seems suspiciously secretive, if you ask me. Come on, and bring that file with you. Harry was out of the Land Rover and marching across the parking lot toward the main entrance. Inside, he bypassed the considerable line at the reception desk, immediately sensing a wave of muttered complaints trailing behind him. I'm DCI Grimm, Harry announced to the man at the desk, flashing his identification. I need to speak with Dr. Smith. It's urgent. You'll have to wait your turn just like everyone else, the receptionist replied. He was a man with hair that shifted from ginger to a vivid orange, his expression one of carefully maintained courtesy. This isn't about an appointment, Harry countered. It's police business. This is a medical clinic, the receptionist said, gesturing to the crowded waiting area. All these people are unwell and need the doctor's attention. Are you feeling unwell? No, Harry began, then swiftly corrected himself. Actually, yes, I feel absolutely dreadful. You don't appear ill? Flushed, perhaps, but not ill. Oh, but I am, Harry insisted, his voice straining. It's quite severe, possibly even contagious. He gave a subtle nod to Jim, who stepped forward. It's rather pressing, Jim added. You will still have to wait, the receptionist stated firmly. Harry then convulsed with a sudden, loud cough, lurching forward to brace himself heavily against the desk. I can't wait, he moaned dramatically. If I don't see Dr. Smith immediately, I cannot be held accountable for the aftermath. The receptionist's practiced composure finally cracked, uncertainty flickering across his face. I'll decorate the entire room, Harry groaned, waving a hand toward the walls for emphasis. It will be a historic multi-directional event. A story for the ages, please, hurry. That did it. The receptionist snatched up the phone. As Harry continued his performance of gagging and groaning, Jim leaned in. I'd really take him at his word. Through those doors, follow the signs, the receptionist said hurriedly, hanging up and rolling his chair back from the desk. Go that way. Harry offered a quick, polite thanks. To the soundtrack of rising murmurs from the indignant patients behind them, they hurried through the doors. Jim spotted a sign and pointed. Here. They approached a slightly ajar door bearing the doctor's name. Harry pushed it open without knocking. Dr. Smith? Inside. Dr. Smith was gathering his belongings, his bald head gleaming under the harsh fluorescent lights. I was informed this was an emergency, the doctor said, a clear note of annoyance in his voice. That you were critically ill. I have another appointment, I'm afraid. I can give you 2 minutes at most. Harry took a seat and offered a calm smile. The truth is, I'm perfectly healthy. But I do have a flair for drama. The doctor was not amused. You can't simply burst in here. I don't mean to be discourteous, but police or not, it's unfair to my other patients. Can you return later? I might have time this evening. I assume this is regarding the matter from Monday. He checked his watch impatiently. I truly must be going. Harry leaned forward, resting his clasped hands on the desk and fixing the doctor with a steady gaze. The playful pretense from the waiting room vanished, replaced by a tone of quiet, undeniable urgency. This cannot wait. We require your assistance, and we need it now. I apologize for the disruption, but 2 minutes is all we ask. Dr. Smith sighed and leaned across his desk. I'm not certain what more I can provide. You received the files I forwarded, correct? Officer Dinsdale provided them, Harry confirmed. But this concerns something else entirely. Regarding what, then? Harry gave a concise summary before taking the file from Jim and opening it to the page with the heavily obscured entry. What precisely am I supposed to be seeing here? The doctor asked, squinting at the document. These are old-school records, Harry explained. Logbooks from the primary school. We have strong reason to believe a significant incident occurred on this specific date, and we need to understand what it was.
Why come to me?
Because we need your help, Harry said simply.
Can you?
I don't see how. We suspect it may have been an accident, Jim interjected. We thought the medical records would be the logical starting point, but that was over 4 decades ago, the doctor exclaimed, his eyes darting to his watch again. We do maintain archives, but that's a tremendous request. Surely the school itself is the better source for this information. We've already tried that avenue, Jim said, shaking his head. They have no record. It's as if the day never happened. Dr. Smith rose from his chair and took his coat from the hook behind the door. I'm afraid I have to leave. The reception desk can assist you further, I'm certain. An urgent house call, Harry inquired. Not an emergency, but punctuality matters, the doctor explained. It's one of my regular patients who has difficulty getting to the clinic. When no one is available to bring them in, I sometimes make a personal visit. That's commendable, Harry remarked. I'm a doctor, Smith replied simply. It's what I do. Harry and Jim followed him out to the reception area. Greg, the doctor said, addressing the receptionist, could you please help these gentlemen? The receptionist glanced at Harry and Jim, his annoyance thinly veiled. Certainly, if they wouldn't mind waiting a moment. Actually, we would mind, Harry stated flatly. Dr. Smith added, and could you fetch that prescription for me, please, for Iveson? Harry turned sharply. Who did you say you're visiting? Jack Iveson, the doctor answered. Why do you ask? Harry exchanged a look with Jim before fixing his gaze on the doctor. Is he about the same age as John Capstick? A year younger, I believe. Why? I'm coming with you, Harry declared. He then addressed the receptionist. Greg, you're going to assist P.C.S.O. Dinsdale here, understood? He turned to Jim. Call me the moment you find anything. Jim gave a curt nod. Greg's expression soured further. Before the doctor could protest, Harry was ushering him toward the exit. You can't just invite yourself along, Dr. Smith objected, leaning out of his Land Rover's window. Patient confidentiality exists for a reason. I cannot permit this. Listen, Harry said, starting his own engine. I just need to ask him a few questions. You handle the medical part, then I'll handle the police part. It's straightforward. He's likely already been contacted by my team, so it won't be a complete shock. He's quite unwell, the doctor said tersely. I'm not sure he's up for an interrogation. Hey, I know my face isn't winning any beauty contests, Harry said, a dry, sarcastic edge entering his tone. But I haven't actually bored anyone to death with my presence. Not for lack of trying on some long days, mind you, but it hasn't happened so far. He could see the doctor's lingering doubt, which Harry actually respected. It showed the man took his duties seriously. It'll be fine. No need for concern, I promise. Very well. The doctor relented. Follow me, it's not far. I'll go in, finish my visit, then inform Jack you're here and invite you in. Acceptable? Sounds perfect, Harry said. As the doctor walked to his car, Harry quickly called Matt. Yes, boss. I've located Jack Iveson. Has anyone spoken to him yet? Let me check. Yes, and he's agreed to talk. Jenny was about to head over. Tell her to stand down. I'm on my way now. He's a patient of the good doctor, though I suppose half the town is right. Is Jim with you? No, he's staying at the clinic to dig for more on that date. Any updates on the others? Actually, yes, Matt said. Gordy and Jaden are on their way to bring them in for interviews. Even Nick, surprisingly, yes. Matt confirmed, though he sounded less than thrilled. We've secured a couple extra rooms here so we can manage interviews privately without causing a scene. Good. I'll be in touch, Harry said, but Matt cut in. We do have a slight problem, though, boss. What? What problem? The last thing Harry needed was another complication. 2 murders were more than enough to handle. We've had a steady stream of folks showing up at the station demanding answers, Matt reported. And by steady stream, I mean a small, very agitated mob. Just tell them to get lost. Harry snapped, then caught himself. Actually, inform them the investigation is progressing and we're doing everything we can. You know the drill. I'm not convinced that'll satisfy them, Matt replied. News travels fast in these parts. Chief Inspector Swift's press conference yesterday didn't exactly inspire confidence. What's the real issue? Harry pressed. Is it general concern or something more? It's definitely something more, Matt said, and Harry could hear the weary frustration in his tone. People are asking how we're protecting them. Some are terrified to step outside their own homes. A couple have told me they're keeping loaded shotguns by their bedsides. Then there are others who seem a little too eager to form their own search parties and take matters into their own hands.
Perfect.
Harry groaned, a vivid picture forming in his mind of locals in pickup trucks armed to the teeth, roaming the back roads. Just what we needed. A healthy dose of public hysteria. What do you want me to do? For now, just monitor the situation, Harry directed. Try to soothe people's nerves. Offer reassurances, and maybe don't smile. It wouldn't look right for an officer to be grinning during a double homicide investigation. Understood, boss, Matt acknowledged. Harry ended the call just as he saw the doctor's sleek SUV pull out of the parking lot. He shifted his Land Rover into gear and eased onto the road, falling in behind the other vehicle. He followed as the doctor turned left out of the surgery, leaving Hawes behind and passing the auction mart on the right. About a mile outside of town, the doctor took a right turn, and Harry immediately recognized the route. They climbed a hill into the quiet village of Berterset. The rain had finally let up, much to Harry's relief, but the roads remained treacherously slick. The Land Rover felt loose and unpredictable, its back end sliding a bit too freely on the bends, forcing Harry to curse under his breath and tighten his grip on the wheel. Beyond Berterset, the doctor picked up speed. Harry trailed him up onto the open fells, across the intersection with the ancient Roman road, and then downward toward Semerwater. As the lake came into view, Harry was abruptly transported back a few weeks to his first case in the Dale, a missing person report that had ended in tragedy with a body discovered on that very shore. But the dark water also conjured a more personal memory, the bone-deep, shocking cold of a wild swim he'd been foolish enough to attempt after speaking to some witnesses. Looking at the lake now, a vast, dark mirror under a heavy sky, he felt no desire for a repeat performance. From this height, it looked less like a body of water and more like a void, giving him a strange sense of vertigo, as if it could somehow pull him down into its depths. Ahead, the doctor surprised him by veering right onto Marset Lane instead of continuing toward the lake. The narrow road clung to the hillside, with glimpses of Semerwater still visible below to the left. In several spots, large puddles had merged into minor floods that nearly blocked the way. Harry was grateful for the Land Rover's ruggedness. His own sedan would have been stranded. The doctor's discovery ahead ploughed through without hesitation, and Harry followed suit. A few minutes later, with the lake hidden behind the hills, they entered Marset. To Harry, it scarcely resembled a village at all, appearing more like a scattered collection of farmsteads clinging to the land. The isolation of the place settled around him, a stark reminder of just how far from help someone out here could be. The village centre, such as it was, held 3 tractors hitched to various pieces of farm equipment Harry couldn't begin to identify. Stone cottages were outnumbered by large barns and agricultural sheds, making the place feel more like a working farm than a residential hamlet. The road forked ahead beside a red telephone box and a community notice board. Following the doctor's lead, Harry turned right and soon parked behind him outside a small house with a bright blue door. "I'll fetch you when I'm finished," the doctor called out. "Won't be a moment." "What's his condition?" Harry asked. "Diabetes," the doctor answered. "It's severe, he hasn't managed it well, and it's led to nerve damage. He can't walk, partly from the condition, partly, I suspect, from a lack of will. The immobility has caused some ulcers." "Sounds delightful," Harry muttered. "Just come get me." Alone in the Land Rover, Harry was grateful for the silence after the heater's relentless roar and rattle during the drive. A damp chill hung in the air, discouraging any thought of a stroll. Resting his chin on his arms crossed over the steering wheel, he replayed the chaotic week. The murders, the scarce clues, the idea of someone methodically hunting down former members of a schoolyard gang was utterly surreal. Something had ignited this, he was sure of it. Find that spark, and you'd find the killer. Was it connected to that heavily redacted entry in the old-school log? What could possibly be terrible enough to fuel this kind of vengeance decades later? Revenge was one thing, but revenge that stretched all the way back to the playground. That was new territory. Then again, there's a first time for everything. A ringing jarred him from his thoughts. His phone, having slipped from his pocket, was buzzing in the passenger footwell. He snatched it up. "Grimm?" "DCI Fairbank." "I haven't got long. Can you talk?" Harry scanned the path the doctor had taken, but there was no sign of him. "I can talk. This is about Ben, I assume." "It is first. Ben is safe. I need you to understand that completely." "He is secure, Harry. Do you hear me?" "Crystal clear," Harry said, already wary of the superintendent's emphatic tone. "Good, because what follows is confidential."
Confidential. I'm his brother, his only family, unless you count our father, which I certainly don't. Ben has been relocated, Fairbank continued, ignoring the outburst. A credible threat was assessed based on your information, given the circumstances and your family's notoriety. He's been moved to an undisclosed location. What does that mean? It means for now, you won't know where he is. It's for everyone's protection.
"You can't be serious." Harry's grip tightened on the phone. How was he supposed to protect Ben if they were hiding him? It was absurd. "You can't do this. I have a right to know." "The decision isn't mine alone," Fairbank stated calmly. "Ben himself doesn't know his location, and we've provided him with a new identity. It wasn't exactly a complex passcode, so he should manage. But his current location, his status, all of it is strictly confidential." Harry's laugh was sharp and brittle. "Confidential? Now you're making this sound like a bad spy movie. What is actually happening? What are you hiding?" "I'm withholding what I'm not authorized to share, Grimm," the DSI replied. "Ben is secure at this moment. That's all you need to focus on now. I have other matters to attend to, and I imagine you do as well." "He's my family," Harry shouted, his voice cracking. "You don't have the right to lock me out of this. You can't do this." "I can, Harry," the DSI stated, his tone final. "I regret it, but I can, and I must. Goodbye." The call disconnected. Harry hurled his phone down with all his strength, half wishing it would shatter against the pavement. It merely bounced with a disappointing clatter before blaring an obnoxious ringtone. As he bent to retrieve it, a flicker of motion drew his gaze. Straightening up, Harry saw the dishevelled form of the doctor lurching toward him, a dark trail of blood matting his hair and staining his coat. Chapter 28. Harry snatched the phone and exploded from the Land Rover. He bolted toward the doctor, who collapsed to his knees, sinking into a grimy puddle just as Harry reached him. "Good God," Harry gasped. "What happened? I'm calling for help." The doctor weakly batted his hand away. "I'm all right, truly. An ambulance isn't going to fix this any better than I can. But someone was inside. They ambushed me, struck me from behind, put me right out." "What about Jack?" Harry demanded, torn between pursuit and aid. "Where is he? Is he safe?" The doctor looked up, his eyes hollow. "No," he whispered. "He's gone, but I saw them leave. You have to go after them. They used the rear exit. You might still catch them. Move." Harry was already standing. "You're certain? You're okay? Yes, go!" The doctor urged through gritted teeth. "Now." Harry spun toward the house and broke into a sprint. The jarring motion sent fresh waves of agony through his ribs, but he pushed through, bursting through the front door into a cozy, combined living and dining area. He absorbed the scene in an instant: low ceilings, a stair lift on the steps ahead, a sofa and armchair arranged near a dying fire as if sharing a silent chat. On the floor lay a bloodied chunk of firewood, the likely weapon. Given its heft, Harry was amazed the doctor was even walking around. His head should have been pulp. In the armchair sat a man, unnaturally pale and motionless. Harry checked for a pulse, found none, and stepped back. He noted the smears of blood, probably from the doctor's stumbling exit. Faded floral wallpaper served as a backdrop for clusters of family photographs. Shaking off the morbid stillness, Harry charged through the room and out a far door into a compact kitchen. Pots and pans were scattered across the floor, clearly disturbed during the intruder's frantic escape. An open door on the opposite side led to a tidy backyard. A woodshed stacked with split logs stood to his left. An open gate beckoned at the far end, and Harry dashed through it, his lungs burning, making a silent vow to finally join that gym. Behind the house, he followed a narrow footpath that traced the back fences of neighbouring homes. The path finally opened onto a quiet country road, and Harry came to a halt, lungs burning. He stood still, listening intently. The only sounds were the ordinary, breathing life of the dales. Distant sheep, the wind whispering through trees and around stone buildings, the calls of unseen birds. There was nothing, no frantic footsteps, no laboured breathing to suggest a fleeing killer. Crouching low, he scanned the dirt and gravel for any sign, a heel print or a scuff, but the ground offered no clues. Getting to his feet, Harry looked both ways. Left felt like the more logical escape, pointing away from the village, so he set off again, trying to think like a murderer on the run. The exercise felt futile almost immediately. Whoever it was had vanished into the landscape.
Bastards!
He pulled out his phone, saw a missed call from Jim, and instead dialed Matt.
Yes, boss.
"Another murder," Harry stated flatly. "Jack Iveson and Dr. Smith was assaulted. We're up in Marset. I believe the suspect has fled on foot. What are our chances of scrambling a helicopter?" Matt's laugh was dry and humourless on the other end. "Slim to none. The nearest bird is stationed too far out. It wouldn't reach you in time. Let me get Gordy for you." Detective Inspector Gordy came on the line. "Grimm, what's happened?" Harry relayed the grim facts in a rapid summary. "Right, I'll call it in," Gordy said. "I'll also see about getting a dog unit up there. Might pick up a scent. It's worth a shot. Are you all right?" "I'm fine," Harry replied. "The doctor's taken a beating, though. I should check on him. And listen, we need to verify the whereabouts of Nick Ellis, Simon Swales, and Ian Smith immediately." "Oh, that's the easy part," Gordy said, his tone almost casual. "They're all here with us. And they've been remarkably cooperative, actually. Even our friend Mr. Ellis. Liz is here too, by the way." "What?" Harry said, his mind stuttering. "They're there, all three of them?" "I'd certainly notice if they weren't," Gordy replied. Harry rubbed his forehead, a wave of confusion washing over him. If it wasn't one of the last members of Capstick's crew, then who the hell was it? What kind of twisted game was this? "They need a constant police detail," Harry ordered. his voice tightening. I don't care how you manage it. Get uniforms over there to watch them. No one gets near them without us knowing, understood? Already in motion, Gordy assured him, and Harry ended the call. He retraced his steps, back down the road, through the narrow alley, and into the silent house. He paused in the doorway, his gaze falling on the dead man in the armchair. There was no need for a closer inspection. The finality was absolute. The how of it could be left to the macabre expertise of Rebecca Sowerby and her forensics team. Harry thought with a grim internal sigh. He turned and went back outside, heading for the doctor. He found the man propped against the front fender of his car. He'd cleaned his face and was holding a white gauze pad to his head, a slow crimson bloom spreading through the fabric. "Did you find anything?" the doctor asked, his voice strained. Harry shook his head. "Nothing conclusive. Someone left in a panic. That much was clear from the mess in the kitchen. But outside? Not a trace. How's your head?" The doctor winced as he adjusted the pad. "I'll manage. It's just a bump." "A bump?" Harry exclaimed, his professional calm cracking for a moment. "You were clobbered with a piece of firewood. You're lucky your skull isn't in pieces." "Yes, I suppose you're right," the doctor conceded weakly. "I'm sorry I wasn't faster getting here. I just can't believe someone would do that." "Poor Jack." Harry moved to lean against the car beside him, pulling out his small notebook. "Can you walk me through what you remember?" he asked, his tone softening. The doctor sighed, his eyes clouded. "It's all a bit fuzzy, I'm afraid." "I'm sure that's true," Harry answered, "but getting everything on record now helps prevent any details from slipping away later." "Right, of course," the doctor said, taking a steadying breath. "So, here's what happened." Harry observed as the doctor stepped away from the car, turning to face him with a newly focused intensity in his gaze. "Take your time." "I was with Jack," the doctor began. "We were reviewing his medications, discussing how he'd been feeling, whether he'd managed to increase his activity like we'd talked about. Then, he just went quiet. I glanced up and saw him staring at something behind me. I believe that's the moment I was struck. My next memory is waking up, seeing the blood, checking on Jack, realizing he was gone, and then rushing out to find you." "Where exactly were you positioned in the room?" Harry asked. "On the sofa," the doctor replied. Harry closed his eyes briefly, visualizing the living room layout. The sofa was positioned tightly against the wall. "But you mentioned—" Jack stared over your head. "The sofa is against the wall." The doctor rubbed his temples with a pained groan. "Ah, right, sorry. My memory's scrambled. I started on the sofa, but then I was on the floor examining Jack's legs." "That tracks," Harry said. "And you didn't catch any glimpse of who hit you?" "Nothing at all," the doctor confirmed, "and whatever they used, it dropped me fast." Harry processed the scene and the statement. If he was hoping for this case to simplify, this latest development only twisted it further. "Something on your mind?" the doctor asked. "Maybe," Harry admitted. "I just don't see the logic. Why would the suspect sneak in to attack you? Why take that risk? Why not just wait until you'd left the house?" "Your guess is as good as mine," the doctor shrugged, wincing slightly. "Maybe I interrupted something. All I know is my head is pounding, and this shirt is ruined." "No argument there," Harry said, tucking his notebook away. "Are you certain you're all right to talk?" The doctor nodded. "I'm fine, really." "You don't look fine. Head wounds always bleed dramatically," the doctor said, managing a faint smile. "You must remember being a kid, splitting your head open, then just carrying on with your day like nothing happened, the only proof being a bandage stuck to your forehead." Harry chuckled. He had plenty of those memories, and not just from childhood. "So what's next?" the doctor asked. "The circus comes to town," Harry said dryly. "Only it's less entertaining, and the ringmaster is a terribly serious pathologist who'd probably rather eat the lions than try to tame them." "Oh dear," said the doctor. "Exactly," Harry agreed. Back at the community office, Harry wrapped his hands around a large mug of tea Matt had brought him. The day had marched on, oblivious to lunchtime, and after watching the forensic team arrive and hearing their muttered complaints about being called out to the middle of nowhere for the third time this week, Harry had stayed just long enough to be courteous before returning to Hawes. Dr. Smith had wisely departed before the team arrived, having already given his statement. Now, before Harry sat a plate of sliced cake from Cockett's Bakery and another with crumbly Wensleydale cheese. Standing across from him was a smartly dressed man with the build of a former rugby player, and a smile as welcoming as a hearth in winter. "You didn't have to do this, Dave," Harry said, reaching for a slice of cake. "But it's very much appreciated." And he meant it about the cake, at least. The cheese he was still uncertain of, especially the notion of eating it with cake. Harry had met Dave Calvert on his very first day in Hawes. Dave had been kind enough to drive him through town and up to the auction mart to meet Jim. Over the last several weeks, Dave had made a habit of dropping by to check on the investigation's progress and on Harry himself. He nearly always arrived with something to eat. "It's really no trouble," Dave insisted. "From everything I'm hearing, things are pretty rough for your team around here lately. I'm heading out tomorrow, so I wanted to stop in and wish you luck before I go." "That's very thoughtful of you," Harry replied. "So you're offshore again soon?" "That's right. Back on the rigs. I'll be gone a few weeks." Harry took a slow drink of his tea. The only other person in the temporary office was Jenny, who was carefully recording a statement from another former student who had attended school with John Capstick and the others. They had collected dozens of statements throughout the day, not only from the deceased's classmates, but from other years as well. The rest of the team were scattered across the area. Matt remained up in Marset, having relieved Jim as scene guard. Gordy was also at the primary scene. She had successfully called in a canine unit and, with Jaden and several other uniformed officers, was conducting a meticulous search of the surrounding countryside, hoping to find anything that might break the case. Harry privately thought their odds were long, but it was an effort worth making. Meanwhile, Jim and Liz were doing their utmost to provide a visible police presence in town, walking the streets and engaging locals in calm conversation, aiming to reassure people and allow them to carry on with daily life without the paralyzing fear of being the next target of whoever was methodically targeting a group of friends from the late 70s. "People are getting really nervous," Dave commented, pulling up a chair. "Can't say I blame them. The whole thing sounds dreadful. What makes a person want to do this job anyway?" "It's a long story," Harry began, but his answer was cut short by a sharp, heavy knock at the door. Two men walked in, each with a long gun case slung over his shoulder. "Right then, who's in charge here?" demanded the older of the two, who Harry guessed was around 60. He wore green Wellington boots and a stained blue boiler suit. Perched on his head at a gravity-defying angle was a flat cap. "I am," Harry said, his gaze fixed on the gun cases. "Can I help you?" "It's more the other way around," the older man retorted. "We've come to ask if we can help you." The younger man stepped forward. He was dressed identically to the first, though his boots were black, and he wore a bright red knitted hat instead of a cap. "Me and my dad," he explained. "We've been talking with folks down at the pub. We think we can lend a hand. There are a few others who feel the same, people who want to do the right thing." "Help?" Harry asked, keeping his tone level. "With what, exactly? With catching the killer?" the older man exclaimed. "We reckon you need the manpower, and people need to feel safe in their own homes, don't they? So we thought we might just do a few patrols of our own, keep our eyes open, that sort of thing." Harry's attention hadn't left the gun cases. "That's a very generous offer," he said carefully, "but this is an official police investigation. The best and safest thing everyone can do is to let us handle it." "But there aren't many of you, are there?" the younger man pointed out. "A few of us could cover more ground. It's no trouble for us." Harry suddenly recalled Matt's warning about public panic. For some, that fear had evidently escalated into forming a makeshift vigilante group. "I understand the concern," Harry said, striving for a calm, firm tone. "But we absolutely cannot have civilians taking law enforcement into their own hands." "I need you to understand that." "All I understand," the older man shot back, his voice rising, is that there's a madman out there, and you lot haven't caught him yet. Harry opened his mouth to respond, but another voice interjected. Come on now, Eric, Dave said, rising to stand beside Harry. You need to be sensible about this. I don't believe we require you or anyone else patrolling the streets looking for an opportunity to take a shot at someone with that, do we? Dave gestured toward the gun bag slung over the older man's shoulder. It's merely for display, the older man insisted. That's irrelevant, Dave countered. Police matters are best handled by the police. He then shifted his gaze to the younger man. You ought to take your father home, Danny, before he causes harm to himself or someone else. The younger man stiffened at Dave's directive. And who exactly are you to order us around? Harry observed Dave seemed to expand in stature, taking a single deliberate step forward that compelled the other two to retreat a pace. A concerned friend, Dave stated, his voice level. As you're well aware, isn't that correct, Eric? Harry saw Eric offer the slightest nod. Good. Now, be on your way, Dave said, and allow the officer here to do his job without interference. The pair hesitated briefly before turning back toward the door. As they reached it, Dave called after them. You'd best spread the word that the police don't require any assistance, understood? They nodded and departed. Harry drew a deep breath and released a long, relieved sigh. Can't say I saw that coming. Their intentions are decent, Dave remarked. I don't doubt that, Harry agreed. Right then, Dave said about this lengthy tale you mentioned. Precisely, how long are we talking? Harry chuckled. You really don't want to know. I measure time in pints, Dave said. Are we discussing 1 or 2 or 6 and beyond? Oh, definitely 6 and beyond, Harry confirmed. Possibly even 10. All right then. When I return, we'll go out for a proper long chat. How does that sound? Sounds perfect, Harry said, as Jenny concluded her interview nearby. Out of curiosity, how local are you, Dave? Local enough, but not overly so, Dave replied. I was born over in Middleham. Have you visited yet? You should make a trip. If not, it's a fantastic spot, even has its own castle if that's your interest. And horses, endless fields of them. Why do you ask? Something occurred at the school in Hawes, Harry explained, years back in the late 70s. I'm trying to uncover what it was. Dave grew pensive. Late 70s? The winter of 79 was brutal, I remember that much. So I keep hearing. Bitterly cold. The river froze solid. People were skating on it. Villages were completely isolated. It was severe. Is that any use? I haven't the slightest idea, Harry admitted. But I'll let you know if it helps piece things together. Dave laughed. Right. I'll be off then. See you when I return, and we'll have those pints with that. The large man left. So, just you and me now, Jenny called over, offering Harry a brief wave. How are you holding up? Frankly, rubbish, Harry said. And the running? Don't even ask. Jenny walked over and sat beside him. A little bird informed me you've been consuming an impressive amount of absolute garbage this week. Am I right? Harry groaned. There was a comfort in being somewhere everyone knew each other, but it also meant privacy was a rare commodity. Who told you? It doesn't matter, Jenny said, but you can't exercise and expect to get fit if you're not fueling yourself correctly. I am eating correctly, Harry insisted, taking an enormous bite from a slice of cake. See, he said after swallowing, not a single crumb dropped. Remarkable. Yes, a true prodigy, Jenny said dryly, but I'm serious. I know you are, Harry said, and I appreciate the concern, but my mind is elsewhere at the moment. Well, exercise is excellent for stress, Jenny pointed out. You have to prioritize it. She wasn't wrong, Harry knew, but time was the one commodity he genuinely lacked. A knock at the door interrupted them, and Harry looked up to see a silhouette through the glass. Who's that? He asked. Are we expecting anyone? No, we're not, Jenny said, rising to her feet to answer it. The door swung open, and the figure in the hallway paused briefly before stepping inside. At that moment, Harry's phone vibrated. Grimm, he answered curtly. Sowerby, came the clipped response. Just calling to see if my entire week is now booked with your crime scenes, or if I might actually schedule a dinner that doesn't get interrupted. Harry sensed there was more to her call than just irritation, though he understood her frustration. If you have any new evidence that could point us toward a suspect, that would be incredibly useful, he offered. Do you always leave a scene looking like a tornado hit it? The pathologist inquired. There is absolutely nothing wrong with the scene, Harry insisted. For your information, I didn't disturb a single item, but you traipsed right through the middle of it, didn't you? Sowerby shot back. Oh, and your community support officer has already departed. He's quite pleasant, actually, remarkably courteous. You could take a few notes. I've briefed him on all the findings, hoping to avoid another chat with you so soon. Clearly my plan failed. I was attending to the victim, Harry explained, and then I pursued a potential suspect, who then miraculously disappeared into thin air. Harry took a steadying breath. Learning to collaborate with Rebecca Sowerby was becoming a necessary, if challenging, skill. So, do you have any actual findings? He pressed. From the scene itself, cause of death, anything useful? Or is this purely a complaint session? A sharp, audible inhale came through the receiver. There's a significant amount of blood present, and none of it belongs to the victim, the pathologist stated flatly. Whose blood? Harry asked. The doctor's, she clarified. Right, the doctor, Harry echoed. He was reportedly struck in the head with a heavy piece of timber. Sowerby continued. An object of that size would cause more than superficial cuts. I'd expect substantial bruising and likely a skull fracture. The mechanics of the incident, however, are puzzling. Puzzling how? Harry questioned. What do you mean? It's straightforward, Sowerby elaborated. If you hit someone with enough force to produce that volume of blood, you get a corresponding spray pattern, correct? Obviously, Harry agreed, wondering why she was stating the obvious. Well, there isn't one, none whatsoever, it's absent. But the blood, Harry countered, I saw it myself. You did, and there's plenty of it, but the distribution doesn't align with a blunt force trauma to the head. The spatter is all wrong. A wave of confusion hit him. What are you implying, that he wasn't attacked? I was there. I know what I witnessed. All I'm stating, Sowerby said, her tone shifting to one of dry, almost sarcastic analysis, is that the evidence tells a quirky little story. Perhaps he was struck, then staggered around, flinging blood everywhere in the process. That could theoretically create the mess. Frankly, it's the only scenario that doesn't make this look completely staged. Harry fell silent, his thoughts jumbled. Are you still there? Yes, he managed. But he was assaulted. Could you have overlooked something? The laugh that travelled down the line was a blend of indignation and scorn at his suggestion. Where is the doctor now? The hospital? He left, Harry said. I took his statement. He drove himself? And you allowed that? Have you lost your mind? He couldn't possibly have been in any condition to operate a vehicle. Harry recalled the doctor, drenched in blood when he first stumbled from the house, and then later after the chase. He seemed coherent, Harry defended. And as a medical professional, he's arguably a better judge of his own condition than I am. The line went quiet for a few seconds. He was poisoned, Sowerby revealed bluntly. The method appears consistent. Incapacitated first, likely with a chokehold, then the toxin was forced down his throat. Harry's mind flashed to the film reference and the pattern of a third poisoning death. Anything more? No, of course there isn't anything more, the pathologist snapped, her patience clearly spent. Except for another blasted eagle feather, just like with the previous cases. It was tucked into his shirt collar, a macabre little calling card. I have an autopsy to conduct, and the scene is still being processed for evidence. As for the dog, it came up empty? So whoever was here and assaulted your doctor friend seems to have vanished into thin air. Well, that's helpful, Harry replied. Now I'm even more lost than before. I believe most people would rather you weren't, the voice answered before the call went silent. Harry slipped his phone back into his pocket, utterly bewildered. What on earth had transpired at that house? He'd seen the doctor, the wound, the blood, yet the blood spatter, or the conspicuous absence of it, didn't lie. He desperately needed coffee. A large amount. Harry, Jenny's voice pulled him back to the present. Yes, what is it? Harry turned to see the detective constable standing with a man who appeared to be around 80. The telltale signs were all there. Thinning grey hair, a slightly stooped posture, head-to-toe beige attire, and a walking stick. But while time had clearly taken its toll on his frame, the man's eyes blazed with a fierce, youthful intensity. They locked onto Harry, seeming to look not just at him, but straight through him, like the probing beam of a lighthouse. Who's in charge here? The old man demanded. I am, Harry said, taken aback by the man's forceful tone. DCI Grimm. Oh, so that really is your name, the old man said, the ghost of a smile touching the corners of his mouth. I thought someone was pulling my leg. Afraid not, Harry said. Real name, and the unfortunate face to match. Why don't you have a seat? And DC Blades here will get your information. The man moved further into the room with careful, deliberate steps and settled into the chair facing Jenny. My name is Alan, he stated. Alan Rawson. I'm 81 years old, and I've come to turn myself in. For what? Harry asked. The old man's words, causing his thoughts to seize up like a gear grinding violently out of place. What crime could you possibly have committed? Harry almost laughed, despite how unprofessional it would have seemed. What do you think? Alan said, his voice dropping to a gravelly whisper. The murders, of course, for Harry, time seemed to stutter, hiccup, and then freeze solid. Had he heard that correctly? This elderly man, who clearly struggled to walk, had genuinely come here to confess to murder. It made no sense whatsoever, and for a very good reason, mainly because it was absolute nonsense. It had to be. But protocol demanded they listen regardless. He'd dealt with attention-seekers before, people who were a bit unhinged or craved notoriety, often a sad combination of both. Old Mr. Alan Rawson didn't immediately fit either category. Not yet, anyway. So, you're stating you wish to confess, Harry said, keeping his voice level. To murder? You're certain about that? You understand the gravity of what you're saying? Of course I'm certain, Mr. Rawson snapped. Do you think I'd come here to waste both our time? I don't have much of the stuff left to squander, do I? Take it from me, the older you get, the more precious every minute becomes. So, can we please proceed? Harry glanced at Jenny, his left eyebrow arched high. We can't formally take a confession here, Harry explained. This needs to be done properly, back at the station in Harrogate. It needs to be recorded, the full procedure, I'm sure you understand, Mr. Rawson stiffened in his chair, drawing himself up with a surprising rigidity. There's been enough death, he declared, his voice trembling with a sudden raw emotion. I've decided it must end, and I will confess here and now whether you approve or not. Harry raised a placating hand. All right, I'll record it on my phone, he said, pulling the device from his pocket to show Mr. Rawson. After a minute or two of fumbling through screens and menus, trying in vain to locate the recording function, he sighed in frustration and looked helplessly toward Jenny. Okay, Jenny said, pulling out her phone and navigating to the recording app. Just speak whenever you're ready. Mr. Rawson shifted in his chair, settling himself before he began to recount the events of the winter of 1979. We relocated here in 78, he started. It wasn't for a job or a promotion. Back then, these valleys weren't exactly overflowing with opportunity. You either worked from home, or you had a long commute. I was the former, a salesman, and a successful one at that. Paper products, of all things, it provided well enough. But that's not why we came. We came because of Sally. Sally? Harry asked. Your wife. My daughter, Mr. Rawson corrected, the simple motion of shaking his head seeming to carry a profound weight. She was an incredible little girl, had the most luminous eyes and a laugh that felt like pure sunshine. She was just. His voice faltered, the words dissolving into a heavy silence. He straightened up, composing himself. We moved because of her. We were living in the city before, down in Cambridge, a beautiful place but so crowded and loud even back then, and that was too much for her. Jenny prompted, her pen moving quietly across her notepad. It overwhelmed her, Mr. Rawson confirmed, a hard edge returning to his tone. The noise, the people, it was all too much. Of course, nobody really understood her needs then, and that damned school. A flash of the formidable man he must have been in his youth surfaced in his anger. They labelled her a troublemaker, said she was disruptive, defiant, even violent. Our Sally, violent? She was slight as a willow branch, but she was a problem, and other parents began to complain. So you moved to remove her from that environment, Jenny repeated. It was a private school too, he said, his voice low and seething. Perfectly content to take my tuition until my child was deemed inconvenient, and those other parents calling themselves our friends while petitioning to have her removed. Hypocrites, every last one of them. Harry found himself completely absorbed, convinced by the raw emotion and the specific, unpolished details that rang true. We had her evaluated, Mr. Rawson continued, his tone levelling out. A specialist ran tests and told us Sally was autistic. He said a quieter setting would be the best thing for her. I didn't realize that was part of it, Harry admitted. With autism, I mean, I thought it was mostly about learning challenges. It's a spectrum of needs, Mr. Rawson corrected gently, and a peaceful environment is very much a recognized part of supporting it. He paused, his gaze drifting toward the window as if seeing a different time. The irony is, we thought we were bringing her to a sanctuary. We had no idea what was already here, waiting in the quiet. The ordinary sounds of daily life that most of us barely notice. For Sally, they were a source of real pain. They would invade her world and completely overwhelm her. That's why she struggled so much at school. It was all just too much, building up until she couldn't hold it together anymore. Sensory overload, Jenny observed. Precisely, Mr. Rawson agreed. It was incredibly stressful for her and for our whole family. So we made a change. We sold our home, left that school behind and moved here to Wensleydale. What made you choose this place? Harry asked. It's quite a distance from Cambridge. That was part of the appeal, Mr. Rawson replied. We'd also vacationed in this area once, and it was the happiest we'd ever seen Sally. It just felt right, and for a time it was. Harry caught the shift in Mr. Rawson's tone, the unspoken suggestion of what came next, the real reason he had sought them out. So what changed? Harry pressed. We found a charming cottage up in Gale, Mr. Rawson explained. It was set back from the main roads, but still part of the community. We felt that was important. We didn't want to shelter Sally completely. We all needed to belong to truly make it our home. And did you, Jenny asked gently, did it feel like home, Mr. Rawson offered a smile, one born of memories that felt vividly present. Absolutely, he said, his voice softening. It's a magical part of the world, isn't it? Once you've been here, a piece of it stays with you. And Sally was so much happier. The quiet, the open space, the clean air and rolling fields, it was everything we'd hoped for. We were content. Harry noted quietly. Something happened. He watched as the older man seemed to sink into his chair, as if weighed down by an invisible force. A shadow passed over his face and his gaze drifted to some distant point, a storm brewing in his eyes. Harry recognized that look, the 1,000-yard stare they'd called it in the paratroopers, the hollow gaze of someone who has seen too much. It was an expression he himself had worn far too often. Sally loved her new school here in Hawes, Mr. Rawson continued, his voice growing distant. The teachers were kind and understanding, and the children welcomed her. They looked out for her. It was a gift. We'd never seen her so at ease. When we'd pick her up, she'd actually be smiling. Can you picture it? Smiling after a full day at school. I can still see that smile clear as day, Lord. How I miss it. He paused, leaning forward to clasp his hands on the table. A tremor passed through him, and a stifled, broken sound escaped his lips. Jenny reached across, resting her hand gently over his. Take your time, she said softly. Harry observed the gesture. It wasn't standard procedure for an interview, and part of him hesitated, but another part recognized it as pure instinct. This wasn't just professionalism, Jenny genuinely cared. And honestly, what more could you want in an officer? Forgive me, Mr. Rawson whispered. It was years ago, I know, but it feels like yesterday. The room fell into a heavy silence until he found his voice again. They showed a film, he explained. At the school, to every student, can you believe it? Some new government campaign back then meant to teach children about the dangers of working on farms. At this, Harry's head snapped toward Jenny, whose eyes had widened in dawning recognition. This wouldn't be the film called Apache, would it? Harry asked sharply. I don't recall the title, Mr. Rawson said. The only thing I know for sure is that they gathered the entire school in that auditorium and forced them to watch what was essentially a snuff film for kids, a parade of fictional child murders. It was absolutely grotesque. And then, just a few years later, the whole country was up in arms about banning violent movies.
So that was you,
Harry said, the memory of the old school logbooks clicking into place.
What was me?
In the administrative records, Harry clarified, there was a note about the film screening. It mentioned some unhappy parents, one father in particular who was worried about his daughter's reaction. That father was you. Guilty as charged, Mr. Rawson admitted with a bitter laugh, and a fat lot of good it did me. But why were you so concerned? Jenny pressed. Couldn't you have just kept Sally home that day? Of course we could have, Mr. Rawson sighed. But then she'd have been marked, singled out. Can you picture it? Being the one child whose overprotective parents kept her from the big, scary movie all her friends got to see. We couldn't do that to her. Our job was to give her a normal life, the best chance we could. Sheltering her from a stupid school assembly felt like the opposite of that. Yet something clearly did go wrong, Harry stated, more than asked. Sally didn't handle it, Mr. Rawson explained, the old grief thickening his voice. She had a complete meltdown. I was told she bolted from the hall halfway through, screaming her head off. She was a sensitive soul far more than other children. There was a gentle innocence to her, and that film? It was like someone handed her a kitten and then stomped on it right in front of her. The nightmares lasted for months. It was a living hell for her. Did the school take any responsibility? Jenny asked. Mr. Rawson dismissed the idea with a weary wave. The school was just following orders from some bureaucrat downtown. I demanded to see the film myself afterward, and I was appalled. I'm no saint, but seriously, what kind of twisted mind thinks that's suitable viewing for children? Harry had no desire to dive into a debate on media censorship, though he could see the man's point. What about Sally, though? He steered the conversation back. She must have recovered in time, Mr. Rawson turned his head slowly, and the look he fixed on Harry was like opening a furnace door, a blast of heat from a rage that had been banked for decades. A cold shiver traced Harry's spine. Oh, she would have, Mr. Rawson said, his voice a low, dangerous rumble. I'm certain of it. She would have gotten over that damned movie if it hadn't been for those little monsters. Harry had a strong suspicion who he meant, but he waited. Which kids? He asked. What did they do? You know perfectly well which kids, Mr. Rawson snapped. I shouldn't have to spell it out. Actually, you do, Jenny interjected, her tone surprisingly firm. Harry was impressed. They were here to gather facts, not swap theories. They needed to stay objective, not get swept into this man's narrative. We're recording your account. We need the specifics. Capstick. Mr. Rawson spat the name. John Bastard Capstick and his little gang of thugs. They even had a name for themselves. I remember now. They called themselves the Apaches after some terrible cowboy movie. Can you believe the arrogance? Keep going, Harry urged. Even if the old man's story was embellished, the context felt real, and Harry was learning valuable details. He was a bully, Mr. Rawson stated, the words heavy with old venom. Sally simply wasn't on his radar before. She was always so carefully watched by the staff, by everyone at that school. He clearly had other targets he preferred, But that day when she fled the assembly hall, he must have spotted an opportunity, an easy mark. So he bullied her, Jenny asked. Bullying is far too gentle a term for the absolute torment that boy and his little gang put our daughter through. Mr. Rawson hissed, the words sharp between his teeth. She'd been there a year. They showed that film in the fall of '79. After that, she was a different child. Different how? Harry pressed. Night terrors, Mr. Rawson stated flatly. She'd wake up screaming. The bedwetting started something she'd never done, and it was every single night. It was humiliating for her. She'd be physically ill every morning before school. When we managed to get her there, she'd vanish, hide from the teachers, hide from the other kids. You have no idea how many nooks and crannies a small girl can find in a place like that. And Capstick, Harry asked. He made her his personal project, Mr. Rawson said, his voice tight, seized every chance to torment her, mocked her. Got all the other children to join in, and they did, because they were terrified of him. Terrified of becoming the next target, I imagine. Then winter arrived, and with it a cold that seeped into your bones. Did the harassment let up? Jenny inquired. Mr. Rawson shook his head slowly. Sally adored the snow. I think it was the silence it brought. There's a magic to it, isn't there? How a white blanket can just hush the entire world, make everything clean and still, if only for a little while. Like Sally herself, in her own way, pure, and her peace lasted such a brief time. Harry tried to recall the last proper snowfall he'd seen. If it didn't stop, what did you do? In the end, we withdrew her from the school, Mr. Rawson said. We had no choice. It became unbearable. But I insisted the administration keep it quiet. I made the principal let me review the records personally. I wasn't having some note about emotional instability, follow her to a new school and become a weapon against her. You read the logbooks yourself? Absolutely I did, Mr. Rawson snapped. Was it allowed? Of course not. Did I care? Not a bit. There was little of concern except for one entry detailing her removal due to her extreme reaction to the film months prior. I scrubbed that entry myself, took a pen to it, and I have to admit, I took a great deal of satisfaction in it. Harry recalled the heavily inked-out section he'd seen. That Capstick boy was suspended a handful of times, Mr. Rawson continued. Never expelled, mind you. Don't ask me why, I suppose because there was never a bloody nose, never a punch thrown. But the verbal poison, the way he turned the entire class against her, the relentless ridicule, it was torture. And his father, now there was the real root of the problem. I take it, you confronted him, Harry suggested. Confronted. I marched over there ready to burn his wretched house down. Mr. Rawson declared, a fierce light in his eyes. I charged through the filth and junk in his yard, kicked his door in, and I had him. My hands were around his throat, the miserable drunk. Harry watched as the old man's gnarled hands rose, squeezing an invisible neck, his gaze terrifyingly intense. He would have deserved it for what his son did to my girl. I wanted to end him right there. What stopped you? He did, Mr. Rawson sighed, the fire vanishing as he sank back into his chair. Look at me. I've never been a large man, rage and surprise, only carry you so far. He was drunk, but it didn't matter. He was strong. He picked me up and tossed me right out into the mud. He chased me across the yard with a stick and even threw a few rocks. But I still wanted to go back. I'll tell you that for free, and you know why. Not because of what his boy did to my girl. No. It was for what he said about her, right to my face. When did this happen? Jenny asked. The school set up a kind of meeting, I suppose, Mr. Rawson said, tried to get the parents in a room to talk it out. He showed up in his tractor, strolled in, completely drunk, and just started in on me, on my wife, on the principal, saying how some kids weren't worth the trouble, how some shouldn't even be allowed to live. And he wasn't just talking about our Sally, but his own son. Can you picture that? Pure evil he was. The absolute worst. Harry had been sitting there for a while, wondering where all this was headed. It was quite a story, no doubt, and it was painfully clear how terrible it had been for Mr. Rawson's family, but he still couldn't see how it connected to where they were now, years later, with 3 dead men laid out in the morgue freezers down the valley.
"You've got that look, mister,"
Rawson said, glancing at Harry.
"What look? You don't believe a word of it, do you?"
Harry took a deep breath, folding his arms. "Whether I believe you or not isn't the point right now," he said. "I just don't see how everything you've told us leads you here to confessing to 3 murders. It's a heartbreaking story, yes, but 3 murders, Mr. Rawson, that's a universe away from a kid getting bullied and you having a run-in with a drunken farmer." Mr. Rawson nodded slowly.
"You're right," he said. "But the story isn't over, is it?"
"Only you know that," Harry replied. "Like I said, Sally adored the snow," Rawson went on, his voice softening. "She loved sledding, going on adventures with her brother." Harry straightened up. "Brother? What brother? You never mentioned a brother." Mr. Rawson raised a hand. "Her older brother, just by a year," he said, "but he acted much older, always looked out for her, truly cared for her. And they were out together in the snow that day, you see. They'd been sledding all morning, and that afternoon they started walking the path from Gale toward Hawes." "I know it," Harry said, remembering his own encounter with the local teens trying to act cool while smoking pot. Sally was mesmerized by the way the stream had carved through the snow. She'd stand and watch it for ages, and her brother James, he'd just stay with her, keep an eye on her, make sure she didn't get too cold. "So what went wrong?" Jenny asked. "Capstick is what went wrong," Mr. Rawson said, his tone turning hard. "Him and his little crew came along the path, sledding down the steep parts toward the stream, and I suppose they saw Sally and just couldn't help themselves." "You were there?" Harry asked. Mr. Rawson shook his head. "No, but James remembered every second, every detail. He could never forget it, which is probably why he ended up doing what he did later on." Harry caught a shift in Mr. Rawson's voice, those last words carrying a weight that seemed to point toward something beyond that afternoon. It puzzled him, but he didn't get a chance to ask, as Mr. Rawson pressed on, clearly not wanting to pause. All 6 of them were there, Capstick and his little pack. They started with snowballs, and that set Sally off. She began screaming and panicking, so James fought back, which only made it worse. He decided to get Sally home, the sensible thing to do. But Capstick and his gang blocked the path. No matter what James tried, they'd run ahead and stop them, hurling snowballs, calling Sally horrible names. And James finally snapped. Can't say I blame him. How could I? He went straight for Capstick. He really went for him. Landed a solid punch right on the side of his face. He nearly snapped his own wrist in the effort, but he managed to floor that Capstick boy. The real mistake, though, was not ensuring the kid stayed down. That's when everything unraveled. The rest of the pack swarmed him. Capstick was back on his feet, and they proceeded to give him a thorough beating the whole time. Sally stood frozen, watching and shrieking. So naturally they turned on her next. Jenny's pen hovered over her extensive notes. "What do you mean? What did they do to her?" "They chased her," Mr. Rawson stated. "Hounded her all the way down to the creek, tripping her as she ran, shouting, driving her forward like they were corralling an animal. And James was powerless to help. 3 of them pinned him in the snow, stuffing it into his mouth and nose, hitting him, laughing, while he could hear her screaming, not just in fear, but for him, crying out his name. Can you fathom what that must have felt like? Yes, Harry thought. I truly can. Then the screaming just ceased. Mr. Rawson went on. Cut off, like a switch had been flipped. Then Capstick and his crew, they just bolted. And after what they'd done, I can't say I blame them. The rotten little cowards, the vile monsters. They deserve to die for it, you understand? They absolutely deserve it. What exactly did they do? Harry pressed. She was right at the creek's edge. Mr. Rawson explained, his voice growing softer, slower, woven with sorrow, memory, shock, and a simmering anger that made his words seem to drift from some distant haunted place. And she fell. They terrified her, crowding in closer and closer, until she simply toppled backward into the water. In the dead of winter, James scrambled to where she'd gone in. The current was fierce beneath the snow, swollen with runoff from the hills, and he plunged in after her. It could have claimed him too, but he got caught on a rock. Someone spotted him from the town bridge, you know the one. They rushed over, fetched help, and dragged him out. If they hadn't, I would have lost both my children that day. In many ways, I believe I already did. What about Sally? Harry asked, dreading the answer, but needing to hear it. They didn't find her for 2 days, Mr. Rawson said. She was carried over the waterfalls, vanished under the ice, and was swept downstream. Can you imagine the sheer terror of it? The biting cold, the complete helplessness, knowing death was inevitable. Can you even begin to picture it? So Harry began, keeping his tone measured. Are you suggesting all of this is connected to the recent events? My wife, Jean, was the next casualty, Mr. Rawson said, his gaze fixed on Harry. Burying your own child is the worst agony imaginable, Mr. Grimm. I swear to you, nothing compares. Nothing. And Jean, she shattered that day, and I could never piece her back together. Drink finally took her, 2 years later. Sometimes I think it was a mercy. She was never the same. None of us were. God, how I miss her. Harry remained silent, allowing Mr. Rawson to continue at his own pace, the memories now flooding through him, tears beginning to trace down his cheeks. Next was James, your son, Jenny whispered. Oh, dear God, I'm so terribly sorry. He did remarkably well, just to keep functioning, Mr. Rawson reflected. After what he witnessed, after what happened, he blamed himself entirely. Nothing we said ever eased the guilt he carried. He became a hollow version of himself from that day forward, always saying he wished it had been him who died. He withdrew, turned inward. He put on a great deal of weight, eating for comfort, I suppose. He got into fights at school, usually coming out worse for wear, but he was clever. He passed his exams and left for university, and that was the last time I ever saw the boy I knew as my son. Do you mean he never returned home? Harry asked. He called me one night, Mr. Rawson recalled. It was the clearest, most lucid I'd heard him sound in years. His voice was calm, almost peaceful, really. He told me he'd finally found a way to make things right, to quiet the noise in his head. He said he was going for a long drive up the coast to clear his mind. That was the last conversation we ever had. They found his car 2 days later parked on a cliffside overlook. He was gone. He told me he knew exactly what needed to be done and that I shouldn't worry. He apologized for not being able to protect Sally and hoped his actions would somehow make up for that failure. A cold dread settled in Harry's gut, his years on the force providing a grim roadmap for where this was headed. The police arrived the following day. Mr. Rawson continued. A note was discovered in his dorm room. They found his clothing piled on the riverbank, just a short walk from campus. He took his own life, Harry stated flatly. I'm afraid he did, Mr. Rawson confirmed, his eyes holding a grief so profound it was clear he'd been living inside it for decades. The letter contained the very words he'd spoken to me on the phone, as if he'd been rehearsing his final statement. So, in the end, I lost everyone. Because of that group of boys, because of their actions that day. Harry felt pushed back into his chair by the sheer weight of the confession, the air in the room growing thick with a shared suffocating sorrow. So this entire nightmare is about payback, Harry said. Everything that's occurred, it's vengeance for the story you just shared. Mr. Rawson straightened his posture, a grim pride cutting through his despair. This past Saturday was Sally's birthday, he said, or it would have been that day always returns a fresh wound. This year, however, is different, you see, Detective. I have stage 4 cancer. I won't be here for the next one. I had to act. To create some small fragment of justice before my time ran out. They were just teenagers, Harry countered, and if your account is accurate, as horrific as the outcome was, Sally's death wasn't premeditated. They didn't leave home that morning intending for her to die. Mr. Rawson's composure shattered.
How can you possibly say that? They hunted her. They terrified her. She fell because of them. They are responsible. They took my wife and my son. And you, running out of time, decided to hunt them in return. Precisely, Mr. Rawson snapped. So, are you arresting me or not? Harry paused, choosing his words carefully. You haven't described your methods, and you haven't explained why you stopped. There were 6 in that group, correct? If you hold them all accountable, why cease now? I don't owe anyone an explanation, Mr. Rawson's anger flashed. We all died the day Sally fell into that water. Those boys walked away. It was labelled a tragic accident, and the world simply moved on, but not for me. I refused to let it. That's still a massive leap. Harry pressed, from a decades-old tragedy to calculated murder now, and I'm not convinced. Because these aren't just straightforward killings, are they? What you've done. There's a complexity to it. He noticed Jenny turning to stare at him. Don't worry, Harry said, meeting her gaze. We have to take him in. There's no choice after this confession, but there's one piece that doesn't fit for me. He focused back on Mr. Rawson. Your third target, Jack Iverson, why take such a monumental risk? Risk what? Setting aside the fact that you likely don't have the strength to subdue a grown man, your first 2 victims were isolated. Their deaths were meticulously orchestrated. But Jack, he wasn't alone. His doctor was right there, and you still proceeded. You attacked the doctor first to get to Jack. Why not simply wait for a moment when Jack was alone? Jack deserved it, Mr. Rawson hissed. I was there, the opportunity presented itself, and I had to finish it. But a rolling pin. Harry mused, his tone shifting to one of almost sarcastic disbelief. That's your instrument of choice. It feels like a desperate, messy afterthought compared to your previous planning. It doesn't match the profile of a man seeking clean, symbolic justice. It feels like panic. You could have cracked his head open. Mr. Rawson hesitated, his eyes shifting just enough for Harry to catch it. It was the closest thing I could grab, Mr. Rawson insisted. I wasn't exactly planning it out. And that's the whole issue, Harry said, leaning forward. Right there. Whoever is behind all this, they've done nothing but plan. I'd bet they've been turning it over in their mind for decades. Just like you have. Then one day the daydream finally boils over and leaks into the real world. Harry pushed back from the table and stood. Jenny, you handle the formal arrest procedure. That means you'll need to transport him up to Harrogate. Are you all right with that?
Absolutely,
Jenny answered.
What about the rest of the team? Where are they now?
Jadden and Matt are keeping watch on Swales, Ellis and Smith.
All 3 at the same time?
They figured it was wiser to stay as a pair, Jenny explained. And Jim and Liz are still out in the town. Jenny gave a nod.
Give them a ring,
Harry instructed.
I need Jim to meet me in the station car park, behind the Ropemaker's pub, and I want Liz to come here and stay with you.
Aren't you coming to Harrogate? You heard his statement. No, I'm not, Harry stated firmly, and I need you to hold off on processing that for a bit. Can you do that? Just keep Mr. Rawson company here with Liz until I call you. What's going on? Harry turned and headed for the doorway. I'm going to catch a killer. Chapter 32. Harry spotted the welcome sight of Jim swinging his SUV into the car park and giving a quick flash of the headlights. As Jim pulled in next to him, Harry got out and walked over to speak with the community support officer. First things first, Harry began. Did you find anything at the medical practice? Nothing concrete, Jim reported. But one of the women working there asked what I was looking into. I mentioned what you'd discovered in the old school records, and she said she remembered her mother talking about a girl who drowned a long time ago. She was fairly certain her mum had invented the story just to scare her away from playing in the creek. Said it didn't have anything to do with the school, though. Well, Harry said, his tone flat, she wasn't inventing it. Jim's forehead creased with confusion. You're serious, and you think that's connected to everything happening now? Without a doubt, Harry affirmed. Now, how would you feel about coming with me to check on our friend the doctor? He had a minor mishap earlier, as you know. Thought we should see how he's holding up. Show the compassionate side of law enforcement, that sort of thing.
Harry watched as Jim's expression shifted from thoughtful concern to utter bewilderment. Sure, I suppose, Jim stammered. And that's why you called me down here. Precisely, Harry said, a little too cheerfully. Is there an issue? Jim shook his head quickly. No issue at all. It's just, that's technically an active scene, and, well, I'm sure the doctor is perfectly fine. Exactly right, Harry declared, clapping his hands together once. Come on, then, let's get moving. Harry set off at a brisk pace, not waiting for a reply, and heard Jim scramble out of his Land Rover, slam the door, and hurry to catch up. You all right? Jim asked, slightly out of breath. Never been better, Harry said, his eyes fixed straight ahead on the road. You? Yes, I'm fine, Jim replied. Well, that's excellent, Harry said, his voice taking on a lightly sarcastic edge. Then we're both just perfectly splendid, aren't we? At the top of the road, with the Ropemaker's pub on their left, Harry turned right, crossed Brunt Acres Road, and made his way toward the medical practice. Inside, the receptionist looked up and barely suppressed a sigh. Hello again, Harry announced, his voice booming in the quiet room. We're back, and you'll be thrilled to know I'm feeling much, much improved. I'm afraid Dr. Smith is with a patient, the receptionist said flatly. And how is the good doctor? Harry pressed. After his little incident earlier, he's fine, I'm sure, the receptionist replied, his tone dismissive. If you would be so kind as to take a seat. So, he's not experiencing any dizziness or disorientation, Harry continued, ignoring the suggestion. He was well enough to jump right back into seeing patients. Of course, the receptionist said, a note of irritation creeping in. From what I understand, it was just a minor bump. Nothing of consequence. Now, if you could please. He gestured pointedly towards some empty chairs lined against the wall. Over there, Harry asked, nodding toward them. Yes. Those specific chairs? Yes. And you'll inform him we're here. It is official police business, after all. We just need to follow up with him, I'm sure you understand. He'll be with you as soon as possible, I'm certain, the receptionist replied, then lifted the phone. Harry was fairly sure she proceeded to dial a number that wasn't real. As she pretended to make the call, Harry turned toward the doors leading to the consultation rooms and walked right through them, Jim following closely. Hey, you can't go back there, the receptionist shouted. Stop, I'll call the police. We are the police. Harry called back over his shoulder. A few quick steps brought him to Dr. Smith's door. Harry knocked. I'm with a patient, came the doctor's sharp reply, his irritation clear. Apologies for the interruption, Harry said through the door. Just a routine check-in after the incident. Procedure, you understand? I also have a few questions. From inside, Harry heard the sounds of shuffling and a muffled apology to the patient. Really sorry about this, Harry continued. It won't take long. I know you're a busy man. Exceptionally busy. The door opened, and an elderly woman bustled out, wearing makeup applied a bit too heavily and enough clothing layers to survive an Arctic winter. She clicked her tongue disapprovingly as she shuffled away. Grimm, the doctor said with a strained smile. Come in, please. Have a seat. Harry entered the room, Jim behind him. He immediately noticed a small adhesive bandage on the doctor's forehead, one corner peeling up just enough to get a finger under. The doctor had also changed his clothes, which was reasonable, given the amount of blood Harry remembered from the scene. But where was the significant bruising the pathologist had been so certain would be present? Please sit, Dr. Smith said. Now, how can I help you? Harry sat down and made a deliberate show of getting comfortable. He shifted left, then right, settling deep into the chair as if he planned to stay for hours. Just thought we'd pop by to see how you're doing, Harry began. It was quite an ordeal up in the village, wasn't it?
What? Oh, Marcette.
Yes, it certainly was, the doctor said. A pained expression flickered across his face, and he rubbed his temple. Can't say I expected to get knocked on the head.
No, I imagine not, Harry said, leaning forward slightly.
And that's where you were struck, right on the forehead there. The doctor glanced upward as if trying to see the injury himself. It's nothing really, he insisted. And you've been feeling all right since? Perfectly fine, the doctor replied. But it's very considerate of you to ask. Harry turned to Jim. You were up at the crime scene, correct? PCSO Metcalf. I was, Jim confirmed. And I understand the pathologist gave you a thorough briefing on her findings. She did, yes, Jim said, sitting up straighter. A thoughtful pause followed, just long enough to make Harry smile inwardly. The young officer had clearly caught on to their line of inquiry. Did she mention anything about the intruder? Jim continued. The person who struck the doctor here before attacking poor old Jack Iveson. She did, Jim said finally. She mentioned you were hit with a section of log. Is that accurate? The doctor nodded, and Jim looked back at Harry. To be honest, I was expecting injuries to be more severe, Jim remarked. The pathologist indicated that a blow from a log like that would likely leave someone in rough shape. Bruising, possibly even a skull fracture. I suppose I got lucky then, the doctor said, his tone growing tighter. I'm quite all right truly now. Is there anything else? Can you recall the sensation of the impact? Harry pressed. Pardon. You know when someone walloped you with a piece of tree, Harry elaborated, his tone shifting from conversational to pointedly skeptical. Was it a solid hit? Did it feel like your neck might snap? Did it send you sprawling across the floor? What exactly happened? The doctor's face cycled through confusion, then annoyance, before settling into an expression of strained concentration. It was forceful enough to render me unconscious, he stated. Exactly, Harry said, raising a finger. So the blow must have been incredibly forceful, Harry pressed. The kind that would absolutely knock you off your feet and send you tumbling, correct? Yes, correct, the doctor agreed. That's what occurred. I don't recall it personally, of course, as I was unconscious, but that's the logical conclusion, isn't it? You tell me, Doctor, Harry countered. Does it logically follow that being struck over the head with a heavy piece of timber would leave you with a wound so minor it only required a bandage the size of a stick of gum? The doctor offered a nonchalant shrug. That's medicine for you. It's not always predictable. Was there something else? Harry leaned back, lacing his fingers together in his lap. As a matter of fact, there is. And I felt, given you were on the receiving end of that unpleasant violence, it was only right you were informed. Informed of what? Harry retrieved his phone, scrolled and placed a call. Jenny, it's Grimm. Could you and Liz do me a favour? Would you mind bringing our guest down to the surgery? Just park outside. Perfect, thanks. We got him, Harry said, putting his phone away and fixing his gaze on the doctor. The responsible party, I mean. Well, got might be generous. He actually showed up out of nowhere and turned himself in. Gave a full, detailed confession. Frankly, it surprised me. That's not the usual routine. A confession? The doctor asked, his voice tightening. Someone admitted to the murders. Who? Why? You see, Harry said, leaning forward and ignoring the questions, a confession is a weighty matter. An admission of guilt isn't something most people are prepared to offer. Certainly not the sort who've gone to the meticulous lengths we've witnessed this week. Wouldn't you agree, PCSO Metcalf? Jim gave a solid nod. In my experience, most suspects are located near the scene and rather quickly, but then most murders are crimes of passion, impulsive acts in the heat of the moment. That's generally the case, isn't it, boss? Harry nodded in agreement. And this case is decidedly not that, is it?
No, Jim replied firmly. Not by a long shot.
And you believe this person? The doctor asked, a note of skepticism creeping in. This confessor, you think they're truly guilty? We've no current reason to doubt it, Harry said. Though naturally, we'll need to corroborate everything, examine the evidence in detail, vet the confession. It's a substantial amount of work. A tremendous amount, in fact, wouldn't you say, PCSO Metcalf? Oh, absolutely, said Jim. A mountain of it. For starters, Harry continued, his tone shifting to one of pointed sarcasm. We need to be utterly certain the suspect is physically capable of these murders. Motive is one thing, but you'll recall what happened to poor John Capstick. That required significant effort. Moving him couldn't have been simple. You'd need real strength for that, wouldn't you? Harry stared at the doctor, his eyes narrowed, jaw set. Well, I don't want to keep you from your duties, the doctor said hastily. I do appreciate the visit, and that's precisely the issue, Harry continued, talking right over him, his voice now strong and direct. The suspect is 81 years old. I'm not buying it. What's your take, PCSO Metcalf? I have my doubts, Jim said, shaking his head. But a confession is a confession. It has to be treated seriously. Indeed it does, Harry nodded, rising to his feet with Jim following suit, which means interrogation, hours in those grim little holding cells. And they can be bitterly cold. I once heard a story about someone in a cell so frigid their backside froze to the toilet seat. Try explaining that to your grandchildren, he paused, letting the absurd image hang in the air. Not a place I'd ever want to be, Jim added. Anyway, Doctor, thank you for your time, Harry said, and extended his left hand toward the doctor. It was very much appreciated. Not a problem at all, Dr. Smith replied, offering his left hand for a shake as well. Truly, it's no trouble. That's good to know, Harry said, taking the doctor's hand and giving it a firm, deliberate squeeze. Now, why don't you tell us how you really hurt that other wrist? Time seemed to stretch. Harry became acutely aware of the pulse in his ears, the sound of his own breathing, the faint creak of his shoes on the floor. He held the doctor's hand, their eyes locked in a silent standoff. I'm sorry, the doctor said. My wrist, Harry pressed. Your right one. You mentioned it was an old injury. How did it happen? I don't recall clearly, the doctor answered. It was a very long time ago. A very long time indeed, I'd imagine, Harry said, pulling the man slightly closer and feeling the tension in his arm. He glanced down at the doctor's hand, noting its strength, and then he saw it. Look, I have patients to see. Are you naturally bald? Harry asked. The doctor's eyes widened. Excuse me. Your head, Harry said, nodding toward it. That impressive shiny dome. Is it natural, or do you shave it? What's your take, PCSO Metcalf? Difficult to say, Jim replied. I'm sure there's a procedure we could follow to find out. This is becoming highly inappropriate. The doctor protested, and Harry felt the man try to pull his hand free. I only ask, Harry continued, because your hands and your wrists seem unusually smooth too. Wouldn't you agree, PCSO Metcalf? Jim leaned in for a better look. They are, yeah, remarkably hairless. I bet you don't leave hairs anywhere, do you? Harry said. Except in your own shower, of course, but out in the world, probably not a trace. I've had quite enough of this, the doctor snapped. If you have further business, you can schedule an appointment for tomorrow. Harry kept his grip. There's something you should understand about me, he said, his voice dropping. I have a real problem with people who think I'm stupid. I feel the same, Jim added. I never said you were, the doctor retorted. No, but you certainly acted like it, Harry said. Then, in a swift motion, he reached up and ripped the small bandage from the doctor's forehead. What in the world? The doctor cried out. PCSO Metcalf, Harry called, not looking away. That mark on the doctor's forehead. Does that look to you like it came from being struck with a piece of wood? Jim leaned in. No, boss, it does not. No, it doesn't, does it? Harry said. I'd say it looks more like a precise cut, maybe from a knife or a scalpel. Harry watched as the doctor's right hand flew up to cover the mark. I have no idea what you're insinuating, but... Harry had heard enough, and his next words erupted with a fury that felt white-hot. You killed Iveson and you used me for your alibi, he spat. Well, it looks like that clever little plan has completely fallen apart, hasn't it, Doctor? Or should I call you James? Suddenly the doctor wrenched Harry violently across the desk, lifting the detective off his feet before yanking his own hand free. Harry slid across the polished surface and tumbled to the floor on the other side. You bastard! Harry snarled, throwing his arms up just in time to prevent his head from cracking against the tile. Jim, don't let him go! Harry heard the sounds of a struggle, Jim shouting for the doctor to halt. Pushing himself back up, he saw why. "Put him down," Harry ordered, his voice cold. "Put him down, James, and come quietly." "It's finished. Do you hear me? It's over." The doctor had Jim in a chokehold, his powerful arm locked under the younger man's chin, Jim's toes barely scraping the floor. "It's not over," the doctor hissed, his composure shattered into something raw and vengeful. "It won't be over until every last one of them has paid for what they did." "Oh, it's over," Harry said, his own resolve hardening like steel. "It's over right now." A choked gasp escaped Jim, his face darkening to a deep, alarming purple. "I only have 2 left," the doctor insisted, his voice tight. "That's all, and I will get them. You wouldn't understand. You can't possibly—" "Oh, I understand perfectly," Harry replied, his tone steady. "I know everything, James. Every last detail." Confusion twisted the doctor's features. "What? No, that's impossible. You're just stalling, trying to stop me from using this officer as a shield, and I will do it." "I know about Sally," Harry stated plainly. "I know what happened that day in the snow. You faked your own death, didn't you? Just wanted to wipe the slate clean and become someone else. A whole new person for a fresh start. That was the plan, right?" Another strangled sound came from Jim, and Harry knew time was running out. "You're wondering how I could possibly know, James. It's eating at you because your secret was safe, or so you thought. I didn't guess any of this." The doctor hoisted Jim clear off the floor. "Your father, James," Harry said, the words deliberate. "Your father told us. He confessed everything." A raw, guttural roar erupted from the doctor, a sound of pure anguish and fury. Before Harry could react, the man hurled Jim's limp form at him and bolted through the door of the consultation room. The PCSO collided with Harry, sending them both crashing to the floor. "Get off!" Harry shouted, but Jim was already unconscious, a dead weight on top of him. "Jim, damn it!" A quick check confirmed a pulse and shallow breathing. Relief was instantly burned away by a surge of white-hot anger. Harry scrambled to his feet and charged into the hallway. Doors flew open along the corridor, revealing the startled faces of patients and staff, their quiet clinic suddenly thrown into chaos. "Stop," Harry bellowed, forcing his protesting legs to move faster. "Just stop, it's over." But he knew the doctor was far from surrender. Faced with a threat, people either fought or fled. The doctor had clearly chosen flight, and he was shockingly fast. Ahead, Harry saw the doctor crash through the doors to reception, stumble to his knees, and immediately spring back up. When Harry reached the same doors, they swung back and smacked him hard in the forehead. Cursing, he shoved them open and barreled through. The once somber reception area was now a scene of bedlam, shouts, panicked screams, and even a few terrified children darting about as their parents tried to corral them. Harry spotted the doctor sprinting for the main entrance, nearly to the parking lot. No chance. Harry pushed forward, bursting outside. The doctor froze for a split second, stunned like an animal in the glare of oncoming headlights. A car had just pulled into the parking spot in front of him. In the driver's seat was Jenny, and beside her old Mr. Rawson, who was staring intently at the doctor. Behind them, one of the rear passenger doors began to swing open. "Don't," Harry said, advancing slowly. "You're finished, James, it's done." The doctor threw a wild glance back at Harry, shook his head and then lunged to the left. Harry moved to pursue him, but then he saw the rear car door fly fully open and Liz step out. As the doctor made a sudden dash across the road, ignoring the blaring horns of swerving cars, Harry saw PCSO Liz Coates do something he knew he'd never forget. With a fierce shout, she hurled herself forward, launching into the air with total disregard for her own safety. Everything seemed to slow down. Liz soaring, the doctor twisting around at the noise, her body colliding with his in a frantic tackle that sent them both crashing to the asphalt in a tangle of arms, legs, and shocked curses. Harry was beside them in an instant as the doctor shoved Liz aside and scrambled up. Just then, Mr. Rawson and Jenny emerged from her car. "Don't make this worse," Harry yelled. The doctor's gaze shifted from Mr. Rawson to Harry, his expression one of stunned betrayal. How did you figure it out? Figure what out? That he's my father. Honestly, I only just met him, Harry replied. But what went down at Jack's place didn't make sense. It pointed to something bigger going on with you. He helped connect the dots. For a heartbeat, Harry thought the doctor might run again. He saw the tension in his shoulders, the readiness to flee, but then the fight seemed to drain out of him, leaving only a hollow stare.
Don't,
Harry said, stepping closer as Liz got to her feet, handcuffs ready.
Whatever you're thinking, just stop. It's done. You've already caused enough pain.
Liz secured the cuffs.
You all right?
Harry asked her. Never better, Liz said, brushing off her uniform. I spent my childhood chasing ponies. After tackling one of those skittish animals, a grown man isn't much of a challenge. Even so, Harry said, that was one heck of a move. Very theatrical. Wasn't exactly planned, you know. Let's say it was, Harry suggested, with a slight grin. It'll sound a lot more heroic when we report to Swift. The surgery doors burst open and Jim staggered out, rubbing his neck. You okay, Jim? Mostly, Jim muttered. Though I might avoid scarves for a good long while. What a pity, Liz remarked. I was going to buy you one for your birthday. Old Mr. Rawson moved slowly from Jenny's car to stand before the doctor, while Jenny went to check on Jim. James, Mr. Rawson said softly, it's really you. He then opened his arms and pulled his son into an embrace. It is you. The doctor leaned into his father's shoulder and broke down, his restrained hands locked behind him. Jenny walked over to stand with Harry, supporting a still unsteady Jim. Any chance someone explains what on earth is happening here? Don't ask me, Jim mumbled. After allowing a brief moment of privacy, Harry approached the pair. Dr. James Rawson, he said, taking a gentle but firm hold of the man's arm in case any last urge to run surfaced. I'm arresting you for the murders of John Capstick, Barry Hutchison, and Jack Iveson. You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in a court of law. I know, the doctor whispered. I know. Then he turned back to his father, voice cracking with anguish. Why did you tell them? They all deserve to pay, Dad, for what they did to Sally, to our family, to Mom. Isn't this what you wanted, what they had coming to them? But how did you figure it out? How could you possibly know it was me? Harry observed the old man lift his trembling hands to cradle his son's face. Who else could it have been? Mr. Rawson murmured. The doctor's voice was strained. You believed I was dead. A profound sadness settled in the old man's eyes. We all perished that day, the day they found Sally. Each of us died in our own private way. But I need to understand, why keep this from me? Why not tell me it was you? You looked right at me and saw nothing, the doctor replied, his voice hollow. You walked into my clinic, into my office, and you only saw the physician I had fashioned myself into. You never glimpsed the son I once was. Tears began a silent journey down the weathered grooves of Mr. Rawson's cheeks. Why didn't you speak up? He pleaded, his voice fracturing. Why couldn't you just come home? Pushing himself up from the chair, the doctor took a step back, creating a space between them that felt as vast as the years lost. I wanted to more than anything, he confessed, the words thick with regret. But what happened to Sally? It became a wall. You truly didn't recognize me. If only you had told me. Mr. Rawson's cry was a mix of anguish and fury. We could have faced it together. Harry could feel the decades of buried hurt radiating from the old man. I couldn't, Dad. I just wasn't strong enough. The doctor's voice was now a ragged whisper, a dam finally breaking. Not until for Sally. They needed to answer for it. I owed her that. I owed you. It was the one thing I had to finish, and I couldn't face coming home, not until it was finally done. It took far longer than I ever imagined. So why now, James? Harry interjected quietly. After all this time, what changed? James seemed to physically diminish under the question, as if the cumulative weight of his actions and the stolen years was a tangible force. "The cancer, Dad," he said, his gaze locked on his father, though he answered Harry. "I knew I had to act, to do something, anything at all, for you. Before time ran out. I couldn't let you leave this world too, not while they were still free. I just couldn't." His voice dropped to a near inaudible murmur. "I'm so sorry." He then turned to Harry, a look of utter exhaustion on his face. "Can we please go now?" Harry gave a single, solemn nod and guided the doctor toward the waiting patrol car. But Mr. Rawson reached out, his grip firm on his son's arm. He leaned in and placed a gentle, lingering kiss on his cheek. As Harry helped the doctor into the back seat of Jenny's car, ensuring he was settled and secured, Mr. Rawson came to stand beside him. "I would have taken the fall for him, you realize," the old man stated, his voice steady. "I'm old. I'm dying. He still has a life ahead of him." "I don't doubt that for a second," Harry replied. "But your story, sir, it just didn't add up. It couldn't, not with the physical evidence we had." Mr. Rawson released a long, weary sigh. "How did you know?" "Know what?" "That it was the doctor. That it was James." "A few small things," Harry said. "Honestly, not much. We got a bit lucky, but that's how it goes sometimes." "You mentioned his wrist," Harry reminded him. "When I first met him, I went to shake hands. He offered his left instead of his right, said it was an old sports injury from med school. And that was all. Nothing more concrete." "It was enough to make me look twice," Harry admitted. "Then, when I was questioning you about what happened to Jack Iverson, and I suggested you'd hit the doctor with a rolling pin, you just agreed. So that's where I slipped up." Harry gave a slight shrug. "That was the moment. It was a log, except it wasn't. I believe your son just gave himself a careful slice on the forehead with a scalpel. Lots of blood, very theatrical. It almost worked, too. And he would have had me as his perfect alibi. It was clever. I doubt he planned it that way from the start. He was probably going to deal with old Jack Iveson like the others, leave no trace. But he improvised. Changing the plan midstream is rarely a good idea. He was a brilliant doctor, you know," Mr. Rawson said almost to himself. Harry remained silent, keeping his personal judgments to himself. As Jenny prepared to drive to the station in Harrogate, he raised a hand to stop her. "What is it?" she asked, lowering her window. Harry motioned for Liz to come over. "I want you to go with Jenny," he instructed. "Me?" Liz was clearly surprised. "Why, you're the arresting officer," Harry stated plainly. "You identified the inconsistency. You apprehended him. You placed the handcuffs. You get the privilege of taking him in." From her expression, Harry could see Liz was completely taken aback, a mix of disbelief and pride flashing in her eyes. "But, sir, I'm just a PCSO and, well, the protocol." "Forget the protocol," Harry said, his tone leaving no room for argument. "This is your caller. See it through. All right. Get yourself into Jenny's car and I'll catch up shortly. Outstanding work. PCSO Coates. Truly outstanding." Harry moved aside as Liz climbed in next to Jenny and the car pulled away. Mr. Rawson then turned to face him, and despite the man's advanced years, Harry felt himself subtly diminish under that penetrating stare. "You recall the cancer diagnosis?" Harry gave a nod. "Yes. I'm truly sorry. A terrible thing, especially on top of all this." "Who do you suppose was the one to deliver that news?" Mr. Rawson inquired, his voice low. "Who looked me directly in the eye and informed me my time was measured in months?" Harry knew. He remained silent, as no answer was needed. "Picture it," Mr. Rawson continued. "Imagine telling your own father he was dying, yet being unable to tell him you are his son. Revenge twists people," Harry offered. "It consumes them. I've seen it." "Perhaps," the old man conceded. "But revenge didn't compel his actions. Surely you see that. Revenge alone isn't potent enough to make a man conceal his identity from his own blood for so long. It's a feeble motive by comparison." "Then what was it?" Harry asked. "Love," stated Mr. Rawson simply. Then he turned and shuffled slowly back toward the town. Love. He actually said that. What a complete and utter load of nonsense. A bit harsh, don't you think? Harry said, watching Matt shake his head in disbelief. The early evening found Harry in the Hawes Market Square with most of the team, minus Jenny and Liz, who were occupied transporting Dr. James Rawson to Harrogate for processing. Harry would join them soon. Picesso Coates had performed admirably. They all had. I'm not being harsh. It's just ridiculous, Matt insisted. To claim something like that after everything. It doesn't hold up. Jim approached. Balancing cardboard trays of take-out coffee cups, he distributed them and produced a bag of doughnuts. Harry reached for one, only to have his hand playfully swatted away.
What would Jenny say?
Gordy teased with a wink.
Any word from her and Liz yet?
Jim asked. Not yet, Harry said, checking his watch. But they'll have arrived by now.
I still can't process it,
Matt muttered.
Mike Smith. We've all known him forever, Doctor.
James Rawson, Harry corrected. He was a convincing actor. Even his own father didn't know, not until the murders began. And even then, the old man only knew his son was the killer, not the man he'd pretended to be. It's tragic, really. Harry took a sip of the scalding coffee, the heat biting his lips. He didn't mind. The rain had lessened, but the cold lingered, and the warmth was welcome. The whole scene felt surreal, like a bad play whose final act had just concluded. Can you even fathom it? Gordy asked, shivering as she cradled her cup. Planning something like that for years. I'm not convinced he did plan it, not from the start, Harry mused. I think he genuinely came back to reconnect with his father, to prove he'd made something of himself and explain his long absence. But when he got here and his own father didn't recognize him, that rejection, that invisibility, must have reopened every old wound. It festered until he finally broke. That's a remarkably charitable interpretation, Gordy sighed. Which I must admit surprises me coming from you. Maybe, maybe not, Harry replied. It's never just about who killed whom and locking them up. There's always a deeper history, a cascade of pain, and none of it is ever simple or clean. You're right about that. Harry took another swallow of coffee. Its rich aroma blended with the damp, chill air of the valley, and he found himself wondering almost idly when the weather might finally break and deliver the summer they'd been promised. A faint, ironic smile touched his lips. Here they were, solving murders and debating motives, while all he really wanted was a sunny day and a moment's peace. The absurdity of it all wasn't lost on him. So what comes next? Jim asked. What comes next? Harry echoed, his gaze drifting toward the road out of town. Well, I can't speak for the rest of you, but I'm just thrilled about the mountain of forms waiting for us, Harry said. Then we've got the court dates, dealing with lawyers, and the media circus. It's going to be a non-stop party. Is it always this eventful? Jaden inquired. Harry grinned. What? You mean murders, miserable weather, and the odd pastry? No, thankfully, I hope not. In fact, I'm praying with every fibre of my being that from here on out, our biggest crisis is two seniors having a spat over the last bag of licorice bites. That's oddly precise, Jaden noted. It is, Harry confirmed, nodding toward the other side of the square. And it's also currently happening right over there. The group turned to see two elderly individuals in a heated, if somewhat slow-motion debate by a newsstand. Seems like a uniformed job to me, Matt offered. Jaden looked at Jim. But you're a community support officer. Jim shook his head with a smile. Oh, that's definitely more in your lane, I'd say. Absolutely, Matt agreed, his tone turning mock serious. Those two can get feisty. You might want to approach with caution. Jaden adjusted his hat and started across the wet pavement. But by the time he reached the other side, the argument had fizzled out, the two combatants having wandered off into the damp evening, arm in arm. Harry tilted his head back, a cold drop hitting his forehead. It's rolling back in, isn't it? This rain, does the weather up here ever follow a logical pattern, even a little? You learn to live with it, Jim said. And you learn to invest in the proper equipment, Gordy added, a knowing look in his eye. Harry knew exactly what the detective inspector was hinting at. His gaze drifted across the cobblestones to the outdoor store, its windows glowing warmly. He drained the last of his lukewarm coffee. "So, you're finally going to take the plunge then?" Jim asked. Matt placed a hand on Harry's shoulder, his expression one of grave concern. "You're certain about this, boss? If you buy what I think you're going to buy, there's no turning back. It's a commitment." "Oh, it's a commitment, all right," Harry said, his voice dry. He strode off into the gathering drizzle, a quiet, unsettling thought taking root. Was purchasing a pair of rugged waterproof boots a signal that these brooding hills were already getting into his blood? And if they were, would he ever truly be able to leave them behind? I recall being shown that one, which somehow managed to be even more gruesome than Apache's, who can forget the image of a boy crushed by heavy machinery, leaving behind a single blood-filled shoe. And of course, everyone remembers the fate of the kid whose frisbee strayed into the power station right. Stories hold immense power. They shape us in countless ways, and if a tale doesn't leave some kind of mark, it's missing the point. They amuse, they horrify, they enlighten. Through stories we befriend new characters, wander into bizarre realms, and tumble headfirst down impossible rabbit holes. I adore writing. I cherish reading. And I feel profoundly fortunate to get to do both. Even more, I'm struck by a sense of sheer luck to be scribbling this final note in a book you've just finished. Why? Because writing a book is one journey, but to actually share it, to have people like you turn its pages, that's an entirely different kind of magic. It's thrilling. It's nerve-wracking. It's utterly affirming. It's something I built, and I truly hope it brought you some enjoyment. I'll never pretend to be a literary genius. I'm just a guy who loves telling a story, hoping you, the reader, got a kick out of it. If you did, that's fantastic. And I sincerely hope you'll follow Grimm as he settles into his new life in the stunning valleys of Wensleydale. Maybe even jot down a review. If not, I still want to thank you for giving it a try. We can't all love the same things, and honestly, isn't that a good thing? Imagine how monotonous the world would be if we did. Dave, did you enjoy this book then? Consider spreading the word. You might not realize it, but reviews are incredibly impactful. They don't just help a book succeed. They can shape an author's entire path. I know I'm just a small fish in a vast ocean, but a few brief lines on Amazon about what you liked could make all the difference. You'll be invited to leave a review when you finish the book in the coming pages, and ahead of time. Thank you. Your support and excitement mean more than I can properly express, and I hope to have the chance to entertain you with many more stories in the future.